Hi. What's going on? Why is chat doing that? Oh, I know exactly why. What the fuck? No, actually, I don't know why it's doing that. Because it's not doing it on the original window. Don't worry, we'll solve it. 1 minute. Wait, how do I... Okay. How's everyone doing? Did you miss me? Though for a whole 2 days? I'll bet you did. Nars. Dipshits. Now, if I need to interact with this fucking window, I'm gonna need to... Okay. Sign in like this. Next. Enter your shitty new password. Okay. Do you want to two-factor, two-step verify? Oh yeah, obviously. Don't worry about that. I'm right on it. Fucking Gmail. Whew, okay. Think we're good. What the fuck? Is it just signing me into like a regular YouTube channel now? Okay, that's fine. Cool. Why the late stream? Because I've got a Wick versus the world. That's why. No. Yeah. It's like Wick's show, but it's called Person versus the World. And I don't know if they go on for like a few hours or no, they would obviously go for a few hours, but I don't know if it's going to be like 3 hours or fucking 6. So I guess it just depends on how much stamina Wick has and how many people want to fucking rumble with me. Hopefully it'll be good though. I mean, I say that it's going to, it's going to be like, I think it's maybe just going to be a bunch of fucking like haters. I don't, the only people who have the fucking time and energy to. The Mahdi appears, true. Was this what Hutch did a few days ago? Did he? Hutch versus the. Did Hutch do it versus the. Soypill did. I don't know that Hutch did. I don't think Hutch did it recently. That just kind of happened to him. What's it about? It's literally just callers on Wick's channel will call in and they will air their disputes. I have no idea what they're going to talk about. I'm guessing they're going to, well, it's that they have disagreements with me. So anyone who's got disagreements with me comes on and fucking tells me their disagreements. That's the gist. They're like, Loner, I don't like you. Here's why. I'm like, okay, let's go. Bring it on. Hutch did a Peace Go Free Hutch. Yeah, he did. Yeah. That's not the same. Similar idea, though. Similar idea. I can pretend debate you to make you look good. That's exactly what we want. Yeah. Although no one makes me look as good as people who are actually against me because my takes are based and usually it takes a very fucking mad bugger to have a serious issue with any. So
President Trump.
Or people who have just been fed a bunch of nonsense. Who knows? Looks like Lord Mandelson's going to get stripped of his title, or at least Starmer wants him to lose it. That's funny. What's the story between Iran and America?
Dr. RT.
I just want to talk about Gaza for 6 hours and one debate on immigrants. Yeah. Which is like, it's not like I have a lack of fucking. Wait, why is my thumbnail doing that? That's weird. Huh. It's not like there's a lack of, what'd you call it? MAGA content that we're doing right now. But the problem is that MAGA people are just very, very shy when it comes to the smaller debate panels. I guess it's because unless you're getting fucking paid, why would you bother debating to defend MAGA, you know? Why would you do that? Also, damn, man, the weekend was a fucking roller coaster for the fucking Hassan dick sucks getting angry at me. There was so much of that. Holy shit. He actually retweeted me directly. He never does that. So that was cute. Must have struck a nerve. Yeah, what's happening here? This is apparently Iran's foreign minister So the gist here is that the Iranians and the Americans are currently going over a new nuclear deal. Trump obviously wants them to stop enrichment altogether, and he also wants them to limit their ballistic missiles program. And obviously, Iran is not going to accept either of those. They believe that they are entitled to be under the same status as every other NPT country, every non-proliferation treaty country, which means they can enrich uranium and not really get bothered that much because they're trusted to not try to get weapons. The problem is, obviously, Iran tried to get weapons before when they were an NPT country, so obviously they're treated a bit different. Nuclear is not fucking Blue Peter, it's not like just, it's not just like, oh, you're fucking swiping a few fucking fivers out of the till. It's like, it's nuclear weapons, man. Like, it's pretty high stakes. You don't want to be wrong about nuclear weapons with a country, right? You don't want to be underplaying a country getting nuclear weapons. Fuck. Yeah, fuck.
Thank you very much for the opportunity for this interview. We're obviously in very delicate times right now between the United States and Iran.
He's still invoking Pixie against you. Yeah, because I'm told Pixie loves that. She loves that when people invoke her against me. It's really, it's actually her favorite thing.
As we sit here, how big is the threat of a war between the two countries?
And I think war is not inevitable, and it can be avoided, first. Second, I'm not concerned about war. I'm concerned about...
It's interesting because I can already tell this guy is going to be a bit more high effort than that deranged fucking professor that goes on to the Pierce shows to defend Iran. But yeah, okay. Who's this? It's Iran's foreign minister. Okay, big deal. Now remember, a foreign minister in Iran is like... The way Iran works is they've got their parliament, and they have their elections for their parliament, and they've got their president, but every member of parliament is only there because the Guardian Council allows them to be there. The Guardian Council can remove anyone from parliament, they can veto anything from parliament, and they can nominate candidates for being president. They have, and 6 of the 12 members of the Guardian Council are appointed directly by the supreme leader. So as far as how much, they really only have as much power as the Guardian Council is okay with them having.
Why? Because we are fully prepared for that. We are prepared even more than before the 12-day war. And I believe that the best way to prevent a war is to be prepared for that. So when I say that we are prepared for the war, it doesn't mean that we want war, but we want to prevent the war. So I'm not concerned about war. What I'm concerned of is miscalculations and military operation based on misinformation and disinformation campaigns. It is obvious to us that there are certain elements, certain parties who want to drag President Trump into this war for their own benefits. I think President Trump is wise enough to make a correct decision.
One of the ways to prevent miscalculations is for direct talks. The United States has said that it wants direct talks with Iran. How can a meaningful negotiations process be jump-started right now?
A meaningful negotiation should be based on trust. And unfortunately, we have lost our trust to the United States as a negotiating partner. And the reason is obvious. We negotiated in 2015. Everybody celebrated that when we concluded the deal, JCPOA, and the US withdrew with no justification. That belongs to 10 years ago. Let's talk about last year, only 10 months ago, when in June we decided to negotiate with the United States. And we were negotiating when they had decided to attack us. First is Israel, and then the US joined. So we don't have any good experience, any positive experience of talking with Americans. And in order to have a meaningful negotiation, we need to overcome this mistrust. There are now some intermediators, some friendly countries in the region who are trying to build this confidence. It is difficult, but they are trying. So I see the possibility of another talk if the US negotiation team follows what President Trump said, to come to a fair and equitable deal to ensure that there is no nuclear weapons. This is what he said in one of his latest posts. So if that is the case, I'm confident that we can achieve a deal.
So if this confidence is built, if you get to that stage, you are ready and willing to sit down directly with the American side, with someone like Witkoff, and talk?
No, the question of directly and indirectly is something else. That is the form of negotiation, and we have to.
But that's what they say. They want that.
Yes, but we have to take care of the substance of negotiation, and that is more important. We need to have confidence, and I don't think we can come to a point that the full confidence is restored, but at least some sort of confidence. And we are now working with our friends in the region to find a method that can bring about this some extent of confidence so we can restart negotiations.
Yeah, and President Trump says that negotiations are already going on. He has said overnight that there is negotiations taking place. How does that work right now with this confidence building, with countries in the region also helping?
That is through intermediators. As I said, there are some countries who convey messages and who are trying to build confidence and to prepare the ground for a meaningful negotiation. And we are working with them, and we are exchanging messages.
Would you say that these talks that are going on right now are fruitful and can lead to a de-escalation of the situation to a point where real talks can take place?
I think so far, yes, fruitful.
President Trump says he is looking to not use the military force that is currently stationed around
Hey, Noob Creeper, thanks for tier 1 sub. Appreciate it.
Iran, not just on aircraft carriers, but elsewhere. If there can be an acceptable deal, what would be an acceptable deal for Iran as far as nuclear is concerned,
As I said, the same deal that he mentioned, a fair and equitable deal to ensure no nuclear weapons. That is achievable.
Things like enrichment, things like ballistic missiles, things like proxy forces in the region. I know that the United States has talked about wanting to negotiate about that as well. Is that completely out of the question for you, or is that something you can at least talk about?
As I said, President Trump said no nuclear weapons, and we fully agree with that. And we can negotiate on our nuclear program to ensure that there is no nuclear weapons, to ensure that it is peaceful and would remain peaceful forever. That could be a very good deal. Of course, in return, we expect sanction lifting. So that deal is possible. Let's do not talk about impossible things. Let's focus on something which is possible and do not lose the opportunity to achieve a fair and equitable.
Why did they even negotiate with them? I don't know. Because people in America and the West in general are very averse to military solutions. So they like to feel like they've exhausted everything possible before they make the final decision. I mean, it makes sense. Even if you don't think they're going to engage in good faith in any way, I think there is something to be said for like confirming that to yourself and, having documents to show it and hearing what they have to say and letting them say their piece as well. Like, yeah, I think it makes sense. You don't really want to use military action unless there's like no other alternative. But it has been clear for a long time that Iranian nuclear deals and like JCPOA were all just like, none of it actually made it impossible for Iran to get nuclear weapons. It just stalled. And it stalled for the purpose of getting Iran back into regular NPT status. The JCPOA wasn't even renewable. Some people expected it to be, but it wasn't in the end.
Deal to ensure no nuclear weapons. That, as I said, and I repeat, that is achievable, even in a short period of time.
So you think there could be, in a short period of time, negotiations could start, a venue could be designated, you could sit down directly or indirectly with them and come to an agreement fairly quickly that would give you presumably you would want sanctions relief in return
Yeah,
for all of this.
Of course, that is the purpose.
What's Iran looking to get out of it otherwise?
That is the purpose of negotiation for us. First, of course, we want our right to be, respected, and secondly, sanctions be lifted. Sanctions are imposed because there are concerns that our program may go for weapons. As far as we are concerned, this is not the case. But we are ready to build confidence on our nuclear program. And of course, in return, we expect sanction lifting. And as I said, if enrichment, our right for enrichment is respected and recognized, and we can continue our enrichment for peaceful purposes, then every details of that is negotiable. And we can sit together in any forum and come to a conclusion. That is my belief.
Iran is obviously a very powerful country in this region and also all the way into Europe and other places. The United States obviously has a lot of power here as well. Wouldn't it be important for these two powerful players in the region to speak about regional issues, to speak about regional military issues as well?
Well,
as a general de-escalation, maybe.
Well, to be honest with you,
is the interviewer doing an accent? Doesn't he look like not like non-white? Like he's got a non-white background? What? Okay.
we believe
Whatever.
that the source of
Silly.
all these conflicts, tensions, everything in our region is foreign forces who have entered into this region. We respect our neighbors, and we have always been ready to engage with our neighbors in the region and talk about the security, the peace and stability and everything regarding the region, but with the countries of the region. This is our business. This is the business of the region, and we have to deal with that together with our regional players. So this is our position, and we have already been in touch with our neighbors and other players, major players in particular. And we have good discussion, and we are ready to even form some sort of a structure to talk with each other about the peace and stability. Look, peace and stability in this region is as important and vital for us, as it is important for others. We are a country next to the Persian Gulf, and that body of water is important for us to export our oil, to do business with others. Strait of Hormuz is very, very important also for us and for the whole world, and we have always kept it safe and have guaranteed safe passage thanks to the IRGC, who is protecting the
thanks to the IRGC,
safe passage
okay.
and the freedom of navigation in the Persian Gulf and Sea of Oman and the Strait of Hormuz. And we continue to do so.
They kept on talking about how they were going to block the Straits of Hormuz in the 12-day war, but they just didn't really have it in them, did they?
And I hope that nothing would happen which interrupt that.
What do you think the consequences would be if there was a
He has the
full-on...
nerve to say that as his proxies, like their proxies within the Houthis, were doing what they were doing in the Red Sea.
military confrontation between Iran and the United States? Because I know your military has changed its doctrine, that if there is a major attack, it would be considered existential for the Islamic Republic. What would that mean for the region here, which is prosperous, but at the same time volatile?
Well, I don't believe that would be an existential threat, but it would be a big threat for everybody. If war starts, that would be a disaster for everybody. In the previous war, we tried hard
Mainly you guys,
to
though,
limit the scope of war between Iran and Israel. This time, if it is between Iran and the US, since the US bases are spread all over the region, then inevitably many parts of the region would be involved, engaged, and that could be very dangerous. So I don't even want to think about that. Let's hope that wisdom would prevail. We are prepared for any eventuality, and I am telling that with 100% confidence. Our armed forces are ready and prepared, even more than the previous war. Our missiles were tested in a real war last time, and we were able to, understand their problems, their weak points, and their strengths. So we learned many lessons from those 12 days of war. And I think we are now very well prepared. But again, being prepared doesn't mean that we want war. We want to prevent a war.
President Trump set all of this in motion after the demonstrations that happened here in the early part of January. We've been around. We went, for instance, to the cemetery, the Tehran cemetery, and there were people there who were grieving and who said that their loved ones had been killed by security forces. How are you going to mitigate this situation?
Well, the government is actually working on that, but I have to clarify.
Are we going to hear? This guy seems like he's trying to be Western friendly, at least in terms of his demeanor and his rhetoric. But the Iranian government line on this is that the protesters are Mossad and American. They're like Trump's little fucking stooges. And that the killings are the result of criminal protesters who are murdering each other and security forces. So it would be quite interesting to see where this goes.
We had 10 days of peaceful demonstrations and protests. Sometimes even went violent, which was tolerable. And the government engaged with the protesters' leaders to see how they can find solutions for their grievances and problems. But since 8th of January to 10, these 3 days was completely different. We faced with a completely different story. There were, terrorist elements, militias who entered to these demonstrations with guns, and they started to shoot at our police forces and security forces. And we had no way but to confront them because they were equipped with different kind of weapons. They received instructions from outside. As I said in my previous interviews, we consider these 3 days as the continuation of those 12 days of war. That was an operation led by Mossad from outside, and of course we crashed that operation, that Mossad operation. Unfortunately, a number of people were killed. Many of them was even.
What's the government's number now? Are they still sticking to the 3,117, which is like I think a stat that they also used for COVID and for like some fucking age-old protest, like for injuries? Yeah, they what's he gonna say? But I think some other government source leaked 5,000. What is that? I haven't even checked Tirana's updates. Iran death toll. It was 6,400 last time I checked, confirmed. What do they have now, though? Because they do these updates quite often. They're still investigating a lot. What are we on now? Day 36. Did they have another update here? What do we have? 6,400 and... Oh, no, 6,800. A total of 11,280 remain under review. I thought there were 17,000 under review. Did this number lower? Did they just, or maybe they wrote off a few? Maybe there were a few doubles or false positives or whatever. Yeah, that makes sense. But we're totaling now what, 6,800? An extra 400 since the weekend verified. That's crazy. That is it's so much for fucking urban protesters of your own civilians. Ugh.
Killed by...
Remember the March of Return and how much fucking press coverage that got and how much reporting was done on that and how often how much it's remembered. That lasted like almost a year. And I think the total number who died was like 220. Yeah, mad. We're at like 6,800 now, and they're fucking hell.
Those elements who had the instruction to increase the number of deaths. Why? Because President Trump had said that if there is killing, he would come to rescue. And because of that, they started to, increase the number of deaths. To tell him that, look, there are killings, come on, drag him into this war. And that was an Israeli plot.
Hey, let's go.
Don't forget the Israeli plot. It's very unfortunate. The government has declared all of them as martyrs. except those elements which were either came from outside or received instructions from outside. So about 2,500 are already known as martyrs, and the government is taking care of them. And also the government is trying to introduce plans and programs to answer to the complaints and grievances of the people. So this peace which we have had since 10th January till now would continue.
President Trump said he's also concerned about the rights of those who are in custody. As you know, he said that he believes that he prevented hangings from taking place here in Iran. Can you guarantee the rights of those who have been detained and whose cases are being looked into right now?
Of course. First of all, there was no plan for executions or hangings.
Mm-hmm. Wait, if there was no plan, then what did Trump achieve by holding off on the strikes? That's Donald's not going to be happy to hear that one. Trump's entire shtick was that we were going to strike them big and hard, like you've never seen, like the biggest, hardest. And then he claimed to call it off because they had managed to convince Iran not to execute people, or at least publicly. But if that's, oh no. If this guy's saying they weren't even planning anything, that's interesting.
This is what I said in my interview with Fox News. So there were no plan as such. And right now, I can...
Wait, is the number of protesters killed in Iran at 6,800? I haven't been super following this. Is the 30K number a massive inflation or lie? I don't know if it's an inflation or a lie. I just know that it methodologically isn't as careful or isn't as stringent as the 6,800 people. But the 6,800 people get criticized for being too conservative in the sense that they have a standard that is basically like unattainable given the amount of censorship and the amount of restriction there is in Iran. Like, even if you're a hospital worker and you're talking to someone in the outside world, you're risking your life by telling them how many protesters went through your fucking morgue, right? Like, it's not just like, and also like you have to get around the internet blockage and everything else just to even tell them. And if you get caught, then you're fucked. So no, I don't know if the 30K is an inflation or a lie. It's just not using it's just not what you would call like 100% confirmed. It's more of an estimate, but again, I don't know. I don't know the exact methodology for that specific one. So maybe, who knows? Maybe it's actually maybe it is actually 30,000. I don't know.
Affirmed that the right of each and every person who is arrested and detained would be observed and guaranteed.
The final question is, we've been talking so much about possible war, about confrontation. If you come to a solution with the Trump administration, what do you think it would mean for this region, for its stability, for the benefits of all people of the region?
Of course, I do believe. I do believe that if we come to some sort of understanding and remove these misunderstandings, these miscalculations, these unnecessary concerns, then there is huge possibilities for economic cooperation between Iran and the United States, between Iran and its partners in the region. As a matter of principle, we have no problem to do business with American enterprises. You perhaps remember that after the JCPOA, we immediately signed a contract with Boeing to buy, I think, something more than 80 aircrafts. And the deal was signed, the contract was signed. So in principle, we have no problem for American enterprises to enter into our energy sector.
You know what else they did very shortly after signing the JCPOA was they got fucking lambasted by Obama because they tested a bunch of ballistic missiles with speeches talking about how these missiles are in range of Israel and the Zionist entity only has another 15 years to live. It's so fucking blunt, man.
Our transportation sector or whatever. The United States has problem because of their primary sanctions against Iran. They don't let American companies to work with Iran unless they receive a special license or whatever. So if we can come to a deal and sanctions are lifted, I see huge opportunity for everybody to do business with Iran. We have a very, interesting energy industry, full of opportunities, and I see that for the benefit of the whole region.
Thank you very much, sir.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Slightly dull interview. I don't know. I feel like that guy just kind of got to do the reasonable politician gimmick a little bit too freely, but okay, whatever. Fried spam and chips. Thanks to £5. Would you support the US taking military action if it meant that the people were able to overthrow their shitty government? At the time of the protests being at their peak, it would have made sense. I have no idea what you would expect airstrikes to do now that all the fucking dissidents are too scared to leave their houses. I have no idea. What's the point? But yeah, definitely if the protesters come back out and they're like, hey, give us a hand, yeah, I'm totally for it. Fuck. It would be much more easy to cheerlead that had it been any other president than Trump behind it, though. That's kind of annoying.
Moving on overseas.
I don't trust Trump to have a plan. I don't trust him to have a plan. I think Trump seems to be threatening Iran now over the nuclear deal. He seems to want a nuclear deal, or at least a deal that he can say he got because he's the deal maker. Because Trump loves a deal that he can tell people about. Obviously, Fox News are loving the Iran coverage for all the wrong reasons. But the Ayatollah made another warning today. Big old, don't fuck with me.
In the meantime, you've got President Trump striking a positive tone on the chances of a deal with Iran. That country's supreme leader, though, keeping tensions on the boil. This tough talk from this weekend.
We are not the initiators and do not want to attack.
Why move all warships there? They're not moving all warships. So far, they've moved warships a little bit more than is just there by routine. There's not nearly as much material being moved there compared to what they did in the 12-Day War. So people tend to do that when they're negotiating as well, though, because obviously, like, the purpose of having more weapons there is to say, here's a very big reason why you should bend to some of our terms. Yeah, it's just like a flex, brinksmanship. I mean, I think it's more likely than not that Trump's going to do something. He's still going to strike them somehow, but I just don't know where and with what goal. But it's like a total coin flip whether it'll be good or not.
Any country, but the Iranian nation will strike a strong blow against anyone who attacks and harasses them. Also, Americans should know that if they start a war, this time it will be a regional war.
So now from the White House, the president shrugging those remarks off. He also pointed out the buildup of U.S. forces in the Middle East. He said this in Florida at Mar-a-Lago.
Supreme Leader today said that U.S. attack could spark a regional war. Giving you response to that?
Why wouldn't he say that? Of course you're going to say that. But we have the biggest, most powerful ships in the world over there, very close, a couple of days, and hopefully we'll make a deal. If we don't make a deal, then we'll find out whether or not he was right.
All right, a lot to cover on this. Dan Hoffman's the man to do it. Former CIA station chief, Fox News contributor. Dan, good
we'll get a
morning to you,
framework. 2 weeks.
Thank you for your time. Here are the naval assets now that the U.S. has deployed, and there's a lot of firepower. For the president right now, take it from his perspective, what is he trying to gauge?
Yeah, I think what the president is trying to do is use every bit of U.S. leverage to get to a nuclear deal with Iran. Remember, the president said that help was on the way to the protesters. He said that Iran needed new leadership last month. I think those were points of leverage. That, along with the military buildup in the region, is designed to give us the leverage we need to drive Iran to the bargaining table. Remember, Iran is weaker now than they've ever been. They are suffering a serious water shortage. Their economy is in free fall. Israel destroyed their air defenses back in the June war, the 10-day war last year. We've taken the fight to their proxy terrorists. They're weaker now than they've ever been before. The challenge for the United States is that Iran retains short-range missiles, long-range missiles, torpedo boats that they could use in the Strait of Hormuz. So we've got to rely on our intelligence community to plan out how Iran might respond to any one of U.S. attacks, if indeed we need to launch them.
Okay, so we just played a clip from the supreme leader, but the Iranian president, according to a report earlier today, about 7 hours ago, said that he's ordering nuclear negotiations with the United States. Do you believe that? And if so, what form would that take?
Yeah, I think that's front and center for Director Ratcliffe and the intelligence community to advise the president. With Iran, it's always mistrust and verify. And so, yes, Iran may want to enter into negotiations. The question is whether they do that in good faith. Just a few days ago, they signed a strategic cooperation agreement with Russia.
Oh, wait, what am I doing? This is a new year, new box. What are we doing with this window? There we go. Good one.
In China, designed to help them together bust our sanctions and build out their defense cooperation. So we have to be worried about any potential negotiations with Iran where Russia and China could be spoilers.
Okay, follow up on that after we hear from Lindsey Graham. He's talking tough. Here we go.
I have every confidence that President Trump will do what he promised to the people.
Okay, shut the fuck up. What is Mr. Hegseth saying? Oh no, he's outside a plane. He's learning from the best. What is this? What is this audio? Am I gonna get fucking surprised by an incredibly loud boom? When's he talking? God, he is such a fucking tool. This guy. You can tell he forces himself into that fucking unnatural as shit Hulk stance. Because he is just such an aesthetics-pilled fucking cuck. Like, he's so stupid. Look at him. You think he's like...
What do you got? Yeah.
Is there pressure now in terms of trying to get a deal done because there's concern over the enrichment program, over the nuclear program? The president's been clear from the beginning, as he was before Midnight Hammer. Iran will not have nuclear weapons capability. And so they can either negotiate on that front, or we have other options. That's why the War Department exists. He doesn't want to go that route. I don't want to go that route. But our job is to be prepared. And so, of course, we are, and we're more than prepared. But President Trump's committed to peace. He's committed to a deal. If Iran's serious about making a deal, and we'll see. It's up to Iran. Is regime change a possibility? It's not. Right now, our job is to be prepared. And Iran has a choice.
Okay, so no regime change, it seems. Okay.
Not they want to negotiate.
There's no way they want to do that.
Thank you.
I don't think they're ever going to give that a pump. Like, by the way, they didn't even do regime change in Venezuela. They just took one. They took the fucking leader, and then there's left everything else as it was. This is fascist audio. I know. I know. Wow. You don't get that in the gay media and the gay liberal outlets. Am I right, Pete? Mr. Hegseth? We are preparing options, frameworks. 2 weeks. Good. It does seem... it does seem that, yeah, Ryan Macbeth is like completely gone now, isn't he? He was kind of going there for a long time, but I think since the ICE stuff, it's like there's no hiding it anymore, you know, from anyone who was on the fence. The amount he seems to try to rationalize all of Trump's behavior is just so fucking bizarre. Can't be fucked, man. No. Are you a Terraria lover? You saying that because I'm Arab? I'm joking. No, I don't know Terraria. Not played it. Sorry. Ooh. He's a Newsmax contributor. Yeah, I know. But like the thing with if you're a contributor to one of these things, like I trust the like I would trust the like the military or like some of the contributors to Fox News a lot more than people like Hannity, you know, like even though they're the same organization. But with I don't know enough about Newsmax about whether or not they have like one sane person or two or three sane people on certain issues, but it seems like they don't. It seems like they are all like it's just as partisan as you get. Why is Terraria Arab? It's a listen, you're not smart enough, okay? I should stop telling jokes. I'm just too clever for you fucking people. Terraria, because it just sounds like terrorist. That's it. It's just like a, you know, subtle, maybe too subtle. Sorry. Ooh. Hutch has been reacting to Vouch videos. That's not something you see every day. Yeah, that's one for the scholars. True. Vosh gives up. Is this just him
Wait a
saying
second.
that
I thought
we're
Vosh
all
was like
fascist and shit?
pretty intelligent, right? But this is the stupidest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Oh
Social
no!
progress is done.
Oh shit!
We peaked in 2015 or something. I don't know. The idea of transformative social change as a concept is done. We will reach a point where widespread distrust, antipathy, and a lack of hope in the ability for things to get better, all of these things are going to compound to a point where nobody will be willing to work.
He sounds like a more
I
polite.
feel like I've kind of heard this thread from. That doesn't sound too different from his spiel about the transgenocide under Biden, right? Like he gives a little fucking listen. Vosh just kind of he just does that. He just goes on. He just kind of pulls on a thread sometimes and just makes a little thing out of it. I don't think too much of it.
Alex Jones. I'm not even kidding. Let's watch Vosh go full doomer. Okay.
Is there any reason it's all happening now, do you think? Yeah, I think that the experiment
Mercury.
might be
It's Mercury.
getting near the end. It might be getting near its end. And it's possible that there's going to be a larger crackdown now because the powers that be are aware that we're kind of like about to run out the clock on social stability that's built on a collective consensus, democratic mandate, and an adherence to the social contract. Like, for a long time now, we have been able to maintain social order off the promise that things are getting better, right? Like, that's how China's been doing it. You know, you historically, the way governments have maintained social order is either through threat of force or the promise of like mutual protection, right? Usually both, you know, like a king, obviously.
That was a mouthful. It's just nice to listen to, isn't it? It's just, he's like a, what was the fucking phrase? He's like a, yeah, someone said it. He's like interpretive jazz, you know? He's like the interpretive jazz of politics. Just like imagine Miles Davis, but instead of the muted trumpet, playing sort of, I'm sorry. It's just someone telling you the state of American democracy. It's all right, isn't it?
It rules through force, but at the same time there's like well, the king manages the kingdom and protects it and so on, you know. Only recently has social order been upheld on the prospect of like constant progress and betterment. Does that make sense? Like if you go back to the 1400s or whatever, or
thank you. Go here. Web Summit Qatar. Who's this guy? Kaepernick. Oh yeah. The fuck are these fucking trousers, man? I used to have a pair of trousers kind of like this. They were kind of like a black and white pattern. Someone gave them to me at a fucking like hippie festival. I don't know who this is. I don't know what is this event, Qatar? What are they yapping about? Please, Qatar, keep him. They will never. I got what is this like a this layer here is oh is it that dal? That's a jin. Okay. I don't have no fucking idea what this says. All right. I've been behind on my Duolingo.
Or fuck the 600s. The average peasant is not orderly and socially productive because they believe the world will be a better place.
No, wait, I should know. This is embarrassing. I should know the two dots above it. Is that ta? Because ba is one dot underneath. Ta is and e, that would be if it was two dots underneath, right? Is that right? It's ta, yeah. So ta jin dal. This is fuck me. I don't know why I forget this one. I would know it if I saw the singular one, but the initiating one. Is that fuck. Oh wait. No, I don't know. That's a dal, not a dal. That's why I said dal, right? Is that a meme? It's not a fa because fa's got a fucking dot on it, isn't it? Is that what meme is at the start? I thought. Yeah, I got. Huh. Why do I feel like I don't see it that often? Because obviously meme on its own is like completely different. You know, it looks like a fucking shepherd's. But what is it at the start of a? Oh, I suppose it is. Yeah, okay. So what's that like? Mataj. Again, the vowels. You just have to guess the vowels. It just means present. Interesting. Cute. Okay.
The U.S. and Iran are reportedly preparing for talks in Turkey this week in hopes of.
Vosh.
When they die.
Let's see if we were right. Actually, even Sev's written it without fucking vowels. Does it just not have vowels? What? Or are you just writing it like phonetically, like it's spelled? Let's see. Speaking of Vosh, I sent you something. Oh. Hello. Oh. Google Translate is saying it says renewable. Interesting. Hassan on Learnerbox Twitter feed is so fun. Learnerbox is obsessed with Hassan. When people say that someone's obsessed with something, like that's their criticism in response to someone challenging them, that just means that you would rather just like it, that they didn't talk about the thing. That's it. It's like, I don't like it when you talk about this thing. I'm just gonna say you're obsessed. Like, yeah. Given the size difference, Hassan talks about me like at least once a week. I'm always getting fucking clips sent. Oh, Hassan mentioned you today. And it's always some fucking dumb shit as well. Like there's never substantive critique or anything. It's always just, if anything, like at least I bother to go through his takes and say why they're wrong. We just finished the podcast. Yeah, well done. How'd it go? I've got my podcast, my broadcast in fucking 6 minutes, man. 6 minutes. Where is damn? Where did Spider send me? Was it Spider that sent this? I didn't even know these guys had a podcast. Yeah, but huh. Podcast was very fun. Oh. Let me see. Fuck. Someone on Discord sent me a clip, but I can't find it because it was over the weekend. They sent me a clip and it was just Hassan being like, Lawyer's telling me to kill myself. Oh no, where is it? What's going on? I can give you a PDF book scan that teaches you Arabic. I mean, I'm doing like stuff for learning. I actually thought what might be a good idea would be to because I didn't know that the PA, you know, fucking Israelis like Hasbro people love to fucking shit on the PA for their textbooks. They're like, look what they said about Jerusalem. It's like, I wonder if it'd be a good idea to. All those books are public, by the way. You can download like the entire fucking PA textbook curriculum, all the way from like 5-year-olds till whatever 17-year-olds for social studies, Islamic studies, fucking whatever else they learn. Arabic and literature and whatever. I was just wondering maybe it would be a good idea to use those textbooks as part of like learning, like reading and shit. Because then in killing two birds with one stone, I'd be interested like what it's like to learn, like say if I wanted everyone to get into like learning about religion, it'd be quite interesting to learn like what it would be like to learn like about Islam from those textbooks, like for like what it's like to learn Islam from K through 12 or whatever you call it. Yeah, I'd be curious about that. Yeah, I know like Israeli schools do a lot of fucking revisionism as well. Where? Oh, it's here. Fuck, where's the fucking video? Hey. Yeah. It's on Twitter.
2 threads on.
Okay, we'll do a quick old 1 second. We got like 2 minutes. Whatever. No, time to introduce it. Twitter spat. He's very sensitive.
2 threads on LSF. One with Loserbox calling you for to kirk yourself, and then
Loserbox.
Nick Fuentes calling for BB to do the same to you. Both threads are full of the usual suspects cheering it. So LSF is both siding with Lonerbox, who is crying and demanding I kill myself.
Oh God, Matt, I need that. I need that for like I don't know how I feel about dono sounds, but surely like $20 should get you one of those, right? Demanding. Demanding. That's so good. Demanding. Like I'm gonna stand outside with his house with a fucking sign. What do you want? When do we want it?
And then also siding with Nick Fuentes. Like at this point, you have to realize like these guys are just straight up. I mean, it's not even
I'm not asking, bub. I'm demanding.
Pop, and let's be real, but like XG says it's impressive that this is what finally got banned Hassan after all the crazy shit he said before. Hassan doubles down on a statement that got him banned on Twitch. Yeah. To clarify, using the term Zionist isn't bannable. He's using the term in a derogatory slur manner, like calling someone a Zionist animal, specifically that violates the... Yeah. Something tells me MAGA pigs is not bannable. I wonder why being Zionist is a protected political position. I find it actually hilarious. Neo-Nazis like Nick Fuentes...
I just wonder what part of this, like, is this really, do I side with Fuentes over what? The fact that Fuentes thinks mass migration is Jewish. Really, that's a position that you realize I'm attacking them both here, right? Like, is that not clear? Is that not clear? It's quite clear. Never mind. It's clear.
Openly talk about how Zionist is just a dog whistle for Jews, a funny joke, but leftists ardently defend using it as a slur. Yeah, I wonder why. Why would you ever take neo-Nazis at their fucking word? They also say Jew, dumbass. What neo-Nazi hides that they hate Jews? They openly say it. They say it all the fucking time, especially at a time like this, when on the one hand, a lot of these people come to the recognition that like anti-Semitism, there's a massive market for it. Okay. This is something that I talk about quite a bit. Why would anybody fucking shelter their perspective if they were going to be anti-Semitic? And especially neo-Nazis, they're never going to fucking hide their actual opinion. They say it all the time. You think Nick Fuentes hides?
Fuentes spent a good while trying to downplay the anti-Semitism, I thought, but okay.
It's that he's a Holocaust denier? No, he flexes that shit. It's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid. It's all destiny, sex pestiny, loner box.
Fucking LSF.
It's just as impressive that this is what finally got Hassan banned. LSF is on a fucking island of his
own.
own.
Not anymore, though. They banned politics. They just full on... Where the fuck is this fucking channel, man?
Totally living in an alternative reality, okay? It's just so... It's so sus. It's so fucking clearly botted, and it's so goddamn sus.
Why is it clearly botted, man? Just people don't like you. I don't know. A lot of people don't like you. Here's what it is. Anyway. Don't want to keep them waiting, you know. We did 1 minute late, Hitler style. Let's go. Ooh, let's go. Let's go.
Oh, you are live. Welcome to the show, sir.
How's it going?
So far so good, but there's still plenty of time for things to go horribly wrong. So we'll see how that goes. Welcome to the show. It is today, for those of you who don't know, if you're on Lonerbox side of other things, it's Lonerbox versus the world. We already got some people who are raring to talk to you. So once you get your cam up, once you get set up, we'll just get into it.
What, are these the guys? I don't know either of these two. Stream Rift, Admiral Gibbs, hello. How's it going?
Oh, well, they're two of the guys. There's going to be more as they come, right? So just to be clear, this is kind of a semi-open call-in show as well. So if you're in the audience and you're like, Lonerbox, your hair looks like a hat. That's something I heard earlier, okay? That your hair looks like a hat. And you want to talk to Lonerbox about it and confront him, you can just jump onto the server, jump backstage, and we'll get to you. But, yeah. See how it goes. Lonerbox, why don't you start by introducing yourself, tell people who you are, what you do, maybe some of your more hotter takes, and then we can just begin. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Lonerbox. I make YouTube videos, I debate online, and I live stream. And all my takes are pretty fucking evidence-based, middle of the road, no big deal, uncontroversial. So can't imagine why anyone would have an issue.
I guess we'll find out. Speaking of issues, we have a couple people here that do have some issues. Admiral Gibbs and Stream Rift. Admiral Gibbs, what issues do you got with Lonerbox here?
Looking snazzy today, by the way.
Thank you, appreciate it. I've been trying to run around like a chicken with my head cut off all day. It's been crazy, but yeah, we got a lot of issues. You know, we can't let these British socialists win. We got to stop this bullshit now. All right, that's it. All right, that's good. We'll get into the rest later. And my camera probably won't cooperate. It cooperated once. That's all I can ask for.
Okay. British socialist communist. Okay. We'll see how that goes. And then Stream Rift, what is your major problem with Lonerbox?
Well, so Lonerbox, this is a very recent issue that you've been talking about. I say sarcastically. You appear to have hate for the red pill, which I think is unfounded, especially if you believe in evidence-based, middle-of-the-road, uncontroversial issues. So that's what I came today, partially ready to have that chat about.
So why don't we start there? Hash it out. What do you mean?
All right. So, I hate to misquote anybody. My understanding, Lonerbox, is that your general take, and please, by all means, never let me put words in your mouth that you don't say or believe, but that you view the red pill as sort of a moral gripe fest, and less about looking at things as they are and more about being some vehicle to capture hate and hostility or something like that. So I think you understand sort of the thrust of where I'm going at. You want to help me understand why I'm wrong, or elaborate more on sort of your hostility or criticisms of the red pill?
I mean, the two biggest purveyors I ever saw of red pill was of Andrew Tate, and maybe more specific, more directly using it was Fresh and Fit. And And yes, they did just kind of hate women and Jews. For some reason, those two go hand in hand. I mean, you can be more specific if you're talking about red pill, because red pillars, from my experience, will go from saying men and women are different, which is obviously your Mott and Bailey, but then obviously underlying that, it's like, 2 minutes later, I hear Myron Gaines talking about how women are dependent on men because otherwise, who's going to go and hunt lions and tigers and kill them for their meat for the women?
Well, I mean, in modern economy, women are heavily dependent on men. If all of the men quit their work for today, society would collapse in, I'm going to generously say, 10 days. Well, if all of the women quit their jobs today, society would not collapse.
Quick fact check: you don't want to eat predator meat. Anyway, keep going. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's on Myron, by the way, and on me.
I mean, another thing is, sure, if like 50% of everyone in society just did a general strike, yeah, society would fall apart.
Periwinkle, Periwelk. This isn't Defend Lonerbox Day. This is
true.
Lonerbox versus the World Day. So let Lonerbox defend his position, and we'll get into it. Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, part of your position, it sounds like, is baked into is you're defining red pill as what Myron and Andrew Tate say. Is that?
Well, they are
framing of it, or
I see them as they are the biggest purveyors of red pill or self-proclaimed red pillars online, are they not?
Do you think more so than Andrew Wilson? Like, I mean, I think Andrew Wilson's probably the leader now.
I have no idea how big Andrew Wilson is at the moment. Like, I saw
mean,
you
sure,
went on Joe Rogan.
They have like, I mean, I guess the only reason I'm asking is just for your clarification purposes, because I think Myron and like them have one version, and Wilson's got a very different version, and they're almost incompatible.
Okay,
so,
well,
like,
let's just
you think is more...
let's just go for one position at a time, because I don't listen to Andrew Wilson that often.
That's fine.
If you go for the first one, like, women are like half of the workforce, or more than half of the workforce in a lot of these Western societies. So if half of the workforce goes on strike, you're going to have problems. What are you talking about?
No. If, for example, infrastructure, we're talking about power, we're talking about sewage treatment, we're talking about the roads, we're talking about electricity, all of that. These heavily male-dominated fields, women don't even have the strength to do. Even if they had the equipment and even if they had the strength, they still don't have the training. So it's not half the workforce. It's half the workforce that's doing jobs that, for example, again, you take all of the men out of the workforce, women couldn't do the jobs. Flip it the other way around, men could. And
you know that the Western world is like dominated by services, right? Like, we are service economies in the West, and women do service
jobs. So what does that have to do with infrastructure?
That is
if we don't have roads, if we don't have electricity, if we don't have basic water and sewage, what the hell does it matter if we have a service economy?
What do you mean about water and sewage? So do you think that? What do you think would happen in society if women stopped working then? If all the whatever midwives and care workers and nurses and mental health people, or people who teach in schools, like, what do you think would happen in society if all these people stopped working?
I think within about 3 months. I think the first 3 months might be rough. I think within 3 years, everything would be better.
And which society that doesn't employ women does well?
It's not the argument. You're the one saying that if half of them left the workforce.
If you can name one country, if you can name one country where women are excluded from the workforce and society does pretty well, or is enviable as an American.
The Emirates.
Yeah, you envy the Emirates as an American. You want to live in the Emirates.
Dubai?
I don't, but some people do.
Okay, so Dubai is clearly struggling.
By what metric?
It's also
civil liberties, the fact that a society that's built on exploited to fuck immigrant labor. What? A majority immigrant population that is basically exploited to the hilt to uphold their economy. It's probably not the best example.
Well, I mean, so
would you rather live in the Emirates or America, or wherever you're from?
Well, so let's shade in red pill a little bit.
That depends. If you're, an oil prince, or if I'm, Papa Gibbs the rancher, if I'm the oil prince, I'd probably rather be that guy. But like, if I'm just, average immigrant that's over there, and the Emirates, well, I don't. Really, it's all a matter of perspective.
Well,
but
the average person generally, right? And the average person, the Emirates is a lot.
You asked which ones are successful. I think by any metric, we could argue the Emirates or Dubai are successful, and they do exclude women. I mean, Saudis, they're another one. They have women in the workforce somewhat now, but even until recently, I mean, I guess it was during the Second Gulf War, they finally were allowed to drive, right? Like, I just, it's like, you can't say that society isn't able to function without women when we have numerous examples of arguably successful or highly successful societies that exclude women to some extent, like these countries. Now, whether or not that's morally right is a whole different debate, but
you also understand.
Well,
so again, you're kind of both giving yourselves
let-
away
let
right
her
here when you
finish.
say that they exclude women from the workforce, because the women who are excluded from the workforce in these countries are locals. Locals are the minority in the Emirates. Emirati women don't work as much. Even then, they still do. Like I've lived in the Emirates. I've known Emirati women who worked in offices and universities, so they do work. But obviously, immigrant women they work.
Sure,
They work
they're
plenty. They do
excluded to a
plenty of
pretty
work.
good extent.
So. But you're missing the fact that most women who live in the Emirates are not Emirati, right? They're immigrants and they work.
Well, whether they are, your claim was that without women, society would essentially struggle. My claim is literally the foundation of the infrastructure that allows us to have clean water, food, all of these other things. Women couldn't do it. I'm not saying they shouldn't be in the workforce. I'm just observing the facts. And so the red pill would acknowledge this fact. The other thing is I'm going to pick on Gibbs just a little bit. Andrew gets misconstrued as being red pill. He denies that he's red pill. He says he's a Christian ethicist. But I would say that I think if we're looking for a better example of red pill, like red pill's descriptive. It's just, this is the way that things are as they sit now. Now, Myron and Andrew Tate, you bring up as examples. I think it's fair to say they say at a minimum some fairly misogynistic things. And I'm a huge fan of women. I think they should be treated equally under the law. That doesn't mean I think that we have to ignore the fact that society has largely become Western society in particular has largely become heavily gynocentric, and the red pill is largely the movement that's acknowledging this.
But just before
how
you
is Western
respond,
society gynocentric?
you agree they're adjacent, right? You agree he's at least adjacent, right? To the red pill.
I think he has an
care
internal
about the-
identity
I don't
issue.
care about the Wilson thing, but go
Yeah.
ahead, Leonard, and respond.
Well-
and then I want to get a couple other people in here too. I know Red's been waiting, and Captain may have some things, so go ahead.
Oh, I was
Leonard,
just asking
respond.
what you mean by gynocentric. Like, why is the West gynocentric?
Like the West is designed around infantilizing and making life easier for women, giving them things like preferential treatment, education for more than 4 decades, preferential treatment in hiring, preferential treatment in the law. We look at sentences, the amount of guys that actually face things like homelessness, that face things like mental health care, lots of different issues. Western society treats men as disposable and adores women. And I'm not saying we shouldn't love women. I'm saying we shouldn't shit on men.
I would
the
say
red
that
pill critics are generally gynocentric.
I would say that what's probably more infantilizing are the countries you cited earlier that tell women that they're too incompetent to drive cars. That's probably the more infantilizing version. Okay, so
agreed. Not the point though.
Okay, so what are we talking about infantilizing? What compared to what countries that are unsuccessful to exclude women? Because
I'm not even doing a comparison. I'm just saying on its face, when we have a society that gives legal preference, gives educational preference, gives all sorts of preferences towards one gender, that's a preference. It's the centrism.
I think
it's a pretty easy argument to follow.
I don't.
Men are 9
know
times more likely to take their life after a divorce. Do you think that that's neutral?
Depending on why they do it, men are more likely to take their lives after a divorce.
Depending on why they do it.
Yes,
So
it
after a
matters why they
divorce-
do it because how do you link it to gynocentrism? Why is that the reason that men
If
kill
it was
themselves more
inverted,
often?
if after a divorce, women were 9 times more likely to take their lives, there'd be riots in the streets about it. But since it's men, you don't even want to acknowledge it's a problem.
I can acknowledge it's a
That's
problem.
the problem I
plenty.
have with folks that are critical of red pill.
Excuse me, I
They're
acknowledge
gynocentric.
problems. I acknowledge problems with men all the time. The problem is that I tend to hear from people who call themselves red pillars. Actually, is when they talk about men. I can see why men want to kill themselves because all the solutions that they offer are dog shit. Grind out, get fucking totally fucking jacked.
What about
the way that they
losing
talk
your-
about women as
hold
like
on.
fucking objects to be hunted down and like treated like some kind of like input and output machine to be won over? Yeah, no wonder some of these men are miserable and they got nothing to look forward to. What?
Listen, I'm not. I have my own issues with the red pill. I agree. I think men are the cause of most men's problems. Severe cases of pussitis and bitch assness going around America and all around. I agree. I think that's a problem. However, some of the prescriptions that these red pillars do have, I think, are beneficial. You just mentioned getting jacked, right? Like, I gotta be honest. I was last January, I was like 380. I'm down 300, right? Like, good for me, yay. But like, just from doing that, I feel better. I just go out, and I know Andrew Tate famously, too many goddamn Andrews, said famously, he goes, "Hey, you're gonna kill yourself. Okay, well, kill yourself after you get a 6-pack." And the guy messaged him back later, goes, "Oh, I didn't do that. Suddenly women were interested in me. All these other things." And like, I think there is something to be said for the pull yourself myself up from the bootstraps mentality, and that's why I advocate for that a lot. Like, okay, you know how to be a bitch? Don't be a bitch. Go to the gym. Go work out. Maybe go to invest in some businesses. Get 2 jobs. Have money. And then once you have money, then you can see all the benefits. Now, you don't like that, I guess, because you want everything handed to you. But, I
say I
think
want
that
everything
there's some
handed to you.
validity
So,
to
well,
that.
first of all, there's a difference between going to the gym and being healthy and feeling good about yourself versus just getting jacked. Like even every bodybuilder on earth will tell you, if they're honest,
Sure.
that get jacked is not like a healthy thing, right? And as far as women, yeah, it might make more women swipe on you on a dating app, but in terms of actually what I think men really want, which is forming emotional connections and actually like growing to love someone and build something with them, you're never going to learn that from red
sad
pillars.
after you get laid?
Well, let Loner finish, please.
Well, yeah, Loder, have you ever been like after you literally right after you climaxed? Have you ever been like immediately sad? Just like, oh no, I hate my life. Like, no, right? Because why?
Wait, what
Getting
the
laid is
fuck are you
nice.
talking about? Sometimes.
Well, I'm about to explain. Right. So generally, unless you're having some emotional, I'm breaking up with you and like breakup sex, if you're getting laid semi-regularly, you're going to be happier as a person. So if you're getting jacked at swipes on the dating apps, that directly correlates to happiness. Do you disagree?
Not to happiness, no. To pleasure, yes, not happiness. Those are not the same thing.
Okay, I want to before we go too.
Wait,
far down this road, I wanna give a chance
the more
to-
intelligent guy in the room, Stream Riff. Do you think that pleasure and happiness are the same thing?
I didn't say they were the same thing.
No, I was just getting you to back me up. I know, like they're obviously not the same thing, right? You can have all the pleasure in the world and be a totally miserable fuck, right?
Well, there's happiness, there's contentment, there's pleasure. These are different definable things. Yes, absolutely. I'll give you that for free.
Based.
Okay, I do want to make sure that Red Jacket gets in here a little. Red Jacket, you had some issues. Go ahead.
Oh, are we moving away from the red pill?
It's up to you. What do you want?
I'm not interested in continuing to pursue this because as like a woman, I can't really agree with any of this stuff. It's kind of generally disgusting.
Yeah, you're not very agreeable.
Yeah, what?
Whoa.
No, you said you're a woman.
What?
You're not agreeing. You're not being very agreeable. Go ahead.
I can't personally find myself agreeing with any of the stuff that says that I'm like disgusting and stuff like that. Like, I would have to agree with Luna Books there. Generally on like all of that, I would if I had to say whether I was like considered as a citizen of a Western country, whether I am considered like in my family the focus or like as like a single daughter, I don't think that I would be like I'm not the object of everyone's attention, and no one's breaking their backs to try to satisfy me. I don't think it's really I don't think it's good to just say like women get everything and men get nothing. I think it's kind of like weird. I'm gonna have to not agree with any of that.
Do you have anything though? That's fair. But do you have anything that you disagree with Lonerbox, like an issue that you wanted to talk to him about? Go ahead.
So my understanding is that generally Lunabox is kind of like a socialist and also a leftist, but he called himself in his introduction that he called himself middle of the road and evidence based, when those positions and general leftism aren't like they're highly subjective, aren't they?
Well, can I ask just before you go on? Can I just ask Lonerbox?
First of all,
socialist?
I haven't called myself a socialist for a good while now. I'd be more of a social democrat. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, we all lie.
So socialist,
I guess it's okay.
No, a social democrat's not a socialist. I know Americans struggle with this.
I
know, like this, because like
when
the first time I ever visited,
how
do you draw that distinction? Because one of them is compatible with free markets and capitalism, and the other one's not. You can have private property in one of them, and you can't have it in the other.
So where does the social part come in?
Wait, do you disagree? Do you disagree with that? Do you disagree with the fact that you can't have private property in a communist society, but you can have it actually flourishing in a social democrat society?
So what I'm saying is I don't know your words. So when you're saying socialist and then you say Democrat social or social democrat, to me there's a distinction that doesn't make a huge difference. So I'd like your understanding of it.
Do you think
there's
there's
putting one on?
Oh, okay. So
so I agree there's a difference. I want to know.
Okay, so yeah, about 100 years ago, you had like the communist revolutionaries, the socialists and the Marxists who believed that they wanted to overthrow capitalism. They thought that society was workers and bosses, and we need to get rid of the bosses and give the means of production and the wealth to the people, brackets, the government, right? Social democrats were people who spun off of that movement, and they decided that actually destroying capitalism, Soviet Union, etc., was not a good idea. idea that we can be compatible with capitalism, but we also realize that in capitalist society, it produces some ills. And I think in Britain, one of the very popular documents for this was called the Beveridge Report, where they identified like the sicknesses of society, like idleness and ignorance and squalor and like disease and stuff like that. So, and capitalism didn't really have the best answer to these questions. So they believed that there should be some parts of society that we agree are supported by taxpayers and by the state. So in the UK, that became like the healthcare system. In pretty much every capitalist society, we do this with, to a degree, with infrastructure, military, police. A social democrat is basically just the argument that there are parts of social welfare that should be supported by, that are better served by the taxpayer than by private markets. That's it.
So not meant as a dunk, but do you think in shorthand it would be fair to say that's like socialism light, L-I-T-E?
No.
Okay, so it's socialized healthcare.
It derives some from like socialist principles, maybe, but then even the problem with that is that is like a state military socialist light rather than a private military.
No, that's
ridiculous.
That's
wait, why though?
Listen,
why?
maybe
no, wait, why?
I'll tell you
why?
why. Hold on. Because one, that's the libertarian argument, and we all know libertarians are full of bullshit. And two, like, listen, just because a government exists doesn't make it inherently socialist. And they're saying any government ever, which is the libertarian argument, is socialist by nature, right? Like, the problem I'm having is you can be, like, say, let's take the Nazis, for example. A lot of people don't want to call them actual socialists, right? Because the party owned all these businesses and not the government itself. That's also
not true.
Socialism,
private,
right? I guess.
Private enterprise is also, the private enterprise is still owned businesses
and whenever
as
you're
well,
100% owned by everybody in the party being in the Nazi party.
No, that's not how
that's
not how the Nazi party worked. What are you talking about? The Nazis had private industry.
It is absolutely how it worked. You just don't know history, and that's fine. But what we're going to sit here and talk about today, right here, is you're absolutely advocating for socialism.
Okay.
And like, yeah, you could.
I need every.
Let Loner respond. Let Loner
Red
respond.
Jacket hit it. Well, I didn't even finish my point, but yeah, hold on.
Finish your point. And then let him respond.
We're not
like this. Red Jacket hit the nail on the head. You came in and you acted like you're middle of the road, and you're going, "Oh, I'm going to be here in the social dim or something along the lines." Where, like Streamer said, it's the distinction without a real difference, right? You're going to come in here and advocate for all these policies that are going to push for these things that are going to lead into greater socialism. You know, it's just one step on the path, and you're just going to deny that, but it's really the truth.
Okay, so the most redistributive social democrat prime minister that this country ever had was also the closest we ever had to McCarthyism. Communists hated Clement Attlee for the guy who built the NHS, the guy who introduced like the state pension fund. Communists despised this man because he basically rescued capitalism in their eyes. Like, you don't understand the difference. I know that America's never really had to deal with this problem, God bless you, but yeah, there's no, you're not. There's obviously a distinction. When it comes to the other question about the Nazis, please just like do some Googling or just look around. No, the Nazi state did not own all the means of production.
I've only wrote like
there
4
were
or 5
private
papers on political theory, got certificates.
I don't care how many papers.
So yeah, you're right.
I don't care how many papers you've written. Was Hugo Boss owned by the state or was it private?
Okay, and was Hugo Boss a member of the Nazi party, or was he a member of a different party?
Wait, so because if
you're all owned by the same, so this is what I'm saying. If you're
they weren't
a part
owned
of the party,
by the
and
state.
everybody's owned by everybody's in the. I know, I understand that, and I mentioned this if you had been listening, but I know you weren't. I said, hey, it's just one level difference. Instead of the state directly owning it, they just said you can't be a business owner unless you're a member of the party, and the party directly owns it. So it's one step removed. That's what I said, which is accurate historically, and that's what you're sitting here going, it was Hugo Boss, or whatever. Exactly. It's my point proven. You just weren't listening, but that's okay. Good job, Dad. Good try, though.
So you acknowledge that there was private industry in Nazi Germany, right?
Do you
That's all I want to.
Are you really this confused?
Just say yes, Gibbs. Give him for free. Then he has to be less of a dick.
It's not private. It's not private. I mean, I guess it's quasi-privite. It's like if the Communist Party owns every business, is it really free? Is it really private enterprise? I guess no.
Well, no, it's actually directed by the state. Is the difference? It's like as in their economies and their activity was planned by the state.
So if the Nazi Party owns the thing, and then they make a directive to Nazi Party members saying you can't do X, Y, Z.
Gibbs, take a chill pill. Take it down from 10 to.
I mean, we're at like 2, but I mean, I'm just asking a quick question here. It's simple. If the party owns a business and the business is private, and then the party leadership issues a directive to the party And does that business now have to follow the rules of the party?
Didn't.
Yeah, so
but
it's
the
de
party
facto
didn't. But the
ownership.
party didn't own But party members didn't own all the businesses. There were businesses in Germany that existed for long before the Nazi Party, and they kept their businesses. Some of them. What you're trying to say is
some of them, the majority of them did.
Hold on, don't.
No, what you're trying to say is that for the war effort, a lot of private businesses were subsumed by the party and given directions by the party, and agreements were made, and people were obviously like threatened, and they basically had to do what they were told. That did happen during the war economy, but that doesn't mean that the Nazis were socialist. The Nazis, who did they kill in the Night of the Long Knives again? Oh, it was the ones who wanted to put the socialism into national socialism, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's just
well,
different.
it was
Socialism.
international.
The people who were communists that killed each other during the communists whenever Stalin was over. They killed Leninists, the white army, the red army. You remember these different groups? Same thing.
I want to give the mic back to Red Jacket just for a minute to finish.
I'd like to go
point.
eventually.
Okay.
Maybe. No, what?
Well,
okay.
she
I
said one
given
word.
the mic back to her, and she left. Hopefully she'll be back.
I think
soon.
it's probably a disconnect.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, in the meantime, then, I guess let's try Perry Welk. Perry Welk, do you have an issue with Lonerbox today?
I guess issue with more like progressive policy. Not that I have super big issues with it. I'm not a conservative. I'm more of a centrist. But I do have some questions about like general progressivism, social democracy, and the culture war, if it even is called that anymore. So,
all right, what are they?
Lonerbox, do you generally agree with the idea that we should be trying to include as many people? You should be trying to include as many people into your movement as possible?
Should I be trying to include as many people into the movement as possible? Within reason. There are obviously some people who are destructive parts of the movement. Like I don't know what the purpose would be in me including like a Nazi into the movement.
Well, not a Nazi, more like otherkin. Have you ever heard of like what otherkin is?
Yeah, I know otherkin. Yeah, I'm familiar. I've known one or two.
So,
in my
would you
life.
consider them like to be oppressed, or are they not oppressed?
I don't know if they're necessarily oppressed as otherkin. They're probably oppressed in the sense that they're, depending on where they're from.
I have a question.
They're probably victims of like general queer phobia. Yeah.
Otherkin, just for my audience's edification and mine, just so I know what you're talking about. Are you talking about the people who are like, I'm a werewolf, and I'm a vampire,
and the people
and I'm
more
a
generally
planet,
like, oh sorry,
right? Like they believe that they're like a werewolf or a vampire or a planet or something.
Yeah, and then there's the Therians who believe that they're actually animals. Although I'm just using otherkin just kind of as a catch-all term for both of those.
Okay.
Guys.
I'd say they're about as oppressed as furries. Not really. It's not really. I wouldn't call that oppression.
Okay.
No.
Not oppressed enough. Okay.
Not oppressed enough.
Not oppressed enough.
Because
what's your question actually? Like, can you get to the actual?
Well, yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Is what I wanted to talk about is I hear this sentiment on the left where it's like, well, we gotta respect people's identities. We gotta affirm whatever they say about themselves. And if you look at the logical conclusion of that, it does ultimately lead to you thinking that you can self-identify as like a dog or a unicorn.
I know I see a lot of this online. In real life, I feel like there is not nearly enough of it for me to consider there to be a big issue going on. As far as transgender identities, obviously people are much more likely to advocate for those because they actually make sense. And there is actually some psychological literature that backs them as a valid identity. That's not just something that you can teach or therapize out of someone or therapy out of someone. When it comes to otherkin and all that, I think this is just an online phenomenon. Most people don't give a fuck. And if it bothers you, honestly, I think an otherkin or its pronouns or a dear person, if you don't want to call them those pronouns, they probably don't want to be your friends. So just leave them alone and they'll do their thing. But beyond that, yeah, that's not an issue to me.
Okay.
Do you think like trans stuff is generally like a social construct, or do you think it's actually like a biological thing that like the brain scans, if you've ever heard of those studies?
Yeah, so I've read a couple of papers about this. There's one pretty convincing one I heard that like when it comes to trans people, obviously the brain is it's not like cleanly dimorphic at all. There's a massive window for each kind of like variable, whether it's like gray matter or cortical thickness or superior frontal gyrus sizes. Like there's a big range for men and there's a range for women. I think when it comes to trans people, they maybe for trans women, like they might have similar, like parts of their brain will be closer to the range of a woman's than a man's. Other parts will be about the same. I think the most confident thing I could say on that, like from memory, is just like there is a difference. Like they do seem to have their own different like levels of like measurements or whatever the fuck, like hormonal levels and things like that. So that makes sense. It definitely has more backing than any of the other identities, and I don't think there's really been any evidence that you can like teach someone to become trans and then teach them to become untrans. It seems like the conversion therapy or like
that's something Judith Butler
is not really
might say. Oh, sorry.
Is not really like backed by anything.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are people who say that, oh, well, gender is a social construct, but I do kind of agree with you on that, where it's like the studies show that the world operates this way, and specifically with people's brains, and yeah, it's not just a social construct. I think you made some good point there.
Great, we solved that issue. Let's cycle out a little bit, and let's bring in a couple more people. Streamer, if you had some other issues in the meantime?
Well, I want to go back to this socialism versus democratic socialism. Is that what you're calling it?
No,
whatever
social democrat. Democratic socialists are
social democrat.
They're different.
Okay, thank you.
Social
I like using the right word. So the problem is once you get some socialism involved, that's now manipulating whatever percentage of the economy that is, and necessarily hijacks everything else, or at least impacts it. So whether you have a little bit of socialism or a lot of socialism, you're still seeing government market manipulation. And like that's where the horror is. So
yeah.
Okay.
I actually
would like to
hold on. Let him answer.
right.
You'll get your turn. I promise.
I just piggyback off that real quick. I think a good example of this is the ag market. And this is actually a criticism I have of Trump's, right? Previously we've had corn subsidies, right? They go into the corn, and it's kind of like ag is an interconnected web, right? Like as all economies are. And so everybody went to corn. They stopped producing a lot of the grain. Grain-fed beef kind of died off, and grass-fed beef is on the rise, right? Well, now he's going to import Argentina beef. Well, we have all the same problems in Argentina that they do in America, and now the whole beef industry worldwide is at risk. If like the bot flies come up into Texas, it'll ruin the American beef industry. If Paraguay or Uruguay has some kind of issue disease-wise, the beef industry will crash. And I think this market manipulation, whenever the government steps in into industries, is very dangerous. And that's exactly the kind of socialism that I think we should be concerned about. And at times seems to be the kind of socialism you're advocating for.
When I look at the Human Development Index and how well people are doing and how people enjoy their welfare states, it seems like some of the top countries are the ones that actually do the most social spending per capita, whether it's like the Scandinavian countries or even the UK or even Germany. I'm sorry, like I've been to America, I've spoken to Americans, I've spoken to Americans who have their positions on like, or have had experiences with the healthcare system. I don't know, personally, I love my healthcare system. I love my free healthcare. I love my free prescriptions. I love my fucking tap water. It is manna from the heavens. It's all government funded, and it's quite nice, actually. I don't want what you guys have, sorry. And if we do decide that we want what you guys want, we'll vote for it.
But Loaderbox, I've had friends, Modi, for example, if y'all know Modi, he came over here and he was astounded. Something that he would have to go get a prescription for and wait 3 or 4 hours at the y'all's ER or whatever kind of little place y'all got. He was like, oh, I can just go to H-E-B and buy it over the counter. Like, in some ways, this is just way better. And like, you're going to sit here and go, well, it's free. Well, it's free, but then you have to wait 3 hours and then you can only get this one thing versus I can go buy my fucking NyQuil. Here down at the grocery store. I mean, that might not be the perfect example, but like you understand what I'm saying. But there's a lot of these that y'all have over-regulated that anybody should be able to just go get if they want to go get it.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. If I didn't want to wait for my ADHD meds, so I buy them. You can do either. You can choose to go private, or you can choose to use the healthcare system.
Okay, I want to get some.
But I like having the option. The free option is there, okay, and that's like, and some people need it. I don't need it. Like,
yeah, I want to give a chance to the other people here. We got Z and 2 owls, one coat. Let's start with Z, I suppose, and then we'll go to 2 owls, one coat.
Yeah, no, it's very easy to pronounce my name. It's just Ziclifant.
Okay, Ziclifant. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm kind of taking a different angle because I'm a leftist, but I think I personally think that Lonerbox isn't hard enough left. So that's just kind of no. Okay, I know that Gibbs is laughing here, but I also think that he's a dumbass. So I don't really care.
Whoa.
Okay, well,
I think
that's.
Hold
I
on,
wasn't laughing at
no,
it.
it's not
That's
Gibbs
fine.
versus the world. It's Lonerbox.
Yeah, I'm not passionate. I was just laughing.
Tell Lonerbox how he's a
Hold on,
failure as a leftist.
Hold on. Yes. Well, how is he not leftist enough? Go ahead.
Okay. So I think that being a social democrat is mid as fuck. And I think that being a liberal is also mid as fuck. But I know that he's not a liberal. I know he's a leftist. But I think that being a social democrat, I don't know, it's just kind of like not, it's really ungay because it's just like, gang, like you believe in capitalism, but you're trying to like inject little doses of socialism. And it's like, gang, why don't you just go all the way? Okay. And I know that it sounds like, okay, I know that this is what they think that Lonerbox is inside. I know what I'm the manifestation of like why socialism is bad and stuff. But no, I actually believe this. I think that being a social democrat is just kind of like, it's just like, why not go all the way? You know?
I was just laughing because it was
Yeah.
That's all I was saying.
Why not go?
I was just laughing because that.
Why actually, why do you believe in capitalism? I think that the workers should own the means of production. And I think that communism is kind of what we should move for. And like straight up, full stop. Also, I'm an anarchist.
Okay.
Oh no, those two things aren't related at all.
I was going to ask which non-capitalist country or even area in the world are we trying to emulate here? Because obviously, when I see North Korea and China and the Soviet Union and China,
I don't like North Korea. I don't like fuck.
Yeah, I know you don't, but like
ones.
that's the problem. You've got the luxury of advocating for a system that doesn't exist, and that's really nice if you want to make everything because everything else looks bad in comparison to utopia. But I mean, I like anarchists. Okay, one of my fucking exes is an anarchist. We got on really well. The thing with anarchists is that like whatever they do, like when anarchists do things like mutual aid and they build up parallel structures and they build their own co-ops, I love that. But they seem to do it most successfully within capitalist countries. Like so, what's the breeding ground of like anarchists? It's in capitalist states. Yeah.
As a result of that state being capitalist,
100%. Yeah, the fact that they have
the
fact that they have the freedom to do it.
The freedom to do it. Do you think that the freedom to advocate for certain political things is derived from capitalism?
They have there's a bit of a Venn diagram. I would say I don't think it's derived from capitalism. They just seem to overlap a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think correlation equals causation. Because I think that even though okay, here's what I'm looking at, right? So we have the quote unquote communist countries like North Korea and whatever the fuck, who they're like and fuck, what is it? What's the other one? The Soviet Union. I'm gonna use it as an example. They don't like really like they don't like have a they have oligarchies, but they don't have. Sorry, autism, ka. Okay, so they don't have.
It's funny. I like her.
They don't have capital, but fuck. What was my point? I forgot. Okay. Fuck. Okay, guys, you can go forward. Lead the attack. Your communist comrade is gonna. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
we'll
it's
see
gonna
what
be
2 Owls 1 Coat has to say. 2 Owls 1 Coat. What do you have for Lonerbox here?
Let's say I mostly agree with Lonerbox most of his takes. I think that he is actually very practical and follows evidence and science-based blah 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 shit like that. Very rational. But I guess the only qualms I would have is I think I saw you give your opinion on this, but if you could give it again, please. What is your opinion on guns in the American context, the Second Amendment?
Yeah, I think if people want to own their guns, they can go ahead. Why not? Seems like if they like it, it's fine. I'm a bit surprised that so many Second Amendment people recently after the Preddy shooting, after the ICE shootings. No, it is. No, sorry, I will do that. It's not dishonest. The NRA put out a statement that made it basically sound like they were
fuck the NRA.
But it's not a bit ironic when you get people like fucking Trump, the president, saying, "Oh, I don't like it that he had a gun." I'm sorry. No, if you got the Second Amendment, that also means you have to acknowledge that Democrats are going to own guns as well. Sorry, and communists might own guns.
Committing a felony obstructing law enforcement with a gun. That's the hang up.
He wasn't
not that he had a gun
obstructing law enforcement with the
Well,
gun.
he
He was
I can
concealed
do
carrying
that.
the gun. The thing he
go
obstructed
ahead.
law enforcement with was his arm, and he went, whoa, whoa, whoa,
Oh, hold
whoa.
on.
Are you
Get out of your
okay,
fucking
Lassie?
mind,
Are you okay,
Loaderbox
lady?
is actually
Like,
hold on. Loaderbox is actually right here. Like if you own guns and you're like a Texan, right? And you're like, I own guns to fight the government. And I actually okay with Dims doing this to some extent. Like you're going to be like resisting the government, which would be the cops. Yeah, if you have guns like that, you can't be a Republican and go, I'm pro 2A, and then be pissed when the Black Panthers are walking around with guns. I'm for one going, hell yeah, brother, have your guns, walk around. If you want to resist, let's see who wins. That's kind of like what you should be doing. Like, it's kind of, I know I'm dog eat dog world kind of guy, but it's based that at least he agrees with that. I don't know. I'm breaking with you on that one, Stream Riff.
Here's the issue. Admiral Gibbs assumes that all Republicans are constitutionalists. They're very obviously not.
Not
Second
assuming
of
that at
all,
all. Not assuming
oh, you said that
No,
you
we'd agree
shouldn't
they're
be
not.
angry at it, but
I was mainly like lumping them in there for ease of argument.
yeah,
But
I know.
I mean,
Yeah. But I'd say that answer I actually disagree with Zigapont's earlier assumption. I think Lonerbox is a liberal. I do. From everything I've seen of him, and with that question more thoroughly answered, I do believe he believes in the. I don't want to say classical liberal. Fucking Sargon poisoned that word. Fucking hell. More a liberal, and I don't think his how to put it, his moral compass would point to him being a socialist. So I think some of your criticisms, Gibbs and Rift, are pointedly more poignant when talking to people like Zigglefant.
Sycophant? Or what
Yep.
are we
It
talking
was the
about?
person who was on talking about anarchism.
But not Loner.
I was
but
just
not
laughing
Loner.
because it was
Loner
unexpected
seems,
for the record.
Yeah, I know. I think Loner is very solidly a good, unlike Destiny, a good model for the left.
I would
Probably
trade
the best.
Destiny for Lonerbox. 100%.
Let's go.
Destiny's not much of a liberal
Just a
anymore.
little
He's
bit
kind of gotten the.
Just
he's,
hold on,
he's kind
hold
of
on.
gone off the deep end.
This also isn't. Okay, just a little housekeeping here, gang. I'm looking for people with issues with Lonerbox, right?
Oh.
Not to glaze, right, or anything like that. I'm sure Lonerbox appreciates it, but we're looking for some conflict here. And gang, if you want to get in on this and you have some questions for him, if you have some issues with him, jump backstage. We got the Discord link. Click in my YouTube, it's pinned. Click the link, accept the rules by clicking my face emoji and then jumping backstage, and we'll pull you in. With that, is there anything else you had specifically to Owls One Co? Otherwise, we're gonna move to some other people.
It's been a while, but I can't really. Other than maybe the contention of guns, I think me and Lonerbox will not in perfect agreement agree on most. So it's like the only thing I want to jump in. All right, love you guys. You have a good one. All right.
Okay. I guess my question for you, while we wait a little bit for a couple other people to get here, Lonerbox, what is your position on Hutch versus Pisco? Are you Team Hutch or are you Team Pisco? Really curious.
Over what was the debate again? I've forgotten.
Okay, Hutch.
Yeah, can I get a rehash?
Sure. Hutch thinks that people like Kyle Kalinske, Hassan, the Vanguard, etc., are not on our team. They are a detriment to the party, to Democrats as a whole, and we should be criticizing them and punching left, so to speak. As I understand it, Pisco thinks that Hutch is spending too much time and that there's some
Oh yeah. I remember. I'm sorry. Yeah, okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Opportunity. So as the opportunity loss argument doesn't very little sense to me. So for one, I do think that these leftists do deserve at least a bit of criticism from Democrats because they are not the same. They don't want the same thing. My bar for Democrats is quite low. Like, just support the party. But these people don't support they don't support the party. They shit on the party. They give their audience like every round of ammunition possible to hate the party. They're not doing it from within, no matter how much they try to pretend that they are. They should form their own party. That's what we do in Europe. Like, that's why in Europe we don't have this problem. We have social democrat parties that are tax and spend, and they're funded by unions, but they also like private businesses, and businesses support them sometimes. That's one side, and then we have the communist parties who no one likes, and fuck them, right? That's why America needs that as well. Start a new party, or just vote green.
just to clarify, what do you see the difference between? Because like I've heard that argument for the Republican side too. They're like, oh, MAGA isn't like the neocons. MAGA is not like the Tea Party. What do you see as the fundamental difference between like Hassan and his like ilk or whatever y'all want to call them, and like say MAGA like taking over from within like the Republican?
Well, because Trump and
what do you see as
MAGA
different?
conquered the Republican Party, whereas I'd rather
Okay,
so
fair
far
enough.
communists haven't conquered the Democratic Party. I'd rather they did. I'd rather they don't.
They're just not as successful.
It wouldn't be. Yeah, they're not as successful. Yeah, like obviously it's kind of like seeing like if you saw the Tea Party in 2012 and you told them, oh yeah, you guys are going to get someone who's actually like a lot more what you'd identify with maybe a decade or half a decade down the line. I hope that doesn't happen to the Democratic Party. I hope that people still care about the things that actually made America a good country rather than binning it all. And the thing with like the punching left is that people might say it's like reducing numbers or whatever like that, but like the problem is that when I feel like I have to defend leftism or Democrats, and even with this thing going on right now, I feel like I have to answer for a bunch of things that people who are seen as Democrats, but like Hassan and all that, even though I don't identify with it in the slightest. And the problem is that they are much more. All I see is much more destructive behavior towards the Democrats than anything constructive. Like, because all they want is for the Democrats to basically adopt their platform. And if they don't, then they are just going to relentlessly rag on them. And even to the point where you see Democratic candidates, say in like a primary, the most vicious and brutal attacks they get are from the leftists. And some of these are some of the same attacks that Trump uses. So it's a problem when you have people who are like, oh yeah, I'm going to be part of the Democratic Party. I'm going to support them and I'm going to support my candidate. But until then, I'm going to call Pete Buttigieg a rat who's selling out his sexuality. I'm going to call Kamala Harris someone who is jailing tens of thousands of people for smoking weed. She didn't do that. I'm going to call Gavin Newsom gruesome Gav, the same insult that Trump uses. But then also afterwards, we'll still support the party kind of like by telling our audience that there's a lesser of two evils. Like, no, that's not meaningful. But I will say, obviously most of the attacks should go on MAGA. Hutch is like one of 4 or 5 people in this space who bash left. So it's not like there could be any less, really. You reduce what? Hutch, Destiny, me. Who else is punching left to any significant degree from the Democrats? There's not that much of it that I see. So it's probably a reasonable amount.
Well, that means I don't have an issue. I 100% agree with your take, Lonerbox, so I can't get in on this. Let me read a few super chats and we'll get this new person in. We'll keep it going. $50 from Dirty Deeds for Free. Says, let me at them. As an American, I think I might be able to speak their language. Again, if you want to fight Stream Rift and Gibbs, you could do that. But
Another
today's
time.
the Lonerbox day, okay? Today's the Lonerbox day. $5 from Robert Paulson to say, can you please make the used burger salesman on the top left stop interrupting? Okay, thank you for the $5. $5 from Alishness. What is Lonerbox's position on excluding or ousting people from the party who don't hold his position?
Well, any position. Again, I am all for diversity of opinion, and I think Keir Starmer went way too far. For example, he purged the shit out of every like communist or like Corbyn person in his party, and some of it was just for the most trivial reasons. If someone is a democratic socialist and they believe in co-ops and they believe in a Green New Deal and they believe in more aggressive tax and spend and socializing healthcare and all that, that's fine. Just support the party, and support the party in good faith, and don't smear the shit out of half the candidates and spend 364 days saying that fucking Holocaust Harris is going to be the same as Trump when it comes to fucking Gaza, and then on the last day of the year say, oh yeah, there's lesser two evils, I guess. Fuck that.
Okay. $2 from Testicle Johnson. Make America gay again. Well, thank you for the $2. I do appreciate that. Okay. What do you got, new guy?
Let's see where to start. First of all, Lonerbox, if you had to pick, are you voting for Hassan or Trump? And I'll specify because Pisco's question was incredibly idiotic on this the first time. But assuming Hassan had the exact same support level as Trump.
Don't know, dude. Am I voting Trump or Stalin? Tough one. But it's, man, there's so many fucking layers to this question. I'd probably say Hassan, but then that's like with quite a bit of hesitation. Like, the problem
what are you
is
hesitating over?
the fact that Hassan wouldn't do anything with his power, the problem, Hassan doesn't scare me really in terms of having power. What does scare me is the people he emboldens. He emboldens people who support Hamas, who support the IRGC, who support the Houthis and Hezbollah and fucking the CCP, and including all of the rough shit that they do as well. I wouldn't want Hassan, like Hassan would come to power, he would do a bunch of fucking press shoots, and probably do a bunch of like, get a whole bunch of cool clothes and fly about in his little fucking plane and shit. He wouldn't fulfill the wishes that would have got him elected. He wouldn't fulfill the things that people in his audience expect of him. And he would get fucking cooed by Zay Squirrel or Bad Empanada or some shit. And then they would just throw him in the fucking gulag right next to me. That's what would happen. And it's not even like this is
for Ministry of
Is
War.
that because you see like some of like what Hassan would push, like playing out in the UK with some of this like the pro Islamist like slant the UK's kind of got going on right now? Was that because do you see that happening? Like, do you see more of that happening if Hassan got elected?
If you're at a stage where Hassan's getting elected, yeah, there would obviously be more of that. Yeah.
Well, yeah, okay. I guess I'm asking because you live in the UK. I'm assuming based on.
Oh, in the UK,
is that informing your decision on this? Like how is that? Is that like
No,
because
that
you see in
doesn't-
that real time what Hassan's policies are playing out? Like
No.
kind of over there what he wants.
No,
No,
these,
okay.
the people doing those protests don't have political power. I think the Gaza wing, because there was like the independents who who marketed themselves as the Gaza candidates, and I think out of 630 odd seats, they won 5. They don't have power, but they have that presence in the streets.
Okay.
No, the problem with Hassan is the stuff that he espouses and the kind of people that he uplifts. Yeah, that's the problem. The ideology that he is behind.
Are you
Does that answer
for
your
or
question?
oh, yeah?
Sorry.
No, I was gonna jump to a different question, but if you want to keep
Do
going,
it. Go, Doughboy.
All right.
Go.
Real quick.
What do you got?
Are you for or against U.S. strikes in Iran in order to change the regime?
I don't know if it has to be in order to change the regime. I think the moment's maybe past. Okay, so I've got like, if it were any other president, I would just say yes. That's it. Because that regime is absolute fucking dog shit, and they have to go. They're like, the protesters deserve all the help that they get. They, even if it's not with like hard means, you can still give them Starlink, and you can do things like by cyber attacking the IRGC to make it harder for them to clamp down on protesters. There's all kinds of measures that can be done to achieve that. At the stage where the crackdown was happening, is like, what's the ethical argument against like bombing a riot police barracks before they go out and fire on protesters? I don't know why people would oppose that. Iran is not going to be like Iraq or Syria or Libya or any of these other countries, that because they don't have the same sectarian divides. Like, there's no, who are the armed militias in Iran who are going to seize the government and rule with an iron fist that's somehow worse than the IRGC? It can't get worse than the IRGC. The IRGC put the Shah's record to shame in like 2 years with the amount of people they killed. So yeah, they have to go. The problem with Trump is that he seems to be making this about a nuclear deal, and the protesters have died down. So I don't know what strikes would even do now. If they're to stop them from rebuilding their nuclear, that's a different story. But yeah, Trump doesn't have a plan. That scares me.
Just before you reply, real quick, I know StreamReft has to go, so thank you for being here, StreamReft. He might be back later. And then also $10 from Jen Wink to say this: I agree with Loner and Hutch. Why should we sit back and let the far left co-opt our party like MAGA did to the Republicans? And why did I get timed out in Lonerbox's chat? I don't know.
Probably for being a jerk.
Yeah.
He's
Trust
a base
the mods.
centrist,
I have
apparently.
no idea what the person did, so whatever.
Fair enough. I have no idea either. But sorry, you don't get an answer to that question because we don't know. Okay.
Quick reply to
Go ahead.
the Iran thing. I agree the time has probably passed because now they're making it about nuclear deals rather than the protests, even though Trump initially said, oh, we're going to support the protests through, like, watch out, Iran. Like, we're going to bomb you or something like that.
Free
And
Jen.
I guess the question would be, what did you think about Venezuela? Do you think, like, Trump has the ability constitutionally to take acts of war like this, or were you for or against that?
Based on everything I know about Venezuela, that makes so much less sense. I mean, I saw that there was like some random article by making some total conjecture about Chinese missiles being sent there, but even Trump's not making that claim, or at least he's not saying it very often, which probably suggests it's not real. But yeah, Venezuela doesn't make as much sense at all. Like Iran threatens America. Iran has tried to kidnap people in America. It's tried to murder people in America with their state agents. Like there was an Iranian American journalist in New York who the Iranian regime tried to kill like 3 times. So obviously it makes much more sense to go for, and obviously nuclear is the highest stakes possible. Venezuela and Maduro were doing nothing compared to that in terms of like invoking the American Constitution. Sending drugs over is not a reason to go in and invade and regime change a country. It doesn't make any sense.
I want to.
So,
Are you high?
Just
Why?
you know,
What did I miss there?
Finish your point, and I want to give it to Zoni here.
Okay. I do have one quick thing to address. I'll skip the Iran question then. Lonerbox, unban me from your Discord.
Oh. Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just can't believe that last
I was
statement though, with the
unjustly
Venezuela
banned.
thing. I like, maybe it's because I live like near the border and like I'm seeing stuff, but like for example, I'll give an example. Trinidad, which is backed by the Venezuelan government, right? They literally were taking over apartment complexes here in San Antonio, and I actually got mad during one of the debates. I think it was with Wick. We were on here watching the debate, and he brought up Aurora, and I'm like, I wish he had not brought up Aurora because that was controversial, and he brought up San Antonio because like there's real issues where hundreds of people, like low income people, are getting like their houses taken away because these gangs are coming in and ruining, and it is almost like an invasion, and they all do have a military presence, and so yeah, I when they're sitting here saying there's no justification constitutionally. I mean, I just think you're wrong, and I think it's mainly because of ignorance. I don't think you're dumb. I just think you just don't know what's happening here on the border with some of these Venezuelan gangs, along with some of these other cartels.
Well, first of all, if there are gang members coming into the country, are they coming like, but the state is sending them there, or they're there as people
Both.
fleeing the country,
Yeah,
or I would imagine people
It's
in
both.
Venezuela from Venezuela who've come to America are people who are fleeing the regime, right? That's why they're there. You think
Sure,
the government
but
was
there's both. Like,
sending?
yeah, absolutely.
Wait, is there any evidence that the Venezuelan government was sending gangsters with arms to America to stir up shit?
Oh, well, that would be based if you believe on the evidence that Trinidad is directly linked with the government.
Wait.
If you
That's
believe that,
not what I
then
asked.
yes, you believe.
That's not what I asked. I asked
Yeah,
if
well,
there's evidence, because
well,
why am I hearing
yes.
this from Trump? I'm hearing that they're sending drugs over, that there are drug boats.
Well, they are sending drugs over. Yeah, the cartel
Not
of the sun,
that there are
and then
gangsters.
Trinidad.
Not that the government is sending gangsters with guns, because that would be like soldiers, right?
So,
that would be like
let me-
they're invading the country with soldiers, like military.
Right.
I've
right.
never heard
That
that
is the
from
problem.
Trump.
So yeah, there are groups of people, the Venezuelans, that have fled Venezuela, because they were persecuted. That is true. But it's also true that the Cartel of the Sun and Trinidad, who has sanctioned members of the government in it, right, has also been operating and sending people here for nefarious reasons such as drug selling, as property management, as all sorts of different things, but that subvert the American system, which is a like government sanctioned thing by the Venezuelan government. Yeah, that is also happening.
Is this
Both
this
things
isn't
can be
even
true
in the
simultaneously.
that part though, because obviously like for American standards, if we're talking about American law or constitution, you would require like an invasion would mean they're sending armed forces over to your country. That's all an
Well, yeah,
invasion is.
that's why they've
Trump is not.
reclassified
Why is
the
that
cartels
not
as
in?
terrorist orgs.
Why is that not in Trump in the indictment against Maduro? If he's sending armed forces to the country, they'd be screaming this from the rooftops. I know this isn't true. I'm just trying to see why.
I
I'm
mean,
trying
it
to
is true.
understand
It
why
is
you
true.
believe.
I do want to
literally arrest
throw a
happening here in
flag
the
because
city I live in.
we'll get back to it. I'm sure we'll get back to it. I'm sure, but I want to thank you, the Doughboy or whoever, for coming in, and maybe you'll get
problem.
unbanned one day. But we'll see.
Yeah, one day Loner Box
Bye-bye,
will
buddy.
apply.
Okay, Zoni.
Yeah, I just had a quick question about UK politics.
Mhm.
I guess it might be a disagreement. Do you think people should bash on the Labour Party in the UK, or do you think it's like important that you try to help them right now because they're probably going to get fucked in the next
I
election?
mean, you can. There is bashing that is helpful. It depends on what you're bashing them on. There are issues I've got with Keir Starmer, but it just depends on what the issue is. Do you have any in mind, or is that just a broad?
I mean, I know it's like different for you because you live in Scotland, right? So I'm guessing you're not voting for the Labour Party. I don't know how your elections work really. Like, what party do you vote for? The Scottish National Party, right? I'm guessing.
Well, I've moved constituency now, so I think this is a Labour safe seat, which means I would go for them. But yeah, it does depend on whether or not it's like an SNP Liberal or Labour seat. Which one has the most chance of winning against Reform? It would probably be Labour where I am though, so I'd go for them.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna argue about strategies in the UK. I'm kind of in this myself right now in my own country, like where I'm trying to figure out like how do we actually win the next election, like at least like form like a non-right-wing party, I guess, in the government. But
wait, what country are you in?
I'm in Denmark.
Denmark, okay. Hasn't the Greenland situation, has that affected the? I heard.
Oh, yeah.
I saw one article saying
It's-
that the left has actually like been boosted now because of it.
Yeah, the Social Democrats were getting fucked in the polls. They've consistently been the biggest party in Denmark for many years, but they were like, I don't know, they might have actually fallen to like third or something, but now they are again the biggest party.
Well done, Trump. Emboldening socialism. Let's go.
Okay, let's get some of these super chats out of the way. Okay. We have $5 from Loner Unboxed. Question for the panel. What are your thoughts on Black History Month?
Hey, everybody gets a month.
Okay. Nothing wrong with it. Okay. $5 from the Trib 1. Jen Wink got timed out because she was thinking about JQing while in chat. Shame.
Whoa.
Okay. $5 from Psychor Games. Now that I know Hutch and Pisco's garbage takes on The Last of Us Part 2, I must know loners. Also, what are some good books on Israel and Palestine? So, what is your take on Last of Us Part 2?
I haven't watched Last of Us. Sorry.
Okay.
I've got huge blind
and what
spots.
are
I
some
only
good
watched
books
Game
on
of
Israel
Thrones
and
season 8.
Palestine?
Sorry. The best season. Books in Israel Palestine. It depends on what period you want to look at. If you want to learn about the entire conflict, I would say Tom Segev's book is quite good for it, and so is Morris's Righteous Victims. You can also read Khalidi's 100 Years War in Palestine if you want to see like probably the best broad history from the Palestinian perspective. I don't know. Like I think learning some of the earlier stuff is quite good because it's a big blind spot for a lot of people. But probably one of the best ones that I read recently was, I'm always bad for remembering the names though. It was Neville Mandel's book. I think it was just called like Arabs and Jews in pre-World War I Palestine or something like that. That's a really good book. It really tells you a good understanding of how things started in the region.
Okay. Then $10 from the Trib 1 to say the insane amount of crybullying from the far left is problematic. No, you don't have power. And no, you don't have the victim card. Work on your politics. Hutch is valid. Loner is valid. The Dems are valid. Okay, thank you for the $10. Okay, biracial Kaiba. What do you have?
Great name, by the way. Great name.
Thank you. I guess I have two questions. First question, I guess, for Lonerbox. I wanted to know, seeing how like the different political figures online, like say like Sneeko, Nick Fuentes, and Andrew Tate, they all seem to like be able to culminate and like get together, despite shit talking each other a great deal about like in terrible ways. Do you think there's any chance that the online left, say like Destiny, Vosh, like Hassan, you can put away like past things? Don't get me wrong, a lot of it is just like rightfully people are like upset about rightful things, but no, I'm not saying go to a club and play like how whatever the equivalent of like the left's thing is, but like any chance you guys can get together to like show a more of a stronger front, or is there a chance of that just for the sake of just like the better good, I guess?
So a couple of things. One, the right wingers in America they're not as united as people think they are, especially the creators. Like Candace Owens is at war with fucking all of them right now, right? And over the Charlie Kirk stuff. But yeah, if you're going to talk about Hassan and Vosh and Destiny and all that, the problem is that like when it comes to Hassan and Vosh, it's like they just want different things. Like they have very, very clear ideological problems with center left liberals that are just irreconcilable. And it's unfortunate because obviously, like when you talk to MAGA, they don't see the difference. But it's obviously.
Can you give us an example of one of those from, let's say, Vosh? Because we talked about Hassan earlier, I think. Like, what would you say is one of Vosh's irreconcilable differences with Democrats or your position?
So I haven't caught up with Vosh too much lately. I don't know what his position right now is on the party. If what I've heard is true, that's if whatever is true, that he's saying that he couldn't even support Democrats if Gavin Newsom was there, then that's a problem. Like, it's just, I don't know how you could say that, especially when the opposition is as bad as it is. You wouldn't get behind the person who's the alternative to them, even if someone you don't like Gavin. the foreign policy that's happened with the far left over the last 2 years has just been completely insane to me. Like the kind of positions that these people expect a government to have on Israel is and the Middle East is just like, it's not, it doesn't seem to stop at just stop arming them. Some people say that, but it's like, I really refuse to believe that these people would just completely lose interest in Palestine as long as America stops arming them. For one, there are lots of European countries that do fuck all with Israel. They still had these protests all over the streets, so that doesn't make sense. But when it comes to America, really, like, do you think these people would give up interest in Palestine just because there's no funding from America going right now? We saw this with one of Hassan's lists, right? When he was saying that, well, if you have to give them the phone call, and if the phone call doesn't work, then do the arms embargoes. If that doesn't work, do the sanctions. If that doesn't work, invade Israel. Well, Israel would rather be invaded to then meet the demands that Hassan has for them, because the demands would get them destroyed. It would get them killed. So that is, yeah, I think that is irreconcilable. And because it also just necessitates, I've heard Vosh do this, if someone doesn't hold that position that you do on Israel, well, that means you're going to smear the half the party as genocide deniers and genocidaires, even, perpetrators. You can't do that. You can't get a party to win while you're calling them like Hitlers and Bosnian genocide or like Rwanda or whatever. Yeah, you can't do that. It doesn't work. You need to inspire people to vote. One of the big problems is like turnout, especially with younger voters, is they don't turn out. Even if they're politically active, even if they tweet about politics all day, they don't turn out because they're lazy or they're uninspired or they don't think it'll matter. They need to be pushed to vote, and you're not going to push someone to vote with that language. So yeah, I think it is irreconcilable.
Okay, does that answer your question, biracial Kaiba?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, because I always, even as much as you'd like something like that, I guess there's like always like a lot of splintering with like the left because of like purity testing too. And don't get me wrong, there's some of that on the right, but with the left, it'd be like just very, when I can tell, like very small differences, and it's just like, oh well, we can't work together, or talk like about certain things. But I guess the other question would be for, oh, sorry, were you gonna say Admiral Gibbs? You're gonna say something?
No, go ahead. No.
I was gonna actually my second question, but yeah, that answers it pretty much. But Admiral Gibbs, how do you feel about like recently a lot of people just like not really caring about just people's like, I guess, basic gun rights in America just because of, I guess, like almost playing like team sports in a way, and just like
I hate it. It's awful. It's bullshit. Like, I mean, like, yeah, I Loaderbox addressed this earlier. Like, and I agreed with him. I if you are really truly a 2A guy, then you want the Black Panthers to have the guns. You want them to be resisting the blue. These people that put like, oh, back the blue, and then like, listen, I like back the blue. Cool. Like, I like cops. I don't have any problems with cops. But like, if you actually believe that you're going to start a revolution, the first people you're going to be fighting are going to be the cops. They're not going to be fighting the military. So like, on some level, yeah, I'm glad that these people are starting to arm themselves and go and militarize and go and do stuff, because that is like what 2A is for. Whether that's a good or bad thing is a whole different debate. Once again, I think it's a great thing. Yeah, so I have a problem with people that do this and like that play team sports and the gun rights. I think that Loaderbox was kind of based earlier when he said this argument earlier. So, but I know we're not glazing him but I wanted to say the other thing that I lost my thought. But yeah, so yeah, that's my thoughts on that.
Okay, I want to give it to I want to give it to Psychor. Psychor, what do you have?
Honestly, I was just chatting backstage and I wasn't expecting to get pulled. But while I'm here, I might as well ask Lonerbox to repeat himself when he was invoking the name of one of those Israel-Palestine. I'm the $5 super chat. What was it? Tom Segetz, you said?
Tom
and
Segev.
Righteous Victims?
Yeah,
Segev. Yeah. How's it spelled?
Segev. Segev. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm kind of pro Lonerbox. You can kick me soon, but I don't know that much about, like, I want to become increasingly smart about the Israel-Palestine conflict. My opinions on it are still evolving. All my peers hate Israelis and are practically anti-Semitic to some degree, but I want to make a more informed opinion, and I want to read some books on it. And I don't know if there are any truly like non-biased or limited bias books on it, or books that like show both sides of the conflict. But I mean, I don't know. I'll let you speak.
You're going to struggle
extent.
to find a non-biased one. The Segev one is called Palestine Complete. That's quite a good one. Is there any particular period or area that you wanted to know about? Like,
no, that's why I'm deferring to you, because I don't know shit about the conflict other than the things that I glean from like Destiny and your community and Hutch and shit.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think those
You
ones
said
are
one
good examples.
Palestine, one conflict?
One Palestine
One
complete, I
Palestine?
think is what it's called. Yeah.
Complete. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Well, thanks for
I-
the recommendations. Yeah, what's up?
So, Loner, I remember what I was going to say. Loner, the guy asked just a second ago about the unified front on the left. I think that you're right. The right is not as unified as like people think it is. However, I think that like I'll give you an example. We brought up Andrew Wilson earlier, right? My version of America is dramatically different than his version of America if we got our way, right? Like I just want like economic freedom and I don't give a shit what you do socially, right? Like whatever. He, has a very avid idea what he wants for like structure wise, whatever. However, I think with the right, we're much more able to like unite under broad concepts, while the left, y'all seem to purity test. Like if that's something you inherently see as like a detriment, like in general, like I'm kind of summarizing here to move on faster, but what are your thoughts here? Like
Again, the right does purity test. The problem is that the purity testers
Sure.
won. The purity testers won, and that's why I don't want to see the Democrats become that. What was Trump doing after he lost the 2020 election to all the people? That January 6th committee. So much of that testimony of Trump's behavior before the riots is built up by testimony from other Republicans. He would beef up one Republican one day and give them some support because they wanted to do an audit. But then when the audit didn't find what Trump wanted, and they said, "Oh, we're not going to do a new slate of electors and push that through the Congress," then Trump turned on them. And then the next couple of days, you see these poor Congress guys who are Trump sycophants. They supported Trump really hard, and they've got Trump supporters outside their house with guns calling them pedophiles, and they have to move because they're like fucking 10-year-old daughters having nightmares and shit like that. Yeah, Trump is that's the thing. I don't want the Democrats to become that, because that kind of politics is cancer. And yeah, Trump, that's the problem. The purity testers won, so now people just fall in line.
This is an aside. Did you see that Will Stancil got punched by Antifa today?
Oh no!
Did you see that?
I don't know.
No, I saw that Trump
Stancil,
signed a deal with India, 0% tariffs, and they're no longer going to trade oil with Russia.
No, I was just speaking. I was speaking to the idea of you don't want us to be so purity testy that we are going to people's house, right? Calling them pedophiles, like scaring their kids and things like that. And I do see a lot of the far left act a lot like MAGA, to be clear with you. And Will Stancil, this guy, pretty lib-coated. He's been going around in Minnesota following ICE, honking his horn, blowing his little whistle at them and stuff like that, recording things. They are mad at Will Stancil because Will Stancil wants the press along to ride along with him, and he's documenting what he's doing and things like that. They don't like that. And so today he had a little altercation where he was asking people to stop setting things on fire, I guess that they were doing in Minnesota.
Mhm.
And they punched him.
Wow.
And so we got this this kind of like leftist, this far leftist agitators, for lack of a better term, just trying to just push the libs out, and it's pretty bad.
Yeah,
And
not good.
just wanted to-
I don't want us to become left MAGA. That wouldn't be nice.
exactly.
Also, I will just make a comment that is very funny, that 90 deals in 90 days became, we got a deal with India. Like how many, much more than 90 days later.
Okay.
We have lots of deals.
Yeah, just real quick.
There's
let me get
there's
these,
not lots of deals. Definitely not
yeah,
90
let me get
days
through these
anyway.
super chats, and we'll let the new guy take a
Fuck
shot
me.
at this. Fell Runner for $5. Do you believe there is a credible threat that Trump will pause elections on the lie that 2020 was illegitimate, or is this an overblown concern?
I'm so sorry. Was that question to me? Because I wasn't listening.
Yes,
Sorry.
that was a
Okay.
question to you.
Can I hear it again? I'm so sorry.
Sure. Do you believe that there is a credible threat that Trump will pause elections on the lie that 2020 was illegitimate, or is this an overblown concern?
I don't know enough about how the voting system works. It seems like he wants to do it. I don't know why else he's trying to muscle ballot records from, what was it, Minnesota and Georgia. That seems very strange. I wouldn't put it past him, but I have no idea. I don't know like what means he has to actually do it.
Fair enough. Well, I'm concerned that he's going to start putting ICE on ballot places, like ballot locations, and say, well, we're concerned about illegal voters, and they're going to just flood it with like paramilitary to intimidate the citizens. That's my concern.
It'd be terrible if we had, checks against the illegals voting. That'd be just awful, wouldn't it?
Just to be clear, putting
Crazy,
ICE soldiers in voting booths is not going to be
Nobody's talking about putting ICE
is
soldiers
not
in
a-
voting booths. Maybe they're putting them outside and walking around. Going, hey, you got your ID here for the thing?
Doesn't
Oh, okay,
America
cool,
already
you're good,
have
like-
measures against illegals voting? Like,
Bro,
we catch people for
I,
commit fraud all
it's
the
just,
time. Like,
isn't
yeah.
it funny? Isn't it funny that like 20% to 22% of ICE arrests happen in Texas, no riots. 2%, less than 2% are happening in Minnesota, riots everywhere. Oh, they're gonna take over the voting. It's crazy work. It's clearly that y'all have been using illegals to get fucking people in here for votes, and now
No, it's almost as that's that. First of all, that has nothing to do with illegals voting. That also, of course,
100% has
yeah,
something
of
to do
course,
with
ICE is
illegals
going to have less friction when they are acting in cooperation with the state government. Whereas when
Ah.
Trump is just sending 2,000 fucking knuckle draggers into Minnesota because he watched a video from a guy who can barely fucking speak, saying that he found loads of fraud because a fucking care center wouldn't
Yeah,
let him
but, I
come
mean,
in
there's
and
there's
gape his
follow-ups, and
fucking
there's lots of
cave over
fraud.
the kids and drool into their fucking
But
ears and make sure that they're
there's
legal
billions and
citizens.
billions. We already
Okay,
confirmed
let me
the fraud.
finish. Let me
It's just
let
the
me
amount
finish
of
these.
fraud. That's crazy.
Yeah,
work
let me
to do
finish
right
these
here.
super chats. We'll get
Fraud
to
that
them, I
was
promise.
prosecuted by under the Biden administration, by the way.
No, not that fraud. The new fraud.
No, the new fraud
they
that's
maybe
not
they
resulted
maybe
in
charge some
prosecution?
people,
Okay,
some
yeah, yeah.
token people. This is what they do. This is what every
Uh-huh.
person does. They go in there, they charge some
Come on,
token
Gibbs,
people.
let the man make some money.
Oh, that's sorry. We're gonna finish this real quick, and then we can make some money.
Real
They
quick.
sit here and go. They go, hey, we're gonna charge these little losers that were the small fish, while we are getting in cahoots. We already know. We have tons of evidence of billions and billions of dollars
No,
worth
you
of fraud,
don't.
and y'all are going, nah.
Okay,
The Biden
okay,
administrative
okay.
investigated.
Throwing a flag on the play. Alishness for $5 says, I claimed you had hat hair. Your face and outfit is very Steve Jobs adjacent, but your hair is nice. It reminds me of a Ushanka, respectfully.
Yeah, I don't know why full head of hair is an insult. God damn it. With all the
Thank you for the
fucking
fun.
balding people on this platform.
Hey,
No disrespect.
That's true.
Careful, Loner Box. Careful. Okay, I'm taking some.
Yeah, hair
some
superiority,
side
Loner
bites,
Box,
okay,
tell 'em.
I'm catching some strays. $10 from Bad Company. From San Antonio, just here to say Gibbs is lying. Tren de Agua is not taking over apartment complexes here.
It happened. I
It
can
was a
give you the article.
raid at a nightclub. He's mixing
Not
up
true.
his MAGA propaganda with
Nope.
Colorado.
Uh-oh.
No, not. I could actually give you the article. It's an apartment complex. 400 people lost their homes because they destroyed it and they had to condemn the apartment
Send me
complex
the
after they did
article
a
and I'll look
raid.
at it later.
And 22 people. I'll pull them up.
Yeah,
I'll send it to you.
$5 from Bearded Pinecone. Have the latest revelations in the Pixie versus Destiny court case moved any of your previous opinions?
I'd rather not go into this. I mean, if I've ever said anything that was like disinformation, then I'll do that. Like, apparently the person, it seems like we know that there wasn't a minor involved. So, okay. Or at least he wasn't sending stuff to a minor. So I corrected that. But otherwise, no, fuck that. Sorry. No, thank you.
No worries. $5 from AKA Batozai. Loaderbox is it concerning that there have been multiple instances of violence against the public from trans individuals?
What? There's been multiple. This is not a social issue. What the fuck?
Okay.
And I learned that from Science of the Lambs. Trans people are
And
generally
Wick, I just sent Wick
quite
the
passive,
article. I can send
nonviolent.
him about 50
Well,
more.
just let me finish these real quick. $5 from Ben Swanson. Just to clarify, Trump came out today and said we should federalize the U.S. elections.
Hmm.
So that is concerning to me. I do want to give a chance for new guy A to have his space. What do you got for Loner Box, sir?
Yeah, I appreciate being here. Also, fan of your content, Loner. Big history guy myself, so it's cool that we have someone that covers it in the streaming world. I have two questions for you. They're both foreign policy. They're unrelated. The first is, I think one of the things it feels like I've been observing when it comes to some of these organizations like Amnesty and Human Rights Watch is, it seems like they've gotten significantly more homogenous with who's in those organizations, and that drives a lot of how they work in their space. I'm wondering if that's something you feel is an accurate representation of what's going on with those orgs. Do you think that's just natural inertia of people are leading those organizations with a certain political bias, and so they hire the same people, or do you think there's like another driver of that, if you even agree with the original point?
I've never really tried to look into exactly how those organizations got the way that they did when it comes to Israel, because that's, to be honest, that part's just not been as interesting to me. I think, you can explain it quite easily. Like obviously there's like the conspiratorial argument, which is that these states that oppose Israel can't really win any real wars, so they just invest all their time and effort into the propaganda wars, and they use their UN bloc votes and their connections to and they use the UN a lot more than a country that doesn't really need it as much, like the Western powers. But no, I think I'm much more simple. Like humanitarian organizations, it makes sense for them to have like a bias towards like the civilian. Like if you imagine like international law at its most basic level, it's supposed to be one, if a country needs to go to war, then it should defend their right to do that, to deal with threats or whatever else, but it also needs to protect civilians in the process. And obviously a human rights organization is going to lean much further towards the latter. So like they're going to assume someone is civilian unless they are given an ungodly amount of evidence otherwise, which is quite hard to get in the middle of a war. So I understand that, but I think maybe the result of that is that when you start to produce this much like bias in one way, then you become susceptible to biases. And for the life of me, I can't understand why. Maybe because they think that if they get undermined, then humanitarian situations won't get taken seriously. But human rights organizations don't own their mistakes ever. It's really strange. You know that whole like, have you ever heard of? You probably hear this from like very niche far left spheres, but this idea that Western sanctions against Iraq in the 90s killed like 500,000 infants. This is completely bullshit. Like it was fabricated by Saddam's regime. And the initial people who researched it went back and surveyed people and found out that a bunch of like dead babies were being reported on that just didn't exist, or like miscarriages were being overreported as babies killed from malnutrition and stuff like that. Like it was really insane. But if you look at UNICEF's website or the organizations that spoke about it, they have reports on it that you can still access. But now, if you look at like Iraq life expectancy 90 to 2000, now that Saddam's gone and we've actually been able to access their documents, it just shows a normal life expectancy, like no famine in the middle. But they had never gone back and said this report was like nonsense. Sorry, like I don't know why they do that. And it influences the press as well, because even when they stop using false claims or exaggerated claims, the press doesn't. So yeah, there's an issue. But I don't know why.
And to be clear, I'm coming from I'm very supportive of like almost all of those organizations. I'm like a contributor to like Doctors Without Borders, but it's just like it's a concern to me where I feel like if these organizations start to continue to act in that way, that like it itself undermines like their own mission, because ultimately you like need cooperation both ways for them to be at their most successful. My other question, and this is why it's very unrelated, is there's been a lot of talk of like Israel, Gaza, like Iran, Syria. I'm wondering if like you've done any research or what you think about like Turkey's role in the region, because it seems like they have like a kind of an ambiguous role in the sense that like they're a part of NATO, so you think they're nominally aligned with like the United States and like other Western interests, but it seems like regionally they've been more backing. I think like if we're connecting this to Iran, like they're more backing like the current Iranian regime, and I'm wondering what you think that entails for like Turkey's future posture when it comes to like relations with the West and
Sorry,
the
I had
allies
to
of
mute
the
the
West,
stream.
and then like what it means or what it means for the relations with like the axis of resistance or whatever's left of it.
Yeah, I don't know. I've heard this theory that, because I always, every now and then I'll see like some article that has like this headline about how Erdogan basically wants to be like the new sultan and like in terms of influence in the Middle East. Yeah, I don't really know. They just seem like a wild card, and I would have to do a lot more reading to know exactly kind of why they do that. But I guess it's just like because of wherever they have their interests, and obviously that will produce mixed results. But yeah, I can tell you.
All right, fair enough. Appreciate it. Appreciate you.
Okay, thank you for coming, Sackers. Your audio's a little scotty.
No, I'm sorry. I'm using a laptop. I had to mute the stream a minute ago so it wouldn't echo over. Yeah, I do have a question, and I've been thinking about it lately. Now that the October ceasefire has by and large held and it's fallen out of the news cycle, I've honestly realized how destructive the actual like movement was to domestic politics in the U.S. because it kind of peaked in 2025, in my opinion, in terms of like rhetoric, to the point where I felt like I was stuck in like a Nuremberg rally on loop. It like the movement, in my opinion, I felt started going after like random ass Jews as opposed to like actual politicians who were like, yeah, these like crimes against humanity, these are actually good. Because there were a lot of people like that in the American government. And like, especially with Trump, because Trump was saying from like day one, his policy was going to be, yeah, I'm going to let BB take over the entire strip and we're going to build like the Riviera or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And they ignored that. They went after fucking Harris, and I'm starting to suspect that what they wanted from her, they wanted nothing short of like gassing B'nai B'rach or some shit. To the point where I'm like not really sure what the point of any of that was. And I'm gonna say this as someone who's like been in the area before, has lived around here. The reason why Dearborn and Hamtramck went right wing is because of social conservatism.
Yeah, what is your question?
My question is why we needed to even facilitate this like activist sect during the elections and even afterwards, when they were like so hell bent on just like uncompromising, just completely absurd demands.
Why did we need to coddle or to promote these protesters and things like that? Go ahead.
Because
like, this is supposed to be a contentions panel.
What
the
fuck? To answer the question.
What in the fuck? Yeah, this is supposed to be a contentious panel. What the fuck? That was just a
Look,
nice comment and a question.
If you have,
it was just a reasonable question.
Issues with Loaderbox.
Oh, okay. Well, it's okay. I'll answer it. Fucking. It's just, yeah, like, I think maybe America just isn't as used to this problem. I feel like but then obviously.
I'm going to mute you, Saxers, because no one.
That's fine. I'll do it myself.
Yeah, please.
But yeah, obviously in Europe there was people kowtowed to it a lot as well. Like Macron made some stupid decisions in relation to it. No, I think people just need to understand that, like, for a lot, again, some people just they're seeing a lot of fucking blood and death on their fucking social media account and they wanted to stop, and then they're not going to know the conflict like that well because it's something that's been out of the news for a really long time. Like back when I used to make videos about settlers and apartheid and all that shit, like no one was watching that stuff compared to my other videos. Like no one cared. But so they're coming in with not that much information, so they'll just latch themselves onto whatever is already floating around, like all the slogans and all the statements, and then they feel like that's the way to get around it. So it's a shame that there just wasn't enough alternative voice to besides just like the vicious like right wingers who just hate Muslims and want Israel to do whatever they want and like love Netanyahu and shit. It's a shame that there was nothing in between those that cared enough. But I think people just need to remember that for a lot of people, they're not really doing politics. If you're ever confused about why they didn't seem to want to come up with a policy agenda that was actually realistic, or were not willing to pay attention to what's actually going, like that's not politics what they're doing. Like someone screaming at you on social media, or like disowning a friend because of because they won't call it genocide, or accusing everyone of like being like Holocaust perpetrators because they support the Democrats, or because they support a particular candidate, or because they actually think there is a huge difference between Biden and Harris, or between Biden, Harris, and Trump. That's not, like, for a lot of people, it's like that was the trending thing, and it made people feel good about themselves, and it was aesthetically quite powerful because you felt like you're on the right side of history. It's against colonialism. It's against like basically like an effigy for all the crimes that our own countries have committed in the past. And it makes people, especially students and younger people who are just learning about, all the bad things that Western Europe and America did in the past, and it just makes them feel better about themselves. And also because I guess, like, I don't know, like some people just don't have personalities, so they fill it in with keffiyehs and River to the Sea and all that shit. That's why. But I feel like a lot of people don't understand that. People need to get a lot better at spotting the difference between someone who's into politics and actually wants to debate an issue, or they've got an interest in an area, versus someone who is doing something for other ambiguous, vague, more like narrative reasons or whatever else. Like self-aggrandizement.
It does, and I do have because I did I think this question came up with like a previous. I think Soy Pill was doing it, and I think Vadim came in, and that's where I got the idea for that question because I was listening to this conversation, and I was like, I completely disagreed with Vadim because I thought like, okay, well, this group seems to be very maximalist and is probably even pro Trump considering the way I've heard like, oh, well, at least Trump wants peace, so it felt very degrading. And now I'm not really sure what the end result is going to be from all of this. Like, I'm a little bit salty because I've been pretty invested with Ukraine for a long time, and it felt especially like they kind of ignored it at just the perfect opportunity. And as Russia was like doing things that even Israel did, but actively saying like, this is good, we are doing this like atrocity and it's like the best thing ever and you can cope and seethe, and like objectively admitting to the fact that they were like evil and being proud of it. It's just like it's hard for me to really rationalize, especially since a lot of those activists were like extremely hostile to East Europeans. Oh, got it. Sorry about that. I'm gonna head out now.
Yeah, thank you for coming. Do appreciate
You're
you.
welcome.
And also, just so everybody's aware, I want to just clarify that other super chatter Wix, so you give Wick more money if you want to debate. But I posted the link in there and I sent it to Wick, and it said exactly verbatim what I said. So Gibbs is not confused. You were just lying, or you were ignorant. It's okay.
Whoa.
Done. $5 from Trib1. Loner, question for you. Is there a way Trump can legitimately reverse the ill will he secreted when it comes to USA's allies? I say no, but I don't mind hope and cope.
There is rope that will take that much weight. Yeah, of course there are things he can do. Just he won't do it
Oh,
because he's
damn,
a fucking
okay.
nutter. Like, yeah, he won't do it. He'll take it to the grave. No chance.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I guess on that line, say Democrats do get into power in 2028, right? So 2026 we were in the midterms. 2028, we get whoever our presidential candidate happens to be wins the election. So now we got the House, now we got the Senate, now we got the White House. What foreign policy wise, what does America have to do? Is there anything America can do at that point to rebuild the trust with the global world order, with Europe, with Britain, with etc., right?
I imagine most world leaders would understand that there's a difference and they would go back to business as usual. I don't know how difficult that would be.
Why, hold
It's
on,
not like,
I disagree with this. And
really?
this is maybe we can something find on. I think that Trump has done generational damage to our reputation, not because world leaders wouldn't recognize that a Democratic candidate or a different candidate isn't Trump, isn't going to do those things. But the fact that America in 2032 or in 2036 or even in 2040 could go back to a Trump-like figure who will threaten to invade
Oh,
Greenland.
you mean in terms of like their long-term policy will probably shift. Yeah,
Yes.
okay. Maybe that's for the better for some countries, I guess, because maybe Europe has been too dependent on America and we haven't really pulled our own weight when it comes to defense spending and shit like that. Yeah, that's maybe true to a degree. But yeah, as for rebuilding, like, yeah, there obviously has to be some accountability for MAGA because they've broken like every rule that in the book that makes America America. Like, I think for a start, I don't even know. I'm still surprised this didn't happen under Biden. I know why, because of fucking Garland and him being just like a very, milk toasty kind of across the aisle guy. But it shouldn't be the case that even if you thought Trump wasn't guilty of some insurrection or something with January 6th, that should have been resolved legally. Like, it shouldn't be a question up in the air if Trump is even fit to run for president because he denied the results of an election that he lost. You're thinking if you're in a democracy, okay, people have rights, free speech and all that. But if you want to become the president, if you want to run for president, I think the bare minimum is that you respect the results of an election, unless you have a good reason not to. Trump did not have a good reason not to. So the fact that there wasn't even some kind of trial or some kind of like expedited process or something to find out that you've got 4 years to see if this guy's even fit to run for office. He clearly isn't or wasn't because of his disdain for the elections that he's willing to run in. So yeah, they should have done. I think maybe after MAGA, if there is a post MAGA, it would have to be starting with that. Like you can't have election
Okay,
deniers
so-
running for elections.
It's for the world to kind of trust us again. If I'm repeating what, like, if I'm understanding what you're saying, we would have to hold MAGA to account in some way, shape, or form legally.
Yeah.
For the world to
If they
kind
can,
of
if they can
trust
prove it in a court of
in the
law
future.
that he knowingly was lying about what happened in the election, that and we can do that, mens rea. It's not that difficult. Yeah, and if they could prove that case, then yeah, why the fuck are you allowed to run an election then? What's the point?
Well, hold on. Do you agree? Let's just say that Trump, in this meantime, because this was a hypothetical y'all proposed, that the Dems take power, right? Do you agree that in the meantime, between now and the next presidential, they find quite a bit of evidence of something was up with the 2020 election? Because I know people are going to say, "Oh, we investigated it before and it wasn't," but now it seems like it's a new style. They're finding new things. Trump has more people in place to look and clean out the rot, or allegedly, right? So if they find that there was actually tampering with this election, convictable, evidence based, at what level will you do you need for them to go, okay, maybe Trump wasn't lying that something happened in 2020? And I know this is a conspiracy theory at the moment, but it looks like they're trying to see if it's not. But what level of evidence would you need for them to be okay, something sus happened?
Okay, I'm trying to think if I want to actually humor what you just said, or
sure.
Yeah, okay, let's do the humoring one, and then
Wait, hold on. We're going to be asked this question. It's going to be
forever.
2060. And
Might as
they're
well do
still
it
going to be
now.
asking, well, what if we find it now?
Yeah, I know.
I'll
Yeah,
accept-
I
I'll
know that
accept
they
if
will.
we
They
don't
will
find it
look
next 4 or
until
5 years.
You'll accept it. No, it's already been shown. It's already been shown that the evidence he was using was clearly a lie. I don't know what to tell. I don't know what to tell you. It's so fucking stupid.
That's not true.
Like,
Zapata just got convicted 2 days ago for election interference and fraud, and she was the executive director for the deputy director for elections in Wisconsin. Whenever we have higher ups like this getting convicted of fraud with elections, that's a problem, and I think we should look into it. If you are saying that there's none, okay, cool.
no one is saying none.
you're
The
wrong.
question is whether it was outcome determinative. No one is saying that. Every democracy in every country on earth
Yeah, so what
has
level of
some people
evidence
committing
would you have to
fraud.
have?
You'd have to have something that shows you that it was outcome determinative, but that doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. And they keep
we don't know that.
unearthing
They're
this.
just investigating
Well,
now.
what do you mean we don't know? Okay, so I don't actually trust the Bush v. Gore election. We just don't know. We can still investigate. How long?
Sure, I'd agree that one could have been sus too.
All right, put it this.
Questions about
Okay,
Dominion
put it
all
this
the way
way.
back.
Put it this way. Let's say I call you a pedophile, right? I'm insisting you're a pedophile.
Sure.
I don't have any evidence of this.
All right, you're insisting.
Yeah, I don't have any evidence of this. I'll maybe make up some things or some conjecture. What if 2 years from now, it turns out you actually did, but it's with a bunch of evidence that I never even used in the first place? Does that mean I'm vindicated? Not really.
I would say
you get lucky.
maybe.
No, you didn't have a good reason. You have to have
Maybe
a good
your gut
reason
was-
to say the
your
thing.
gut was right,
But it's not his
or
gut.
something,
It's
in
false.
that
It's bad
case.
evidence.
To be clear, I'm
The
not a
state fa-
pedophile.
yeah, I know you're not.
I
I'm sorry
like-
to use you as an example.
Hey,
But
the-
again,
the-
the
no
State
one
Farm
in
Arena
this
video
call
I knew you
was
wanted
not a
to
gut
pedophile,
instinct.
just
It
to
was
be clear
yeah. Just to be clear though, the State Farm Arena video was not a gut instinct. That was fake. It was fabricated evidence. The dead voters was not a gut instinct. It was a piece of fabricated evidence. The it was a fabricated evidence. The fact that Trump said, "Oh, the courts only threw it out on standing. They didn't even look at the merits." That was false. They did look at the merits. You can read the
But
cases.
some of these elections were 12,000 difference. That's not a very large number to fake, right? Across a state, right?
It does-
when we're sitting here
you're
looking
just
at
saying,
the-
oh, it's not impossible. It's not humanly impossible. That's not a good reason to challenge the
I'm
results
not
of an
saying
election
it's- Hold on.
and to commit
Hold on.
crimes.
I'm perfect. I'm not an election denier, right? I'm just whatever, he lost. Now, I do think we should investigate based on some of the stuff I've seen. Cool. And we further investigations. I don't think enough's been done. But I'm not going to sit here and go, I think it was outcome determined. I agree. I guess I'm just asking if there's ever a level of evidence y'all will accept that if it comes out that they're Georgia was determined. Maybe Wisconsin was there something sus that happened. Maybe if there was 2 states, 1 state where there wasn't a fraud for it to be outcome determined in said state, is there a level of evidence y'all will accept? And I keep coming back to this thing, and I think the answer is no. I don't think there's any level of evidence y'all will accept, which is kind of scary to me. News
Well,
not so much because you're British. Or
I just
whatever,
haven't
but,
seen. I just haven't seen any. No, fuck up. We haven't seen any. What I've seen a lot of evidence of is people lying. So even if what everything you just said is correct, and actually it was outcome determinative fraud, Trump still lied. He still used examples that were easily debunkable. Were debunked by his own aides, by people like Bill Barr, by people who supported him tooth and nail all the way to the fucking end of the earth, by fucking Raffensperger, by Rusty Bowers. These were Trump's own guys who said,
that's how investigations happen all the time.
That's not. Trump's
the
own
problem
guys were
here-
saying, your claims are
investigations
not
happen when
standing up to the
they
evidence.
think
You are
it's one
lying.
thing. No, but investigations happen. They think it's one thing, and they start investigating. They might not find that actual thing, but then they'll find a litany of other crimes, and they charge them for
the
that.
problem here is that they have done investigations, right? They've done positive
smaller.
investigations to look for illegal voters, right? And they did this in Utah. I think they did this in Arizona. They did this in a few other states just like 2 weeks ago. Okay, we're not talking
Yeah,
like
some
a
states
huge
are finding
thing.
stuff.
You know how
Nevada,
many? Hold on,
Texas.
just real quick. Do you know how many illegal voters that they found in Utah? From about
No
a
idea.
million voters, right? There's a million voters. They
Let's
found
see,
one.
probably less than 1,000.
They found one. A single one, right? And so when you look at these states and you're like, is there fraud? There's like 10 or 14
Oh, God.
or 2.
Wick, do
Okay?
you remember
That's not what
Cyber
I'm talking
Ninjas, a partisan group, the pro-Trump group, Cyber Ninjas? They did an audit. They thought they'd found something. Then they realized that what they had, their final result was that Biden actually had more votes than the initial count through their audit. And that was a
Listen, like I said,
partisan
I'm not-
organization.
like,
They've
I'm not-
investigated so fucking. There's no more investigation you can do to find outcome determinative.
What you can't do, hold on, Gibbs, but let me respond to you, right? Like what Trump is trying to do, what MAGA is trying to do, right, is they are going to investigate until they get the outcome they want. And they will fire their investigators who don't give them the outcome they want. And so you see this kind of perverse incentive that is placed on Kristi Noem, that is placed on Tulsi Gabbard, that is placed on all these people, right, by Trump, saying, unless you give me something where I can prosecute, we're going to fire your ass or we're going to demote your ass. And so they have them going in to Fulton County, taking these records. And I don't trust anything that like these records that they've taken are no longer secure. If you don't think MAGA would fucking falsify that shit, you are naive. Here's the problem with right-wingers, right? If you want to know what MAGA wants to do or what it's thinking of doing or planning to doing, right? Look at what they're accusing the left of doing. Every single accusation they make towards the left is something they've either done, want to do, or are trying to do right now. One of the three. That's it.
Listen,
that's all it is.
listen. I'm sympathetic. Like I'm not an election denier. I think there should be more investigations personally, but I'm not going to sit here and think that it was outcome the I also don't give a shit. It's just like January 6th for me. I wish we'd stop this debate about those two things. However, I do think when you're sitting here going, "Oh, they're going to just make this up," I think there are questions that need to be had.
Hold on,
like
hold on. They've made up so much to this point.
Yeah, but
and I don't.
but Wick,
hold on, just real quick,
Wick,
so because I know I feel myself getting distracted. Gang, this is Lonerbox versus the world. So please, if you have
What
an
the
issue
fuck
with
you doing,
Lonerbox,
Wick?
please
What the
call
hell?
in. Yeah.
I just when you're saying this thing, and this will be the last thing I say on this. I was told for decades, and you know that we were told this for decades, Wick, that illegals weren't getting Medicaid. Right? We weren't told that. We were told that. Right? Now it turns out they were. Right? Like the whole time they were getting it in droves, right? And then I'm told, oh, this isn't happening. And then it keeps coming out that these things were happening. And so like maybe I'm just suspicious of all the governments now at this point. Like,
Oh yeah, Wick,
I don't
sorry,
know. Okay.
Wick, just a heads up, I'm not talking to this fucking fat lying slime fuck. Get him out. I'm not talking to History Speaks. Bye-bye.
Dev or
Get him
I
out.
never lie. I mean,
Piece of shit.
Oh.
Okay, so one quick question.
Sorry if you made me.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. I didn't know you had a block list.
It's quite small.
My man.
He takes
Who
up a lot
was
of
that
space.
guy?
He's just an
History
asshole.
Speaks.
fuck
I know
that guy.
that guy. I didn't know it was a
I don't
block
know.
list. It wasn't on purpose. I just didn't know you had a blacklist. So I'm sorry.
I've never even seen
You
it
said
before.
fat, and it was like, damn, there's a couple of it.
Yeah, I was like, Dev.
Talking about me.
What did Dev do?
I
I'm
literally
so
have
sorry,
fat in
guys.
my name.
No
yeah.
disrespect to any of the
Oh yeah,
fat
you do.
people.
That's right. That's funny. Well, there's 2 of us, 3 of us now, 4 of us. I don't know.
Okay, Dev. What do you got for Mr. Lonerbox?
I heard you guys having a J6 debate. I've come to join in.
Wow.
No, they're talking about election fraud specifically. But do you have an issue with Lonerbox specifically?
I kind of do. I'll just say real quick. Oh wait, Gibbs left. I wonder if you can still hear me. Does he have his wireless headphones or something?
I don't know.
I'll talk to him when he gets back. Okay. Oh, there he is. Okay, Gibbs. I'm gonna plug it again. Go watch my 4-hour J6 video. I go over all the evidence you ever want to see. Okay. You're just wrong, buddy. I'm sorry. Okay, Lonerbox. I think politically we align on a lot of things. The only real right-wing opinions that I have are going to be on guns and on immigration. So I
Wow.
want you to blue pill me on the immigration question.
Okay.
Just because, I mean, I'm not in the UK, but I mean, Canada's had its
Wait,
problems
what's
trying
your
to integrate.
what's your red pill on the
Sorry?
immigration question? It depends on how far on what we're contending with. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, whenever I deal with immigration issues, I kind of frame it from the point of view that I'm bisexual, and there are definitely certain types of people, certain cultures that, if let's say they became the majority in a Western country, I would end up dead, and I don't want that to happen. And so I hear a lot about how the UK has problems with Islamic immigrants, how Europe's having these problems. Canada, not so much. Canada has different problems with different types of immigrants, but not that bad. America, like, I don't understand why the Americans are anti-immigrant, because all of their immigrants are like Mexican Catholics, which integrate quite well into American society. But with Islam, it's a different kind of thing, I think.
One, I'm just going to address something Gibbs said, and then I'll remember what you said.
Sure.
You mentioned Zapata from Milwaukee being convicted of fraud. She was trying to find fraud in favor of the Republicans. She was trying to help the Republicans with what she did. God, I remember that person. Okay.
Yeah, I was misspoke. It was Vogue is her name.
Okay.
So your misspeak was
So you
to
got one for
showcase
one.
a Republican.
I showcased the one because this is the argument.
Hold
on. To be fair, hold on. To be fair, I pulled a Biden. I had a little dimension moment. The CTE is getting me. I've argued this so many times that I said the wrong name instead of the correct one.
She was, but to be clear, what this person was doing was she was using.
I said the right title.
This person was illegally using a fake name to request military ballots, like absentee ballots. So yeah, she's to try and snoop around. Yeah. Anyway.
So, wait, hold on, Gibbs, because
you were asking about immigration, but.
Just real quick, so I want to jump onto this, because Gibbs, like, you were on the Enrique Tarrio panel, and I was there too.
Yes, and I was meant to bring this up.
You used this exact example, and we told you then it was wrong for the same reason.
Right. No. I said Vogue. I said the right name on that one, and I actually was gonna. I'm glad you're here now, because now I can claim victory, because now that person has been officially convicted of multiple crimes as of like 2 days ago. So yeah, I did say the wrong name now today, but on that panel, I said the name right.
Okay.
Vogue is the person.
Let's get back to the immigration stuff.
Thank you for that queue up, though. Also, send me the J6 thing. I'll watch it.
Sure.
You're asking about immigration.
Yes.
So first of all, I don't know if you're talking about it's like the Muslims that are the problem in the UK specifically with migrants, because that's not really in terms of crime rates. Not really. The crime rates in the UK seem to come from the black population, like Windrush, and they've been here for a long time. They've been here since after the Second World War. It's obviously quite delusional to argue that immigration doesn't bring its own challenges, whether they are social or cultural, or sometimes it can be crime from specific groups and whatever else. But the fact is that I don't know what the alternative is to it. Do we just say we're going to ban Muslim immigration? That seems like it contradicts quite a lot of liberal values, especially because, if anything, the majority of Muslims that come to the UK are coming because they obviously inherently want less to do with the countries that they've come from, right? UK is going to be less Islamic of an environment than Saudi or the Emirates or the Middle, or anywhere in the Middle East, really. If we find that the crime rates in the UK from migrants are actually the highest among the black population, are we going to say we're going to ban black immigrants? No. So it just seems like there's something that's kind of inevitable, and we've had challenges with it in the past with other groups. We had challenges with Italians in America and Irish in the UK and America. I think it's just one of those other things, but I'm still yet to see a liberal democracy that says no to immigration that does well.
Well, do you think that maybe the UK or other countries in Europe maybe does a poorer job at integrating their immigrants than America? Because America seems to do it very well by comparison.
Yep, I don't know what America's doing, but they seem to do a good job, at least when it comes to some communities. Yeah, the Muslim community in America seems to be a lot less radical than the ones in Europe, but I don't know why that is. If I could see which policies obviously facilitate integration, because even within Europe, Paris and France does a much worse job of it than the UK does, because the French approach, especially in Paris, was just to kind of like push them to the outside and make them someone else's problem, which meant that they were kind of like just very neglected, whereas they're a lot more intertwined in places like London. So yeah, if there are policies that facilitate integration, that seems to be what I would support. It doesn't seem to be there's anything in Muslim DNA that makes it difficult for them to integrate. It seems like there are policies that work and policies that don't work. And that's what I lean towards.
So I remember seeing, I can't find it now, but I did see it floating around here and there. There was basically warnings coming out of some Middle Eastern countries. They were saying, hey, don't go to the UK, don't send your kids to the UK, because apparently the Muslims in the UK are more radical than some of the ones in the Middle East. Have you heard about that? Or is that just like Twitter nonsense?
I mean, like, some of the youths are, I have no idea what that means. No. I think the Muslim youth in Europe, like it's like second and third generation that are more radical than their parents, but I don't know how they're finding out that they're more radical than like the average Egyptian citizen, or that just sounds like vibes. Like there's a second and third generation issue, yeah, but I don't think it's anything to do with. I have no idea how someone would prove that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, what do you think the best way is to tackle that sort of radicalism without dipping into the reform policy of just deport them all?
I'm not actually sure which policies do a better job and which ones don't. Like, I think one of the things that people don't really want to do, and it should be quite obvious, is that when people talk about people who care about culture, like British culture or Danish culture, they need to have a much more updated and like relatable idea of what these things mean. Because when conservatives in the UK talk about we need to encourage Britishness, we have like the citizenship tests and things like that. But it's all about, you have to learn about the Tudors and the Stuarts and about like history that I don't even know or care about, or like pre-Henry VIII, or like the different tribes in like pre-Roman United Kingdom. Like no one gives a fuck about any of this. I think there needs to be an understanding that like we have always been a multicultural nation in one way or the other. If they weren't coming here, we were going over there, and there maybe needs to just be some kind of like, it's the same with the men's issues, to be honest. I feel like there just needs to be like a reinvention of a lot of these nations' identities, because a lot of it is just built on very old, arcane shit. And I think that would make it easier for foreigners to like identify with the country. Like Indians have a good time identifying with the UK somehow, because I guess we just did something better when it came to them and like their relation to the British Empire and whatever else after it ended. But maybe we need to find out what the same thing is with Muslims, but again, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, the way that I view it is like, I'm because I'm bisexual, because I'm an atheist. I look at let's say the Christian radicalism from 100 years ago, and there's a part of me that keeps saying like, hey, if we start bringing in people from the third world, they're going to be just as radical as the people from 100 years ago, and I don't want to live in that. That's kind of my fear.
Dev, I wanted to say, you mentioned this earlier about the Mexican Catholics. Like I'm Hispanic. My dad's illegal from Mexico. I'm not Catholic though. I am Christian. I will say you're right about that. The thing I think people miss though, and this is important specifically here, at least where I live, is like the cartel factor. If it was like people coming here legally, like I actually think we should make it easier to come here, right? Like I want more immigration. I think Hispanics are maybe like some of the best people to get here because of what you just said. Hispanic Catholics, they're hardworking, et cetera, et cetera. Nobody questions who built the pyramids in Mexico. You know what I'm saying? But like I'm sitting here going, like, hey, when I look at it, the cartel is like deeply involved in the coyote system, right? And they come in here and they fucking get Consuela here, and she's working for a hotel for 30 years, and they're making her pay a dividend on that, right? They'll make her pay like every year to some like person, so this long-term support for them. Or then they'll be like, hey, well, you don't have to pay us no more, but you're gonna open up this hotel room at this day at this time, and that's a problem. And like that's part of the illegal immigration that we need to get rid of. And it's mean and it's hurtful because nobody wants to get rid of like nice like abuelita, right? But like, hey, you're sorry, it's supporting the cartel tangentially, it's a problem. But I do think we should make it easier for more people to come here at the same time, just legally. I think that's kind of where I'm at. I just wanted to clarify I think the difference between a lot of Republicans on this immigration issue with Hispanics personally.
Right. I don't know. I don't know what the stats are on how much illegal immigration is linked to that sort of crime. I don't know where that is.
Yeah, people made this claim for the UK, but it seems like every time you look into correlations between illegal immigrants and them committing crimes, it just seems to be like they don't really.
No, I'm not talking about. But hold on,
yeah.
Consuela's not competing crime. Like she's not like the only crime she like. Let me give you an example, right? Like Consuela, we'll just use this person as right. If she comes here legally and she's worked the cartel, right? She comes here, she might never commit another U.S. crime, right? Except for giving a portion of whatever she earns to the cartel in perpetuity, or opening up a room one day, 30 years from now, like for them or some shit, right? But like that's still a problem. Because it's still supporting an organization that got them here illegally and then is getting money and like influence over an area because of that. Like that, yeah, that's a problem, even if she never commits another crime. Like, don't you agree with that?
I'm sorry, I was tuned out for half of that. Like, is there any? I'm sorry. Is there just broadly speaking? Is there any
evidence? Go ahead, Dev. Go ahead, Dev. Please, Dev.
So, like, I don't think anybody except maybe the most radical, like, full open borders anarchist lefty would disagree with you that if there's crime in this, it has to be rooted out. Obviously, like. There was a woman who was in here earlier who was like trying to pull you more left, Loner Box, and I'm just like, please don't, do not. We have too much far right crazies right now. We don't also need far left crazies. Like that's just no.
I mean, I've kind of come from far left. It'd be very strange for me to kind of go in and then go back out again. But yeah,
to go back. Well, fuck, dude. When I was 17, I was a tanky. I know how it is.
Wow, we're bonding. Okay.
That's all I got, though. Yeah.
Fair enough. Thanks for coming in, Dev.
Yep, thanks for having me on. See ya.
Streamer, if you're back, what do you got?
Well, I think the part of the immigration thing here that gets smuggled in is they say, well, these poor immigrants, they're not committing any crimes. And it's like, that's fine. But like Gibbs was talking about, it's not even just like, he's even being too gentle on it. It's not just, there's some cartels. Maybe he was harsher on earlier. But like, these are cartels that are committing all of the heinous crimes everybody claims to hate. There's all of the bloodshed, the SA, the everything. And it's industrialized. And so when you're saying, I'm okay with these illegal immigration, let's give them all a free pass, you're saying this very, very lucrative industry that profiteers off the explicit suffering of humans, we should just turn a blind eye to. Yeah. That's the dishonesty.
Well, no one's saying turn a blind eye to it. If there's illegal immigration,
let Loner respond, please.
If they're like illegal immigration, if they're migrants, whether they're legal or not, and they commit crimes, deal with it as a criminal issue. I don't know, like when Italians came to the United States, they committed a lot of crime, like with the mafia, but they were dealt with. What's the point? What's the point?
The point is the mechanism that gets them in the door is an apparatus that has so much money and power behind it that does such terrible things. Even if they come in and they commit no crimes, they have lots of babies, they pay their taxes, they volunteer at church, all of the machinery that makes this happen, you're implicitly condoning.
What is the machinery?
Yeah, I mean
the cartels, the coyotes.
No, the machinery that allows them into allowing illegals into the country. Because I thought in America most illegals were people who overstayed visas. Is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about
that's not true anymore.
The asylum process, or are you talking about border crossings for people claiming asylum, or what?
I guess I'm confused about
work
why you're
visas
or this way. So do you reject the premise that the cartels are profiteering off of human rights violations while they're fucking doing their immigration runs? Do you disagree with that premise?
Yeah, I'm sure. No, I don't disagree with that. No.
Okay.
Who disagrees with the fact that cartels are a problem? But that doesn't. The argument is how you solve that problem. Yeah, sorry. Go.
Yeah. Do have some super chats. Got a little make a little money. $5 from Lost Coyote of MA. Why does most progressive stack logic sound like a secular version of Catholic guilt? Not sure. Okay, great, wonderful. $10 from the Trib One to say my bad, Wick, for Gibbs. Are Somalians largely illegal immigrants being hidden by Minnesota protesters? Or is MAGA just racist and viewed brown people as illegal, so it justifies ICE being there? Pick one.
Yeah, I mean, neither. I guess, I mean, if I had to pick one, like it's neither. I mean, I think that there's a whole different issue with what's going on in Minnesota, and I think it's the fraud and the feedback loop, and I think the Somalis were just an easy one to start with because we've been complaining about the asylum system for a while, how it's been misused and all this kind of stuff. So it's not that, it's racist. Like I said, I think there's this broader conversation about the criminality that is going along with the illegal immigration, and I think that's something to be like hand in hand. And I know that sounds harsh, but like it's like this is why I was trying to be gentle on it earlier with the Consuela example, right? Like I've had friends my whole life that have been killed by the cartel, right? Like I've had probably at least 10 now that I can think of off the top of my head that have either been killed because they were just in the wrong place, wrong time. You know, they were a woman and they were attractive. You know, just like last year, I know one that was SA'd and then, murdered in front of their daughter by a cartel person, and they caught him and they arrested him, right? And now I think he's got the death penalty coming. You know, good, we got one. But like, it's like at the same time, this person would be alive today if that, the cartel didn't have this power and whatever. And like, if you go to, this is gonna sound really terrible. This is part of the reason I don't like strip clubs, even though I'm a party guy, right? Is you go to a strip club here in Texas, then guess what? You're gonna see a ton of Colombians and Cubans. Well, why? Well, it's because the cartel owns them and they have to pay a certain amount, and they got them here, and most of them, they got here legally. So they went through the legal process to get these people here, and then they still own them and basically traffic them all over the place. It's really disgusting and horrible when you see this on a regular basis. And when I say this, people are like, oh, you're racist. I'm like, no, y'all are enabling this by not cracking down. That's what's disgusting to me, because it's a real fucking problem, and I'm tired of my friends dying. I'm tired of seeing women get turned into sex slaves. I'm tired of seeing the cartels have this power, and people just like go, nah, racism. And I think it's a bad look.
Well, the reason that people might think racism from what you said is that you would probably not be hard pressed to find people who agree that there should be smuggling and those kinds of like trafficking crimes should be dealt with. The problem is that you spoke about Somalis and you said people exploiting the asylum process. Somalis who arrived in America came during the Civil War, and they're citizens now. Do you think they exploited the asylum process to live in Minnesota? That's what I'm saying.
I think that
they came during a civil war.
The Dems exploited it.
So
listen, I'm not saying everything was specifically these groups. I think the Dems at the time took advantage and said, "Oh, these people are in civil war. We can make these people a voter base," and they, rigged the system to get them here when they otherwise might not have been here. Yeah, I think that's
80,000 voters in Minnesota. That's 80,000 people. That's including people
hold
who count like kids who got
this
vote.
is how I know you don't know about local elections. Local elections are decided by hundreds of votes, sometimes even like smaller numbers at the local level here. And if you get local power, that's almost more important than national power if you're building a base. So like you clearly just don't know like anything about local politics.
So you're trying to argue, okay, but if Somalis are socially conservative generally, if Republicans can win them over, win them over, treat them like your citizens.
If they're Muslim and socially conservative,
yeah.
So Muslims, even if they're socially conservative, vote Democrat because there's an alliance between the socialists.
How did Dearborn vote again? I forget.
Dearborn voted MAGA, by the way.
Just because there's one example of like an off, like
there's a lot of
Republicans can win over minorities if they stop making minorities think that there's fucking racism motivating them. The Somali, and you said the new fraud. What is the new fraud? Where are the new cases? Where?
It's all over the place, bro. They're finding.
It's not all over the place.
They're finding it in Vegas.
What are they? Wait,
what's
Somali?
I'll let you hold on. This is what we'll do. I'm going to read the rest of my super chats, and you find me the cases that are being brought up that are new by the Trump administration, the Trump DOJ, since the Nick Shirley video. Find me those cases, and we'll be.
Can we just let's get an obvious thing out of the way.
To say, how do we know Gibbs isn't a pedo? Prove it, Gibbs. We don't need to do
cougars
that right now. Okay.
I like cougars.
$5 from Alishness. Smart elections have been pushing to get statistically impossible down ballot votes recounted. They found fraud. They've been stopped by Trump's ilk. Thank you for the $5. $2 from the Trib One. What are some slurs for Scottish people? Asking for research.
There's not much. Like jock is one, but no one really cares about that, about Scottish slurs.
Oh, he called me a jock, and I was so offended.
Yeah, no one gives a fuck, man. We're thick-skinned over here.
20 pounds from History Speaks. Okay. He's asking, the IDF systematically bombed journalists, perhaps pro-Hamas, but clear civilians, e.g. women, when they were home with their kids. Lonerbox is embarrassed. He whitewashed this kind of thing for 2 years, so he takes it out on me.
Okay. History Speaks is a fat, lying, slimy piece of shit who has literally admitted that his goal is to do reputational damage to me. Probably because I called him out on Cast Lead because he spent fucking the best part of, it would have been a decade, believing that Israel had massacred a bunch of fucking civilian cops, and then he was literally just fucking chomping at the bit and screaming inside because he couldn't disprove the fact that Hamas owned these deaths as their own soldiers, and he's still not over it. Whatever.
Okay.
Well, also, I've never defended I've never put it past Israel to bomb people who don't deserve to be bombed. It's fucking stupid. Whatever.
Based.
Okay. Well, that's the super chats. Did you find a new case of fraud?
Yeah, any?
We could just go off one off the top of my head. How about Ilhan Omar's husband being investigated and their firm being investigated? That seems like a really easy one. That's not without me even doing a Google search. That's a new one.
Well, they've been doing the autism clinics too. Like in
That's Trump's
Minnesota,
DOJ,
the
right?
Amount of autism centers.
Was that based on?
and
Hold on.
spending's been going.
Did
Yep.
Nick Shirley's video expose
No,
that?
that's not you. No. You said, okay, I don't give a shit about Nick Shirley's video. I don't give a shit who discovers the fraud. If we're finding fucking fraud,
No, wait. So you think he did discover
that's
fraud?
what I want to
though?
talk about.
You think he did discover
I don't
fraud?
give a shit. I think he went in there and did some research. I don't think he was 100% right. I think he discovered some mechanisms that were fraudulent.
What mechanisms? What mechanisms? Give me one.
I think the daycare systems is a way of fraud.
Why did they show
Because
fraud?
we are seeing some of them shut down. Why is the learning center, the learning one, the main one that everybody keeps talking about? Why is it all of a sudden shut down and being pulled out by U-Hauls? Like, I mean, we're seeing all sorts of examples.
Wait. That's not evidence. The fact that someone else shut it down doesn't mean it's fraud.
Let me just finish my point here real quick. And the point y'all asked, this was the question. It wasn't specific to Nick Shirley's video. The question we were asked is new examples of Trump's DOJ fraud. And I mean, the Ilhan Omar investigation is a new example right off the top of my head of Somali-based fraud. Like that is
you literally
right off the top of my head.
gave the example. Your one defense of the Nick Shirley video, which is the only reason this discourse is actually out there right now.
You brought up Nick Shirley. I didn't even.
You said he was wrong. Well, you said that he had uncovered some fraud. But your example that you gave, just to address what you gave, you said that because the government shut down their funds after the Nick Shirley because they believed the video, not because they found, not because there were indictments, not because there were criminal charges, not because there were
There's investigations open.
Are there indictments? Are there any? Oh yeah, investigate. Were there any indictments?
I mean,
there's some of these. Like this is one of the shit.
I'm so sorry. I mean, besides the ones that were found under the Biden administration. Yes, sorry. Besides those ones.
No, but this is a shitlib thing. You say, "Oh, there's no fraud," and it's like, "Oh, well, actually, it's not only is it ongoing, but in the past there've been convictions." You're like, "Oh, so it's
no one is saying
so
there's no fraud. They're just saying
new.
that there's no fucking new massive revelations that are just being made, which justifies Trump sending 2,000 fucking droogs without the cooperation from the state into the state." Then Nick Shirley basically asked if he could fucking leer at some kids in the leering center and was surprised that they said no at this guy turning up at their fucking doorstep, and now he thinks there's fraud. That's it. There's no fucking fraud. There's no new, like, fraud exists in every state at all times. Of course, there's going to be some fraud happening. I'm sure some of them will be Somali, but no one has found some new massive fucking fraud scandal. The only people who are dealing with fraud, it seems to be, were the Biden administration who brought down the indictments and the convictions, which is what the story is built on, and also Walz, who spent the whole of 2025 creating a fraud investigation unit, passing the Business Filing Fraud Prevention Act, and ordering audits across Medicaid programs.
Hold on, quickly.
Y'all said name one. I named one, and now y'all
in a second, Gibbs. I'll let you respond in a second, Gibbs. But we also got to contend with. There was a Wall Street Journal report released on the 31st that showed that I think it was the Saudis. It might have been the United UAE. They gave Trump $500 million, $500 million, and after he was made president, right? Just like a week later, when he was inducted to office, turns out he gave that country access to our AI chips, which we've been, again, closely guarded secret. We're not letting just anyone have them. $500 million, right? To to Trump's crypto company or some shit, right? That's bribery, corruption, fraud that dwarfs anything that you can find in.
So if Trump did fraud, then the Somalians can do fraud.
Hold on. I got this. Wick. Okay. Y'all, you asked the question, and we're not even going to talk about the Ilhan Omar thing. Y'all said name one of the DOJ by Trump's admin. Okay, one of the few shows I watched in the last 2 weeks while I was, shenanigans for my birthday was one of Wick's shows, right? And Wick on here talked about how, this ICE shooting happened and it's real bad. And some of the prosecutors that are investigating fraud for the Trump DOJ quit over the ICE shooting because they didn't like how ICE was involved. Now, Wick, in that scenario, those were prosecutors for Trump's DOJ quitting active investigations into fraud over political issues on another thing. Would you agree that by your own admission, that's Trump's DOJ currently investigating fraud?
Are they investigating fraud that they found before the video or after? I don't
have
know
that in me.
either.
They're currently
so I
investigating
can't
fraud, but
answer your
but I didn't.
It's
Nobody
so
mentioned
fucking
it. Hold on.
gross as well.
Nobody mentioned the video until the video question was it Biden fraud or Trump fraud? Right? Like what admin when they started?
Okay,
And we know
I
it's
don't
Trump's
even know if
DOJ
they're not
investigating now.
investigating things from the Biden administration.
Bro, this is a moving
Neither do
goalpost,
you.
and y'all know it.
It's so fucking
Trump's
gross
DOJ
as well because
investigating now.
obviously the claim, obviously
pretty gross.
the central claim. It's such a Martin Bailey. The central claim is not that no fraud happens in America. The central claim is that Trump did not have a good reason to send 2,000 fucking federal agents without the approval of the state and without the cooperation of the state into Minnesota in the name of fraud because they thought they had found some new scandal. But you guys are trying to say that they had found a new scandal in Minnesota, but they haven't.
But they have. You need to name one. I've named two right now. Right, I've already named two. Like I keep going down this list, and this is what's like.
Two
funny,
people
Joe,
committing fraud is not a new fucking scandal that requires federal. So every time there's every time there are frauds, every time there's a white collar criminal in a state, there should be the federal government going in.
What
should
I'm
Biden have
saying
sent
is,
should
y'all
Biden have sent the feds to mount?
First of all,
Should
nobody
Biden
mentioned the video until y'all mentioned the video.
Should Biden have
nobody
sent
mentioned the video until y'all mentioned the video? Y'all mentioned it was under Biden. I now mentioned two specific examples of new Trump DOJ that are currently investigating. One of them definitely is only Trump DOJ. The other one, if it's from Biden and them, it's the Trump DOJ investigating it now. And they're the ones continuing with it. So when you're sitting here going through this is a very like debate, bro, try to dunk like tactic, and it's really dishonest because I've already shown just two examples, and I could keep going. I'm sure StreamRip's probably already got a litany of these ready to go, and I haven't even Googled yet. And if I turn over to my Google, I know I'm going to find about 15 examples. So, like, why are we doing this? Like, why are y'all pretending that Trump DOJ isn't actively investigating fraud currently in this area? Like, y'all were just saying he's doing this for the elections. Wouldn't it behoove them, if Trump thinks there's further fraud, to send the troops in and actually open up new investigations?
Is it within ICE's mandate to go and deal with fraud? That's not even what they're supposed to do. Fuck me. The Somalis who were convicted of fraud, by the way, were citizens. It's not ICE's fucking area.
You understand there's
what the fuck?
intergovernmental agency
It's so
cooperation?
stupid.
You understand that, right?
You're the one
Like,
talking
That
about
does not mean that you send ICE into a state to find fraud. Did Biden have to send?
You can call me stupid, but you're not addressing my point.
Did Biden have to send ICE in to deal with the fraud that he found?
Interagency cooperation.
Stop. You gotta let Lonerbox respond, and then StreamRip has to.
Just to be clear, one of that case that involved mostly Somalis with that one charity during COVID, that was actually like one of the biggest fraud cases that they'd found, and they didn't need to send ICE in because it's not ICE's fucking job. But do you think, unless you're okay, maybe Biden should have got a bunch of fucking federal droogs without anyone in Florida approving and just send them all to fucking Mar-a-Lago to beat down Trump's door because of the fake elector scheme? Because that was fraud, wasn't it? Trump is a fraudster. You understand?
Well, they actually dropped some of these charges in Georgia, if you recall, recently, and now that guess what? They're in Fulton County investigating it. That's an interesting.
Do you agree that do you think the seven fake electors that's not fraudulent? That wasn't fraudulent?
It's not fraud. It's a strategy.
It was. It's not a strategy is not mutually exclusive with fraud, you fucking idiot. What are you talking about? It's a fraudulent strategy.
Yeah, why did they drop?
Was it a legitimate strategy?
Why did Fulton County specifically just drop their case against Trump?
Yeah, why?
Fulton County wasn't over the fake elector scheme. That was that was federal. What are you talking about?
Georgia. He got arrested in Fulton County. I guess this is that's great. Facts are only convenient when they're on.
Wait, can I just see what you think you're proving here? Can you send me can you send me an article? First of all, this was 7 states.
Where do you think Trump got elected in? What do you think Trump got arrested in Georgia? Where do you think that was? Do you remember this? It was all over the news. Every damn used this as a talking point leading up to the election. They had photos of him getting arrested in Georgia. Like, where was that? Do y'all remember?
That was the mugshot.
That
was the fucking mugshot.
I remember the mugshot, but I'm asking you. This was just to be clear. This was a federal case. This was a federal case, not a state case.
What does that even mean?
Why
does that distinction matter?
They have to file in that location.
I just need to wait. Can either of you explain to me why you think that the 7 fake electors was not fraudulent? Rather than technicalities, can you tell me why was it not fraudulent?
Because I think it was a trumped up case that they tried to get him on, which is exactly what happened. And now that's why the second
No.
Now
why was it?
Have more evidence.
So it was a valid thing.
It's proving this. And no, it's not a valid thing because the second case now has been dropped. And now they're talking about returning around and suing them and appealing this first case. So it looks like the evidence has swung the other way.
Not to mention the fact that Georgia admits that they didn't have signatures on ballots. They called
300,000.
With Georgia, 315,000 even. Gibbs, you're being charitable.
Right. I know you guys always think that you found these new fucking smoking guns.
This is false, right? they had signatures on the ballots. What they didn't have,
Yeah, they weren't certified.
was
That's what it was.
the like ticker tape, right? When you
We'll
print
be
out.
honest.
So
We'll be honest.
It didn't like
Sure,
they
it was a
forgot to sign
certification.
it, right? To do a chain of custody
Or it was
thing.
fraud, and they
But you know
didn't
what
sign it
happened?
because it was fraud.
They recounted it, right? And then they did sign the ticker, the little ticker
Well,
tape.
yeah, I mean, obviously, if you'd snuck those in there,
There's no evidence they snuck anything in there. These are the
Well,
same
no,
amount
so,
of ballots.
well, there's a reason why the second case was dropped.
Same results.
Loner Box, let me ask you this.
I know they're investigating.
Out of interest, this
State of
Georgia
Georgia.
case, this Georgia case doesn't say it's about the, but this Georgia case isn't
Jesus
saying it's about the slates, is it?
No,
So,
they're
here's
talking
the
about
deal.
something else.
Georgia.
Why
so
are you doing that? The 7 fake slates are not
Because
to
they're
do with this
related.
case. Okay, they're. What are you
This-
talking
it
about?
pre-
Like,
it's
really?
before
You would
they elected
disagree that
them.
they're related? Like,
That does not preclude you from having committed a crime. The 7 slates were a crime. No, they were fraudulent. They were not legitimate slates of electors that Trump tried to put through the Congress. Do you deny that?
yeah, okay. The argument we're making in Georgia right now is that part of what has happened was the election he said is not right, right? And he's saying it was no good. I'm going to try
Whole
to put this as
J6
dumb terms
premise,
as I can.
election was no good.
Yeah, no good. The fake electors, they has the word in the name in the word, right? Electors, that's tied to what? The election. And now we're seeing the same kind of thing in Georgia where he's raising questions and they're investigating and there's this chain of command with these like 315,000 votes, right? That this seems like where there's smoke, there's fire. And that's why this next case that involved Trump in Georgia, in Fulton County, where he was arrested, is falling apart. And when you go, oh, it's a federal case, listen, we have federal courthouses at the state level. You start at the county area, and then you go up, and you go up, and you go up. There's like levels to this shit. That's why the
You're still not addressing my question.
Even
Even if we assume that because they found 315,000 unsigned early votes in Georgia, and that necessarily proves electoral fraud, which it doesn't, by the way, the question is still going to be, what's the argument here? That you believe that there's some fraud. You can't prove it because all the Fulton County evidence that they gave at the time was dog shit. Giuliani literally got fucking disbarred for it and got not mention the defamation through Fox News.
Then they just said he was right.
Just because if you have an inkling, no, they did not. If you have an inkling, that there's fraud in a state, and the solution to that is like, oh well, I might be correct in 4 years, so I'm going to make 7 slates of electors that are fake and say that they're actually the legitimate ones.
Gibbs, if I can. Loner Box, no, full stop.
No, I'm
full
not getting a confession from either of you that this is a fraudulent thing to do. What else is it if it's not fraudulent? Were those slates legitimate? Were the slates legitimate? Were the 7 slates legitimate?
It was a legal
Can you answer that question?
failed.
Just we can move. Hold on. We can move on to your questions, but can you answer Loner Box's question first?
So I'm an uninformed.
They'll never do it. Yeah, why would you be uninformed on that if you're just saying that Trump is fucking vindicated on the case? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Because you're not listening to the other fucking part of it. That's why. When you're ready, we can get there.
Trump did this in 7 states.
Are you ready? No, you're not ready.
What was his argument for doing this in Mexico?
Let me know when you're ready.
No, fuck you. What was his case for doing this? Is 7 states. You're not exonerated because of what? Let's even say Georgia was okay. There's loads of fraud in Georgia. He actually won Georgia. Not true, by the way.
Then the whole fucking thing falls apart.
No, it doesn't.
Does that
mean the slate? So does that? So if really? Well, really, because if Trump wins Georgia, that means the slate. That means the slate.
Go into the Giuliani thing.
If Trump wins in Georgia, even if Trump wins in Georgia, which he didn't, that means that New Mexico was not fraudulent. Seriously? Why? Why was the New Mexico slate not fraudulent? Why?
Before we go to New Mexico,
you're not going to answer the question.
Still in Georgia.
No, hold on. Can you answer the question that he found?
It's 7 states, by the way. You need to prove this for 7 states. 7 states. You haven't even proven one.
Because they're all. The answer is because they're all related. I don't think it was
fraudulent. They're not all related.
Like I said earlier, it was a
trumped up
just to be partisan charge.
Hold on, so we can stick on one thing at a time. So just to be clear, your position is that you do not think that the 7 slates of electors, alternate electors that Trump had go to the Capitol to present themselves, that forged documents, you don't think that was fraudulent?
I think that it was not fraudulent based off of new evidence that's come out, like this Fulton County thing, right? When I'm sitting here seeing other related cases, fall apart and be dropped.
So just
When
to
I
be
see
clear,
them,
no,
hold on.
your answer is no. You don't think it was fraudulent. Just to be clear.
No, yeah, because
I want to get that answer just clear.
yes, I've said that multiple times now. Just to be clear,
Don't think it's fraudulent. Okay.
And yeah, I think it was a trumped up attack on Trump just to try to get rid of him through, lawfare, which is what I think happened. And so we're going to sit here, and when I look at this, and I go further down the line, this next case has been dropped. We're seeing Trump go in and investigate. We have new evidence saying, oh, actually, this Giuliani, who, do you remember him, had to pay millions for defamation, right? Millions. They just admitted that Giuliani was right. Officials admitted this. Like some of the same ones that were sued. Yes,
Again, well, they can say that, but there's just they can say that and suck MAGA's fucking knob over it. But again,
Steve,
Giuliani was not right.
Quote,
Giuliani lied. He doctored. He used a doctored video and lied about it.
Point. He'll get the quote. He'll get the quote for you. He'll find it for you in a spec. I'll finish this point. So when I see this, and it seems like a reversal to the point now, Giuliani and them are talking about going back after him to get their money. Right? It's crazy to me that there's like I said earlier, there's no level of evidence you will accept where, hey, maybe there was something a little fishy going on.
Hold on.
Is this wait? This 315,000 claim?
Evidence, but
well, they think that 315,000 votes were actually fraudulent. Even though, what can you just describe what happened?
Such a shit lib, dude. No,
that's not what we said either.
Oh, really? They weren't fraudulent. Okay, so
I have never,
the 7 slates were invalid then, right? Yeah. Okay. That's
I've never tried to put something on you that you didn't say. You have repeatedly stated an argument the wrong way and act like it's not what.
So why are you saying Trump is...
about these lefts?
Hold on. One at a time. Stop. We're gonna have to stop. Gibbs. Stream Rift. What are you saying then? Give us a clear position, and then Lonerbox will deal with it.
Right. So Lonerbox, the claim is that, and this is from a Newsweek article. Newsweek isn't pure propaganda. According to Georgia, they say 130 tabulator tapes from the 2020 election. These are the tabulators saying these are valid votes. So this is the sleight of hand the Trump haters will use, is they'll say, well, the ballots were counted. And it's like, well, but that's not the point. And they'll say, well, the ballots were signed. And like, well, that might even be true. The state of Georgia has laws for their elections. And they say in order for us to know that these are valid votes and that there was all of the proper protocol followed, we require signatures certifying that these votes were collected properly. Because otherwise, someone could just dump a bunch of legitimate looking ballots in and stuff them in the box, and we don't know that they came in valid. That's the argument. So if you're going anywhere but that, that's not the argument. And they state officials in Georgia have admitted to this. Go ahead.
Do you understand also? So you also acknowledge that Raffensperger, who's the Georgia Secretary of State, said that there was a minor clerical error, as in not like evidence of.
Yeah, this is the sleight of hand.
He's a Republican, by the way.
It's election fraud, but we're going to call it a clerical error.
Well, it is a clerical error. That seems to be what it is.
Polite on
that seems to be what it was.
When a fucking 130 tapes don't get the 2 signatures they need, they required 130 fucking separate sets of votes.
Substantial clerical error.
It almost looks like systemic. And here's the other thing: this is in the state where the state of Georgia gave shit to Trump. They said he was pressuring them. There was 3 categories of votes that were disputed. And when he said, I just need 12,000 votes or whatever the hell, however he said it, there were like hundreds of thousands of fraudulent votes. And you guys will fight tooth and nail to act like this never happened. And you'll gaslight and say, oh,
wait,
well,
did you say,
not. Yeah,
did you say 2 signatures?
Yeah, my understanding is on each one of these. So I'm looking at the article. I put it up on the old X so you can look at it. It's a Newsweek article. It's not some freaking, Drudge Report or anything fun like that. 100. Now, this is the Georgia State Election Board. So I know I'll walk you through American politics here a little bit, the way our government works. We have election boards at the state level that set the rules, and the federal government's not supposed to interfere with them. This is their own fucking rules. And in their own rules, they say this step is required. So why should they not be? Why should their citizens?
If I may, Stream Rift. So fair enough. That is required. They make their own rules. So they have a remedy if those rules are broken and not followed. And guess what? Under their rules, under their system, they followed that remedy. What was that remedy? It was to recount it so that they could make sure it was run them through again just to make sure it was accurate and then sign them. So now the chain of custody is in place. So if we are going to admit that they're going to follow their own rules, what process was broken? Because something went wrong. They remedied it, and now it's good. What's wrong here?
So if I'm
you have a problem with extra oversight, double checking?
That's literally what happened. They double checked it.
Okay, well, so you have a problem with the third check?
Not to mention that they audited when Trump asked Raffensperger to do it as well.
Well, why would they?
And
Why
they said
would
that
they?
the
hold
audit
on.
didn't find any wrongdoing. Yeah,
Wait, so
they didn't find 11,000
it's
votes that were
crazy
Trump's.
how they admit. It's just amazing how they admit something's wrong, and they go, "Oh, okay," and then this something goes, and well, we go, "Oh, hey, this is pretty suspicious."
Well, it's because
based
you're
on
using
a series of suspicious events, and then we go and investigate. Now suddenly there's admissions when before there had been none. Like it's just like. Before there was.
Hold on. If we
it
check this,
didn't happen.
hold on. This is
Well,
a
it
problem.
didn't happen, and
hold
now
on.
it's
both of
hold
you,
on.
please. The problem I have with both of you is we could have 10 checks. We could have 20 checks. This could be the 1,690th check that we've ever performed, and you'd be like, why don't we just do one more? Maybe it was wrong this time.
Well, I was just
always
told.
going to be a goalpost move.
Here.
There's always going to be more that you want to show it's solidified. We had a process, right? It was double checked. It was triple checked, right? They had an audit, for God's sakes. Like, there has been no evidence found that this was fraudulent in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, who was investigating? The Biden administration?
Let me real quick. Wick, here's the thing. One, if the remedy is to recount it for the lack of tabulator, I'm just going to take at face value, grant what you're saying is correct.
Rerun it through, right?
Right. So they say we can't verify these. We're going to
thing. There's a new tape printout. Then you sign it.
So let's just assume that that's true. And I'm not even doing that like, oh, well, let's just say it's true. At a minimum, stop fucking bitching at conservatives for saying there was fuckery. Stop saying these are the most sanitized, clean, that there's no problems, everything's all gorgeous, because this was a problem. And this is the amount of hell that has to be raised to even get the acknowledgement that there was
they found an inconsequential error is the problem. Again, I'm just reading about this right now, but it seems like what you're saying is that you're turning this issue into something like fucking enormous, because what it's saying here is that when they have these tablets, no, I'm not moving the fucking goalpost. What are you talking about? Excuse me, goalposts. I'm sorry. This conversation started because I said the 7 fake electors slates were fraudulent, and you said, "Oh no, they found an irregularity in Georgia." Ugh. Like that's not proving that their 7 slates were not fraudulent. What the fuck are you talking about? That's how this. That's why we're on this conversation. And now we've learned that
it's really hold on. It's just now we've learned that earlier.
Now we've learned that I'm not finished. I'm sorry. You guys ramble so much. You guys ramble so much, and I'm just trying to say. Now we're finding out that what seems to happen here is that there has to be a poll manager and 2 witnesses who print, check, and sign the tapes from the machines. And it seems that in these 315,000 cases, that some of the tapes were not signed, and that violates a rule. But it doesn't invalidate anything else that happened. The whole point is just to it's a clerical issue. That's all that is. What else do you think it is? What do you think? Do you think that 315,000 fake votes were cast for Biden? Do we even know who these votes were for?
Nobody said that. Hold on, nobody knows because that's what the problem is.
Well, that probably means that if you're going to anticipate that maybe something irregular will be found in 2025, then I'm going to make a fake slate of electors for Georgia in 2020. It's so stupid. It's fraud. Trump committed fraud.
All right, I'm going to respond now. I'm going to respond now. Listen, first, I was sat here and told for years there was nothing, no question, right?
Nope.
And now
they just said that there wasn't outcome determinative fraud.
Okay, I'm going to wait again. All right, you tell me when you're done.
They just said there wasn't outcome determinative. I'm going to interrupt you I'm going to interrupt you if you lie. Sorry.
Listen, fine. If we're going to do that game, I'm just going to interrupt you every time, and then everybody's going to get mad at me. But we'll do that.
Did I not correct what you said? What did I just say?
Okay. Can I?
Did I not correct what you just said?
Well, you're wrong, and you're missing.
What did I say? What you think people were? The official line was no fraud has ever happened in this election. This is the cleanest. This is like this election is 100% beyond reproach. There is not 1% fraud. Who said there's not 1% fraud?
Hold on. I have heard from numerous people on many panels, and it's rich and ironic that earlier
hold on. I just got to interrupt real quick. What he's asking isn't that you ever heard it from some Twitter guy.
I would like to answer.
I would like to answer. We got to be.
I already know what you're going to say.
No, because we're just going to loop unless we answer each other correctly, and we got the correct response to the correct question. He's not asking, did you ever
I know what he's asking.
Twitter rando or Twitch chatter or YouTube chatter this? He's asking, did you ever hear this from a party official?
Can I speak now?
And the question is, did you actually hear that there is zero fraud at all? Not like outcome determinative fraud, but just someone saying there's zero fraud. No one's ever committed fraud in this election.
I'm sure that Steve while I'm about to stop for uninterrupted. I can't even talk now. I'm so frustrated. For a second, he can go look up the party official that said this. But I've heard for many years that there was no fraud. Many years from many sources. Now, before anybody interrupts, this is the interesting thing. Earlier on this show today, you said, and I quote, I hate having to defend all these takes from all these other lefties as if for one monolith, right? That's terrible. I don't want to have to defend some of these terrible things. Now, what you're doing right now, and it's so bad faith, is after you just bitched about it, you were sitting here trying to take everything that me and Streamwith are saying, which is very hyper-specific, and you're going and trying to apply all, Wick did this too, and y'all are trying to apply all this standard of all these other righties to what we're saying right now. So if we're going to do that, then we're going to just attribute all the bad shit. So I'm going to try to stay good faith and try to keep doing the hyper-specific and not doing this ticky-tack debate bro dunk game that you're trying to do. But we're going to keep going. We'll see how that goes. So what we're talking about is we were told there was no fraud by numerous sources. Now, I'm not saying you said that. I'm not saying Wick said that, but I've been told on this panel, on other places, there was no fraud. And then I've been told the other thing, which was, it wasn't determinative fraud. All these things, what we told. Now I'm hearing, after convictions, that, hey, guess what? There was some kind of question that may have happened here. And then I'm hearing, Dominion said there was no access to the shit for the whole time. Y'all remember the Dominion lawsuit with Fox News where they said all this shit and they got to pay millions? It's a big deal. In fact, it's a dunk that y'all use all the time.
Hold on, just real quick, Gibbs.
Please,
the Dominion lawsuit. What was the lawsuit? What were they convicted for?
Don't ask this guy a question. You're just getting a fucking license to go on the fucking.
I just want to finish what I'm saying. Like there was a Dominion lawsuit with defamation, slander, all that shit. They were fired. I don't have all the specifics.
What was the defamation and slander? That's important.
Over the the voter claims, the election.
What was Fox claiming?
He won't specify.
Why don't you just say it so I can finish my point? Why don't you say the answer you want so I can finish my point?
Well, the true answer.
Can't you just say it?
I just want because I don't know what answer I've given it.
You don't know.
It's clearly not good enough. I do know. I know there's several answers. Why don't you just say? Just say I'm done. I want to finish my point. That's what I want.
Why can't you just say it? Why are you throwing a fit? You also lied about what happened in Fulton County.
We
want to talk about why the case was dismissed in Fulton County?
All right, you know what? I'll just wait.
Well, are you going to acknowledge why the case was dismissed in Fulton County?
No, I'm going to acknowledge.
You lied about that. I came on here because you lied about it.
I'm not lying about nothing. One,
why was the case in Fulton County dismissed?
Can I finish?
Why was the case in Fulton County dismissed?
You think this is a dunk? You just look like an asshole.
You can't do it. You lied.
You lied. Why was it dismissed? I've been trying to make a point for 20 minutes.
Gibbs.
I've been trying to make a point for 20 minutes. You can answer, Wick. You give me the point you want to make real quick because you've interrupted me now. After I just wanted a second to finish my point. After letting him rant and interrupt me for 20 minutes. So go ahead, Wick. What is the Dominion lawsuits? I was told, all this shit with Fox. We all saw it. We all saw it play out. We saw this thing. It's a dunk y'all use on you all the time. This is why it's so bad faith to sit here and try Gibbs. Because I've heard this argument for fucking months. Right? Cool. Now what we're being told in front of congressional hearings is that there was access to Dominion from outside sources. Now, I'm still not sitting here and saying there was fraud. But when y'all are going to go, hey, papa, there was none of this shit. And then we're going to have people giving congressional testimony saying, this did happen. These guys did show up. There's this discrepancy in Georgia. There's the minutes by Georgia officials. And hey, maybe Giuliani was right the whole time. Guess what? Yeah, I'm going to call bad faith games on what y'all are doing now. Thank you.
Okay,
go ahead.
So just to let everyone know, the lawsuit against Fox was because Dominion claimed, right, that Fox was lying and promoting that Dominion had rigged the 2020 election. They claimed that they were hacked, manipulated, switched votes, that they were purposely manipulated in order to switch votes from Trump to Biden. That was found to be false and found to be knowingly false because, again, as they went through the text messages and internal emails, the people who were pushing that lie were found to know it was bullshit and push it anyway. That's why they won their lawsuit. So when you try to apply it was because they said something entirely different than that. I just have issues.
You guys are saying there's no claim of, and we need to get back to Loner Box here. This isn't the World versus Gibbs. Yeah. There's a Time Magazine article that came out that was a big fucking deal, and this is the most bullshit contemporaneous admission.
Oh my god, dude!
Time.com.
Did you read that article?
Fucking mouth.
Did you read that fucking article?
I'm going to quote it right here.
Go ahead.
They were not rigging the election. They were not rigging the election. They were fortifying it. and they believe the public needs to understand the system's fragility to ensure democracy in America endures. So the lead-in on that was the claim is in this article, oh, well, everybody's saying there's some secret cabal doing this. No, we're not manipulating it. We're fortifying it. So when in 2020, Time Magazine says the election was fortified, and some people think, I don't know, I feel like that's sort of lipstick on a pig. That's Time saying there was an election fraud. It was election fortification.
Even with, it's funny because even I didn't know this claim, but even with your spin on it, this just sounds like the most nothing article. Even with your trying to editorialize it, you just sound like you're saying that they introduced fortification.
Are you a fortification denier?
How? Fortification in what way? What's wrong? Like what? Increasing standards or increasing checks and balances, or what? What do you mean fortified? What does that mean?
Have you read this article, by the way? It's a famous article on the right wing. Have you read it?
Oh, famous?
Before?
No, I haven't read it. No, but I mean, the way that he just characterized it made it sound like it was nothing at all.
Let Dev go because I'm curious what Dev has.
Yeah, so the article's on Time, and it's called "The Secret History of the Shadow Campaign That Saved the 2020 Election," and it's basically just
campaign that saved the election.
Yes,
sorry,
yes, and you guys have been triggered over it for 6 fucking years. You've been triggered about shadow campaign. You've been triggered about fortified. What the article actually says, if you read it and don't just go off to like fucking viral Twitter headlines, what it actually says in the article is that Trump was trying to pull apart democracy at every fucking turn, and you had all. Spin. No. That's the truth. It's in the fucking article. It's in the fucking. If you actually read the fucking thing, it's in the article. Listen, man. There's like all these different groups in the article. There's like private groups. There's public groups. There's Democrats. There's some Republicans, and they're like, listen, Trump's trying to rape fucking democracy, and we need to stop him. And they did successfully.
Right. This is literally organized election interference, and they admit to it. You don't fortify an election.
It's stopping Trump's election interference. It's stopping Trump's election interference.
Hold on, just give me a chance. Yeah, how is them saying, "Hey, we see"? Like, let me ask you: if you saw a bunch of illegal immigrants coming in and try to vote, and you stop them by checking their ID, would that be considered election interference?
Yeah, what are the ice fucking brown shirts and the voter booths dribbling over people's shoulders, making sure they're doing everything properly in their eyes? That would be
so. Why the fuck if you guys? So
hold on, no. Answer the question.
Let me address what they were doing. Can I address what they were doing
directly,
instead?
please? Would you consider something like that election interference?
No,
because they are trying to make sure that the rules are being followed. So when they have this shadow campaign, quote unquote, scary words, I know, what these people were doing was ensuring that the officials, that Trump, that all these people, what they were doing is they were ensuring that the rules were being followed. To call that election interference.
That's the argument that we're making.
Stop. To call that election interference is deceptive and, in my view, dishonest.
That's not what fucking happened, though. When the fucking Biden DOJ is pressuring states to say you can't clean up your own fucking voter rolls, Virginia says, hey, we've got like people on here that shouldn't be voting. We're going to clear this up. And then the fucking Biden DOJ literally goes to court over this to tell Virginia they can't fucking clean up their voter records. I think they did the same thing with Nevada. When we have this fortification team, they're not saying we just need, with your example, Wick, you're saying there's someone who I believe shouldn't vote, and they're making sure that someone that's voting is someone who should be voting. Here we're talking about manipulating process and procedure so that the will of the American people is subsumed by the agendas of this group of folks that go through and selectively nudge things to get the outcome that they want against the interest of the American voter.
But the problem
you just perfectly described Trump's behavior before and after the election.
I have the article on screen. I'm going to read this to you, okay, real quick. Trump has made it clear that this will not be a fair election and that he will reject anything but his own re-election as fake and rigged. On November 3rd, should the media report otherwise, he will use the right-wing information system to establish his narrative and incite his supporters to protest. This is exactly what happened in real life. Yeah,
but
if you read this fucking article you talk about for the past 6 fucking years, you'd know what happened.
Dev, please, and StreamRift, please. You understand, StreamRift, that when they were doing this, when the DOJ was doing this, guess who was president? Was it Biden?
So there's a
who was it? Biden? Was Biden president when the courts, the DOJ, challenged these voter roll purges?
Oh no.
Can we also talk about why they were challenged?
Stop. I just want him to answer this question. Was Biden president when the DOJ challenged these voter roll purges? And there's a reason they did, and it's a good reason.
So I'm going to give you the fucking 20-second
I just want to get to
I'll answer it by just saying yes. That's a factual claim. It was Biden. fine, or as Trump. Right.
Okay.
But here's the thing.
Now let's
Let me fucking clarify.
Hold on.
Let me.
I'll let you clarify in a minute. I got a
I'm
couple
gonna
more.
fucking
I'm
rope
still asking you
myself. Oh
questions, right?
God.
Okay.
Still asking you questions. So, if you knew that there was a group out there that wanted to get rid of the voter registration of people who are legally and lawfully registered to vote, do you think that the DOJ should come in and stop that group from doing that?
Yes.
Yes, that's what they were doing. The
Bullshit.
DOJ.
You're out of your
at the
fucking
time,
mind on that one.
I
You're
am not out of
assuming
my mind.
The
There are
presupposition
groups-
is that was Trump's DOJ. But that's like the part of the problem that we have with this fourth pillar of government is we do have an administrative state that pushes the agenda of the left. It doesn't matter if Trump's in office or not. Trump has more problems with the fucking FBI, DOJ than a ton of presidents.
Who
That's why he had
appointed the head of the
Mar-a-Lago
Who appointed the head of
raid,
the
all this shit.
DOJ? Who appointed the head of the
You're
DOJ?
so fucking
Trump.
dense here. Trump appointed him. Doesn't mean
Yeah?
he was a Trump loyalist. That was a mistake.
Oh, you want to? Oh, thank you. Oh my God, I love you so much. You just fucking admitted you want a loyalist. That is not the DOJ's
No,
job
I
is to
said
be
he
a
wasn't a
loyalist.
loyalist.
Yeah, that's what
let
you
me-
want,
let
though.
me try to-
His problem
You're
is that he
acting
wasn't a
as if he is a
loyalist.
loyalist,
Bill
though.
Barr
You
literally
said,
said.
oh, he was appointed
Bill
to
Barr
Trump. No, no,
literally
he's a Trump
said
loyalist.
he would vote for Trump again.
Being a loyalist is
No,
bad.
hold on. I think what Streamlift is kind of like trying to get at here.
Oh,
is
the
like,
problem
okay,
with
so
Bill
Trump
Barr
comes
is that
in,
he wasn't fucking Trump's
he's a populist, right?
fucking
He's not a
manservant.
true Republican, right? So the people that are there that are Republican that have still been leftovers from before, the administration, those are not really Trump people, right? Even though they're tokenly probably voted for him, right? So he comes in 2016. He wants to clean out the rot. That's what he wants to do, clean the swamp. And so he appoints people in positions, and he tries to work with people that are there, some Dems, some Republicans, because he's a populist, right? And so he got some people in office, but he didn't get enough, right? He didn't clean out the swamp enough, right? And so now when he's coming in the second time, in 4 years, he's had some people that survived the Biden, try to revenge purges. And now he's able to implement the system since he's been here before in a better way. And now they're actually trying to push their agenda. That's kind of what Streamer's alluding to. Yeah, it wasn't necessarily that it was just Trump's DOJ. It was like Trump's DOJ with all the Obama, Biden, all these people holdouts that were from back in the day. It's just like that.
They were under Bill
just real
Barr. Bill
simple.
Bill Barr was the head of the DOJ. He was the one who
But
directed them.
are you
What the
disagreeing
fuck?
that you think Trump went all the way down to the local level and went person by person was like, oh yeah, get rid of him, put my person in? No, you keep
No, because you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to have civil servants who are usually bipartisan. They've been loyal to both administrations.
You just don't know American history. Literally, the American history is full of them doing this repeatedly. When new people come in, they would just clean out the whole gut the whole government and put the new people. That's American history.
Okay,
it's been that way since our found. It is true. If you disagree,
But apparently,
you're
even
just
Trump.
wrong.
But you're saying that
It
Trump.
is true.
But even Trump's picks.
Oh, you're
even
saying
Trump's.
that
But you're
didn't happen
saying
many
you're
times
saying
throughout
that the problem is even it was even Trump's picks who didn't do what he wanted them to do. Bill Barr was Trump's picks.
that's
and he
not what I'm
didn't even
saying.
do
No,
what
now
Trump
you're
wanted him to
attributing
do.
something else I didn't say.
Gibbs, no, give him this one. Give him this one. No, Loner Box. Trump appointed a bunch of people that fucked him. Why is that so complicated to you?
What?
You guys
Okay,
act like
okay.
act
You
like,
must
Trump
admit.
appointed this guy,
You
and
must
he did
admit that
something,
Trump
so,
is.
okay, well,
So
it's
you
his
must
own
admit.
guy.
Is Trump a bad businessman? Is Trump a bad? Is he a retard? Does he just pick all these people
the fuck does
who
that have to
ended
do
up
with my
betraying
point?
him? Did Trump just pick all those traitors? What?
He was using people that were there.
By the way,
people that
fucked
were
him over.
neocons, really,
By the way,
whatever.
isn't it a coincidence
it's not like
that
they were like MAGA
Hold
people?
on, Loner.
Isn't
Loner
it-
box. Loner
his
box. Go
people.
ahead.
Isn't it a coincidence that their betrayal of him just happened to coincide with them not telling him exactly what he wanted to hear?
I think you're just
That's when he
fucking
betrayed.
insane
That's
on
when
this
he
issue.
got
You
betrayed
have
by
a
them.
position that you have, and you don't really care what the facts are. The fact of the matter is objectively.
You have not
consistently,
given
the DOJ
any
has been
facts.
hostile
So
to
your
the Trump. They
so
did
your
the
facts so
fucking Pfizer-
far.
No, no, hold
Your
on,
facts
hold
so
on.
far.
There's a huge point.
No,
Stream
you
River
interrupt
Box,
me every
wait,
fucking
Stream
10
River Box.
seconds. I don't know why you feel like you're so entitled, like drove over you after 10 seconds. I let you guys ramble so much and you say fucking nothing. So far, your position is, well, we're not saying there was fraud, but also there were all these irregularities that mean that the 7 slates of electors were not fraudulent. You are still not fucking answering me, by the way, which is quite disrespectful. What the fuck
I answered
happened?
you. I said
Why-
I don't know about the electors.
You don't.
That's
So
literally, I gave you an answer.
So
I'm sorry,
why
I'm
did
not
you contest
ready
me
to
when I
give
said
you
it
a
was
detailed
But you
argument
were
on
so
all of
sure that
these
it's not
issues.
fraudulent, right? How do you? How if you don't know?
The burden's on
how
you
are
to
you
say
so
if this was
sure?
fraud. So
You
because
didn't say the
they-
burden was on me. You just acted like I was being fucking stupid to say that the 7 slates were fraudulent.
So I explicitly said it was a strategy. I already answered that. That's on the recording. When you said, "Well, what about the 7 electors?"
It was
I
a
said
fraudulent.
strategy.
It was a fraudulent strategy.
It was a
though.
legal strategy.
It wasn't
legal strategy.
It's an illegal strategy.
Illegal strategy.
As in, like, if I'm a lawyer and I say, well, I've got this legal theory that I can murder this fucking toddler in the street,
Like Jack
that's
Smith
an
with the
illegal.
fucking,
That's an
against Trump?
illegal
Yeah.
strategy.
Jack
That's
Smith,
illegal.
yeah.
Oh
Novel
no,
theories,
not
yeah.
like Jack Smith, like fucking Eastman, who admitted that his theory would lose 9-0 in the Supreme Court. Like people who said behind the scenes that they knew what they were doing was illegal. Like Mike Pence's team, who said, yeah, this is definitely illegal. This is not a theory. This is not validated by anything in American history. This is them literally saying we are going to break the Electoral Count Act. We are going to violate
Pence is
the
like a
law.
holdover.
Your legal theory is that you can do illegal
you said
things.
This earlier.
Yeah, that's your legal. That's your legal theory.
Earlier, Loaderbox. You said this earlier. You said MAGA has taken over the Republican Party, right? The first term, Trump had to get in bed with the neocons, right? Mike Pence, old school neocon.
He didn't have to. He
got
chose
him in
them,
there.
but okay.
Yada yada. Bro, well, I mean, this is just the facts. You just sit.
That's how he got the evangelicals. Without
he
Pence, he
literally
doesn't get
made
evangelicals.
alliances with the neocons after they got rid of Bush, Jeb, and all them. And it was all these things to get them on board, right? Cool. We all know this. That's why you sometimes pick who you pick as the VP. Right now, when the last election, he didn't have to do that because he had enough momentum that he literally didn't even go to the Republican debates. He's just like, nah, I'm the guy. And he was the guy. It was just that kind of big boss move, right? Whether I like him or hate him. You yourself said this. So it goes to follow. Now when he's got this kind of cult of personality, whether it's good or bad, and all these people in office that have been there now for a while, some of them at the local, some of the mid-level, yada, yada, that he's going to be able to do more with his administration now that he has the levers of power than he was before when he had to make alliances with people he didn't really want to. Would you agree with that statement?
I'm just gonna again. Neither of you are answering my question. I'm just gonna go back to it. If I say that my legal
question, I'll make them answer.
If I say that my legal strategy involves breaking the law, that's not like a legal strategy, right? That's breaking the law.
That's a circular argument. You're presupposing
Rick
that
literally
it's
made
legal
me
to use
answer
the
your question
elector's
before I could even talk a few minutes ago.
No, what do you mean? What did you just say? What did you just say? What did you just say?
So you're saying it's illegal to do something illegal. Structurally, fine, that's coherent. You're
No, as in-
presupposing that the elector. Let me fucking finish. I will listen to you and I will answer your questions. I will always promise you that. If the elector strategy is a strategy that is unlawful, like they went through the process and they tried something. Our legal system is not based off, like, we frequently determine whether or not something's legal after the fact, but you have to put the theory forward. There's nothing unlawful about putting this theory forward. Like that's the issue. It's cleaner than fortifying an election the way everybody likes the title.
No, it's not. It's fraud.
And if you don't like the answer,
it's not
fine.
cleaner
I
than
think this is a stupid
fortifying an
issue,
election. What are you
but
talking
there's
about?
the answer.
Eastman doesn't even
Let me
think
ask you,
that.
did I answer your
Eastman
question?
said we should
Loner,
break.
did I answer your question?
No, you didn't. Eastman said we should break the ECA because he thinks it's unconstitutional. He admitted that he would lose 9-0 in the Supreme
Full
Court.
stop. If you think so, was the elector scheme unconstitutional, or was the
he said
act
he
that they were
thinks the
disregarding
ECA,
unconstitutional?
which has existed since 1887, was unconstitutional, and therefore they should just break it. As in, we should
Then
break
it's
the
not
law.
fucking illegal, you dumb Brit.
It's not illegal. So if I believe, if
It's
someone just says,
unconstitutional.
if someone,
Marbury versus Madison. No, full stop. Marbury versus
it's
Madison.
not unconstitutional though.
All laws which
It's
are
not.
repugnant to the Constitution are null and void.
It's not unconstitutional though. Eastman admitted that he would lose 9-0 in the Supreme
Doesn't
Court.
matter if it is or well, you're shifting it. Then.
It's not a legal defense then. So anyone who commits, so anyone who anyone who commits a crime. So anyone, hang on. So you're just to be clear, if anyone commits a crime, they can just say, "I think that law violated the Constitution."
No. You're being dishonest.
Oh, okay.
Here. I'll
So
explain.
Eastman
If
knew
there's a
that the
law-
ECA was not
so if-
unconstitutional. He just said he just posed it as a theory to give Trump what he wanted because that's what he was fucking hired to do.
This is how we fucking challenge U.S. law. We start at the bedrock of
What,
the
you break it?
Constitution.
No,
and
you
if we
don't.
have
You don't
some
break the
fucking
law to
thing like
challenge
the
it.
ECA. Jesus fuck. So if we have this thing called the Constitution. When we got sick of the UK, we made
Yeah,
this
you don't
document
respect
that said,
it. You don't care
you know
about
what?
it.
Here's
Don't
our
talk to me about the
rights.
Constitution.
Now,
No, fuck you.
we
You're not
care
talking about the
it so
Constitution.
much.
You don't care about
we
it.
care about it so much.
Eastman
that
knew
if
it
there's
was
subsequent
Hold on,
legislation.
let Streamer finish.
Uh-huh.
Then I know that Dev wants to say a couple things too, so that's what order we're gonna go in.
So if anything violates the Constitution, it can't be unlawful to violate it. I'll clean that up. If the ECA is unconstitutional, it's not unlawful to acknowledge the unconstitutionality of it. That's why we have the courts. It's the whole fucking reason why we have judicial review. So you're saying, oh, it's illegal. And it's like, no, this is how our fucking legal system works. And yeah, it's complicated. Yeah, it's a little messy. But because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's illegal.
And just answer me in good faith then, Streamriff. If I thought that murdering you right now, that taking a knife and stabbing it and jabbing it into your eyeballs over and over again, if I thought that the laws against me doing that were unconstitutional, so I did it in order to challenge things, would you ever describe me as doing something that's just pushing forward a legal theory?
I do not see how those two connect with each other.
Because Eastman knew that he wasn't fucking going to have approval of the Supreme Court. Holy shit.
Let me explain.
Can I? Okay, go ahead.
Hold on. Let me explain, and then
how is it
maybe you will see how it is
kill me?
connected. Okay, and maybe we'll understand each other a little bit better.
I'd love that.
Okay. I think that Eastman knew goddamn well that what he was doing was blatantly unconstitutional because just
He said
a
so, Rick, he said
reasonable
so.
person.
Yeah,
let
he
me
said it.
finish.
He admitted it.
A
He said it.
reasonable
He said it.
person-
He disagrees with these people. Fuck me.
Yeah, a reasonable person would never think that it was unconstitutional. A law against murder was unconstitutional, just like a reasonable person would never think that
about
that
Jim Crow?
particular law, the ECA, was unconstitutional. It's not a
What about Jim
reasonable
Crow,
thing,
Wick?
right?
Well, Wick, what about Jim
I wanna-
Crow? They broke laws
The
in
ECA
order
is
to
not
challenge
Jim Crow.
did they not?
Yeah, and they admitted that they were breaking laws. MLK literally said, if you're going to break an unjust law,
Well, so
you
then they
should
was-
break an
hold on,
unjust
hold
law,
on,
but
hold
you
on.
accept the
Hold on, and
consequences
then
as
what
well,
happened?
right?
And then, hold on. Then what happened? They went to court, and it was challenged on novel legal theory. Right, they're different.
It wasn't novel. It was based on
And then
already
the laws-
existing legal
The laws
theory.
were changed because some of the Supreme Courts, they struck things down and they forced people to do stuff. This literally is what civil rights was. They challenged legal theory in the courts and legislatively, and it is exactly what happened. Like
Literally
that's
why the
history.
Supreme
You
Court
just don't
exists.
know U.S. history.
No, I do
Like,
know
hold on,
U.S. history.
you-
You've literally just
here,
admitted you don't know
let me
U.S.
ask you-
history.
Okay,
The
Dev,
legal
Dev, go
questions,
ahead.
the
I mean,
legal
I just
questions.
gave an
No,
example
sorry,
of
just to correct what
exactly
you're
what we're
saying.
talking
No, just to correct exactly what you're saying. The legal questions around the civil rights issue had been more or less solved at the federal level long before the civil rights movement. They admitted this. They knew this with the NCAA and everyone else. They knew that even in the early 1900s, a lot of these questions had been solved, but the states just
Right.
weren't practicing them, and that they needed to be strengthened. Not that, but again, even MLK said, and these people, they still acknowledged they were breaking the law. You guys can't even admit that Eastman was breaking the law.
broke the law,
Even
yeah.
Eastman
And then
was
what
aware
happened?
that he was breaking the law. Even Eastman said he was
But
breaking
that's
the
not what
law.
happened. Nobody said that. Even if he did say he was breaking the law, just like they admit. You,
The
okay,
whole-
hold on. You
the
just-
whole reason we're
you just,
having this
you just
argument-
admitted both of them said they were breaking the law. You just
whole
said, hold
reason
on.
we're-
He
hold
just
on.
said MLK admitted they were breaking the law.
The
And you
only
just said
reason-
Eastman admitted they were breaking
Yeah,
the law.
the difference
They're
is
both breaking
that
the law to
the difference
challenge
is
legal theory.
the difference is that first of all, the difference is that civil rights law, that segregation laws are unjust laws.
The only reason we're having this argument is because Streamrift refused to admit that what Eastman did in those fraudulent elector schemes was illegal. He says it's not illegal, it's a novel legal theory that he was putting forth. And
MLK also
so-
did a novel legal theory.
No, he didn't.
But
He
he
said, let's
also
break the
admitted
law
what
so
he
we can
was
change the law. That's what he said.
technically
Y'all
He said,
just
we are
Eastman
breaking the
admitted
law.
it. Did y'all?
Okay,
Did
hold
you
on.
or did
20
you not?
seconds,
Did
I
you
could
say
clean that.
Eastman?
Here,
Clean
so
the
Did you
land.
just say Eastman
I'm gonna
admitted
ask.
that it was legal?
No, it's time for me to ask my questions. Okay, so I got a couple questions for you here, Streamrift. Okay, so from what I understand of you've been saying is you've been saying that the proper process in America is to violate the law and then fight that the law was unconstitutional in the courts, right? That's the novel legal theory route.
No, that's
that
like
happens.
a little schizophrenic of a phrasing, but
That's exactly
So
what
the-
you've been supporting the entire fucking time, by the way. But
so the,
Well, yeah,
the
well,
premise of this.
here,
Dad, let
I'll
me
just lay it out for
clarify.
you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so
Okay.
to make it real simple, we're not talking about something as black and white as murder. We're talking about election procedure. So if the ECA says you can't do this, but someone has a strained theory as to why it's not constitutional, our courts are full of these cases. And some of
Right,
them make
okay,
it
I
all the way to
understand, yes.
Supreme Court and get overturned. Go ahead.
Yeah. And by the way, just to give the devil his due, I did in fact hear, the most secure election in history, but I heard that from mainstream newscasters. You certainly wouldn't hear it from anybody on this panel. That was obviously just bullshit, and I'm not going to stand by that statement. But okay, so.
Well, thank you, Dev. That's what I was saying
Yes,
earlier. Like,
yeah,
that was
no,
my
no,
complaint.
no.
I appreciate
No, you
it.
didn't.
But
You
by
said
the
they
way,
said there was zero
you
fraud.
didn't
but
hear it
okay.
from you didn't hear it from Democrat politicians, though. You heard it from newscasters, and it was stupid, but still, it wasn't from Democrat politicians. So if that's how you view the novel legal theory situation, what should the punishment be for violating the Electoral Count Act like Eastman wanted? Should there be no punishment because he just thought it was unconstitutional?
Well, so let's just go just a touch deeper on this. There's always a risk that if you do something and it's illegal, and it's determined later that it's illegal, that you're McFucked, right? You don't break the law. Like if so, for example, I think the real issue here is, and it goes at the heart of a part of like the way that our litigation works entirely, is if you have at least some fig leaf of an argument, is what they were looking at here. They said, well, we can say this is unconstitutional. We can try to get it in front of a judge. Maybe we'll win. That's sort of how the lawyers and the courts work on these types of issues.
He didn't say that.
So what
though.
that means is to give you this for free, and Loner Box, I'm giving you something for free here too.
You're not giving me anything. The
It's
truth is against
common,
you.
if not, it's common for folks to push it to the limit and then take it to a court. So the question of what happens if, so let's say that it wasn't unconstitutional. So let's say they thought it was, the court agrees differently, goes all the way to Supreme Court, we all say this is bad. We're looking at what's the harm, right? So if nothing changed and they just pushed it and they didn't do the electors, unless there's something, and by the way, the fraudulent electors, the fake electors, they got a pass on it. In fact, the ones in Nevada ended up getting, so anyway, so to answer your question, like, there's a risk that you're doing something that's illegal, and there's consequences for doing things that are illegal. However, if we don't challenge law, then we don't get progress. Go ahead.
Well, if that's the case, do you believe that Trump should then be McFucked because it turns out that what he was doing it was actually illegal?
Mm-hmm. Supreme Court found it.
No.
Why not?
Why would it? So
I'll tell you exactly why, because you just said that sometimes you have a novel legal theory, you bring it to the courts, you realize that you were actually wrong about the unconstitutionality of the law, and then you get punished for it. And Trump was wrong about the unconstitutionality of the law, so he should be punished for it, right?
And and I'm only asking just for context. You're not a U.S. citizen, is that correct?
No.
Okay, so we'll use Wick's example.
I know how your system works a
in the
lot.
eyes.
Don't worry about that.
I'm not. That wasn't. Look, if I want to offend you, I'll be very direct with it. I promise. That wasn't a dick. So Wick's example of stabbing me in the eyes. Then he goes, "Oh well, it's unconstitutional."
Just to be
repeatedly,
clear, I want to be clear. Taking a knife and stabbing you in the eyes repeatedly, over and over again. Yeah.
Not just one, both eyes, and repeatedly.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And so there, if they're like, actually, that's not constitutional, homie's probably committed murder. So in this case, so they say, okay, we have this alternative elector approach, and it gets deemed unconstitutional. Well, in our legal system, if there's an injury, usually there's a cause of action and a remedy. And so in this, usually, if there's no victim in it, there's no harm, then there's no legal action. Now, New York made an exception for Trump, who paid a loan back and still got criminal charges on it. But in this case, I would say, what is what bad act?
The crime?
So, like, for example, well, no, let me just. I'm almost done.
What was the harm? Are you asking?
Well, they tried to defraud the American voters for one.
Let him finish. Let him finish. I just want to.
So, Loner was saying fraudulent. Now, fraud is a defined term in U.S. law. And if there was fraud, so for example, they literally are like, there's a forged instrument in this.
Yep, there was.
Then that's fraud.
Yep, that was a forged. What do you think the fake slates of electors are? They're forged.
Remedy for
They're
fraud.
forgeries.
Oh my fucking God, dude. So the point is, if they committed a fraudulent act, fine. There's laws for fraud, and we should follow those. But if they said, hey, we have actually, you know what, this isn't the right system, we have this other system, this is what should happen, and then they go, no, we're not going to take that, then where's the injury? And that's how we chase that one. But like, yeah.
Well, sure. So I don't know if you actually looked at the case. So the case is U.S. versus Trump. He wasn't charged with fraud. Trump was not charged with fraud. He was charged with obstruction. And that's where the injury is that because he tried to do obstruction of an attempt to obstruct an official proceeding.
So referring to the certification of the election?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's fucking insane.
Why is that insane? He did obstruct it.
I'll explain. No, bullshit. Because there was a peaceful transfer of power on the 20th, and nothing fucking changed.
He still obstructed it. It was delayed. What are you talking about?
So
Why was it delayed?
No, wait. Because the charge is attempt to obstruct an official proceeding. The attempt itself is also a crime, even if you fail at the attempt.
You don't get let off the hook for doing it badly,
It wasn't
right?
an attempt to obstruct anything.
Yes, it was.
Yes.
What do you think they were doing?
They wanted
a
fair election.
No, they didn't want a fair election. He wanted to win. He wanted to win in states where he hadn't won, even in New Mexico. Did Trump actually?
The Dems stole it fair and square. I know.
Did Trump? Excuse me. Stream Rift.
Oh my God.
Did Trump? Okay. Did Trump ever claim to have won in New Mexico before he filed a challenge?
Who the fuck cares? What does that have to do with obstructing a federal proceeding?
Because Trump tried to put an alternative fake slate of electors towards New Mexico where he lost by 10%. He didn't even assert fraud in the state. Trump didn't even assert fraud in the state.
How is that obstructing this proceeding?
Because he tried to pressure Mike Pence there to say, you've got a slate of electors from the state that's certified that says Democrats won. I'm giving you this other one that's not certified by the state, that is not legal to certify. And I'm telling you, Mike Pence, you need to certify this one and make me president. That's what they said.
And what he should have done was certify neither of them.
No, he should have certified the one that was certified by the state, by the way. Trump didn't even assert fraud in New Mexico.
The whole
did he?
fucking point of the certification is to see if they're legitimate so that people can show up and protest.
Exactly.
And this time,
Trump didn't
the fucking
even...
conservatives are stupid. And I'm going to tell you why the conservatives are stupid. It was a fucking trap. If no conservative went to J6, lefts would have fucking nothing.
How many lawsuits?
Nothing.
How many lawsuits
hold
did...
on, Stream Riff. We've gone way off topic here. So Stream Riff. Earlier you said that the whole novel legal theory idea is that you challenge it in the courts. And if you lose, you might get McFucked, right?
Yes.
You said that. Okay. So, because Trump was charged with attempting to obstruct an official proceeding, if he were to lose that case, he should be McFucked, right?
Well, it's not that he should be McFucked. It's that there's no legal protection for it. So if he didn't do anything for which there is legal accountability, there's no whatever, then no, he's not McFucked simply because he was wrong. There still needs to be an injury. There's just no get out of jail free card.
Okay, so with all that being said, you mentioned earlier there was the 300,000 unsigned votes in Georgia, right?
No, I didn't say unsigned votes.
Okay, what did you say? Sorry, tell me what you said.
And I'm going to correct the number, but I'm not beating you up on the number. It's 315,000, and
Right, yeah.
the tabulator signatures weren't. So basically, the bucket of votes those were signed and counted, but the certification that they were valid votes was not, around 220 or 120.
Do you personally believe those votes were legitimate? If you had to guess,
I don't. They might be. I don't believe that those were legitimate.
So you think all those votes are just faked?
So I think that there's a lot of manipulation with the ballots, like physically, like the ballots, like folks stuffing in ballots and folks like filling out ballots for more than one person, like stuff like that. So
Okay,
it raises a flag.
How many approximately do you think? How, like 50%, 75%?
So I'll just say this. It raises a flag for me. I don't have an exact number. And it's even entirely possible. I'll give you guys this for free. It might be they were legitimate and it was just an innocent clerical error. It just stinks to high heaven.
I love how this fucking reality denier is just saying, "Well, I'm giving you this for free." It's so stupid.
I'm not done here. I'm almost done here. Just let me finish this. Okay, so what do you think the punishment should be for violating the procedure, even if the votes are legitimate? So, like, let's assume that all the votes are legitimate, but they failed to sign those rolls, right? What should the punishment be?
Well, so I believe the consequence, and we can do the punishment part later, but just for me, punishment's not necessarily where we're going to end up, but start with consequence. Consequence might be punishment. Consequence here is because those weren't signed, they look like, so under Georgia law, going with what Wick said, I'm just going to assume that what he was saying was true. I believe he's not full of shit. Was the remedy under Georgia law was to recount everything and verify and validate it. So as long as that got done under Georgia's procedures, then at that point, I think there's no more blood to be had. I don't know who we punish for that because it doesn't sound like there's an actual injury. It sounds like, as framed here, it was legitimately a clerical error.
Okay, so what if they believe that the law requiring them to sign the rolls was actually unconstitutional, and they were just doing a novel legal theory by not signing it?
What do you think novel legal theory means?
No, come on, answer my question first.
I
know what it means, and
I'll answer it. You seem to keep using it in a way that doesn't seem to make sense, but that's fine. I'll roll with it. What do I? Repeat the question again. It's what should the consequence be for?
What if the people who should have signed the rolls believe that the law requiring them to sign it was unconstitutional, and they were just doing a novel legal theory by not signing it? They were simply challenging it, and they were hoping to fight it in court. It's the same logic as Trump and the alternate electors.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's been doing.
I'm as bored by arguing that point. I'll clarify. I think it's a nothing burger. I think if they were supposed to sign it and they said, I don't want to sign that because of my fucking constitutional right to not sign it. And then the state of Georgia goes, hey, that's fine. Let's just double check. Everybody says these are real. All right, cool. Then there's no blood to be had.
But they did double check. They did double check is the fucking point. They did exactly that.
Let me just real quick. I guess the issue is, and it's like really that Georgia was determined by such a small number of votes. It's like 11,000, right? And when we go and look, we're seeing other kind of irregularities where like all these percentages like match up very closely, kind of thing, like all across the board. So then we have this issue, right? There's a few different irregularities, and there's questions with patterns. And I know we can all, they say there's good liars, bad liars, and statistics, right? You know, we can always make some bullshit up, right? I get it. When I'm sitting here saying I was told there was no chance of anything. Now I'm hearing maybe there's some questions, right? And I go and you'll go, 315,000. That's not determinative. Well, the election in Georgia was 11,900 or something like that, right? If I recall correctly.
Yeah, like 12,000, something like that.
Yeah, well, whatever. Yeah, it's close. Even if 275,000 of those votes were legitimate. Oh, well, then, even 30, like it wouldn't take a large portion. What if it was only 2 of those boxes of 100? I don't know how many of these boxes of votes they had, but like if it was just like 3, 4 of these boxes actually were like illegitimate, then, they fucked it if they snuck them in. Like it doesn't take much to tip the scales, specifically in Georgia. And that's why I think people want to see an investigation. Now, I'm not saying there was fraud. I just want to say I still have some questions. I would like to
Gibbs,
look into
just to add to you a little bit here. This is one category of fraud in Georgia, and there's at least 3. There might have been 4. I forget all of it. But the whole framing on it is we're being told by the leftists, especially shitlibs, and not all leftists are shitlibs, but especially shitlibs deeply affected with TDS, is there was no election fraud. What are you even talking about? But there's multiple categories. That. Just that
no outcome determinative electoral fraud is the actual claim. I don't know why you have to go to fucking straw man. It's outcome determinative fraud. I don't know why you don't just go with the main claim.
Well, if 315,000
hold on, you guys both just went for a while.
That is
determinative.
Well, they should show that it was fraudulent, though. They should show that those were fraudulent ballots that were actually like fake.
Debates now, Wick.
They should show that again. None of you will ever in your entire fucking lives get around the fact that Trump tried to put a fake elector to New Mexico where he had no pending litigation. He wasn't even challenging the result. Anything. I think he filed his last challenge suit because he tried to, and then he tried to get Pence to certify. So Trump, just to be clear, these are the building blocks. I don't think you know what fucking evil you are owning up to right now. Trump lost in New Mexico by more than 10% of the vote. He didn't make any complaints and didn't say that they'd stolen the election from him. He had no pending litigation. He wasn't trying to challenge in the courts until 6 minutes before the deadline, after he had already created the fake elector. And then he goes to Mike Pence and says, you need to accept that. You need to accept that as the actual slate of electors and let me win in New Mexico.
Right.
And you think that's no big deal. No big deal.
Let him go through. Let him go through. And just to be clear, a little housekeeping for you guys. If we don't get another, let's say, $100 in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to start shutting this shit down because I don't work for free. But Loaderbox,
200.
Keep
200.
Going. No, 100 for now.
So yeah, it's not my fault. Yeah, you can say I'm angry and everything. Yeah, sorry, I like democracy and I like America doing the things that you literally love it that I'm angry because you held up a fucking sign behind you saying like someone's mad or whatever. I said I had TDS.
Mad, bro. My memes, man. You guys lose your fucking mind. I throw one fucking meme on the camera.
Yes, it's good to lose your mind when people are being this fucking evil. Like you literally just said, what's the big deal? What's the big deal?
Pence should have certified it.
You said, what's the big deal with Trump trying to get him to certify it? No?
So what my explicit claim?
What's the big deal? What's the big deal with Trump trying to tell Pence?
Certified.
No. Don't backpedal. Don't fucking don't backpedal.
I'm standing
What's the
on
big
my
deal?
argument, but go ahead. Where do you want to go?
Don't backpedal. What is the big deal with Trump asking Pence, telling Pence that he needs to certify it, not to say neither, which would also be ridiculous because Trump had no fucking pending litigation against New Mexico. Trump said, make me president.
Pending litigation for the fucking VP to say, I think that these election results need to be reviewed. That's the whole point.
No, Trump didn't say that. Trump said, make me president. Trump said, Trump didn't say that. Trump said, make me president. Also, yeah, Pence doesn't have that authority.
Cocksucker.
Why did you say, what's the big deal then? Why are you trying to gaslight me?
I don't think it's a big deal.
You're an abusive husband. Fuck you. What are you doing?
Okay, hold on.
Don't just defend a thing for 2 fucking hours.
And then yes or no? Yes or no?
Stop defending a thing for 2 hours and say, I don't defend that. Yes, you did. You said, what's the big deal? What's the big deal with Trump trying to say, give me this state, even though I don't even have a claim against it for fraud? And I lost by 10% of the vote.
The claim on it is that he didn't file a lawsuit, so he couldn't challenge it.
No, what's butthurt is a bunch of fucking fat magatards fucking falling from the walls of January 6th and getting fucking Ashley Babbitt killed because fucking fat Trump told them that they actually won the election, but it was stolen.
Thank you for the $100.
Trump also, by the way, denied Obama's election victory. He also denied the popular vote with Hillary Clinton. So, sorry.
The left is
He's an election denier.
Time.
No, that not who has ever denied an election as much as Trump has. He denied Obama. He denied the popular vote with Clinton, and then he obviously got his fucking supporters jailed for 4 years on January 6th. Stacey Abrams got him. You're never going to match someone like Trump on it. Trump is still not over the 2020 election. He still thinks he won it.
Trump's awesome. We agree.
Streamers. Why do you think that the VP has the power to send back the electors?
This is a legal theory. It's a legal theory. The same one he uses to abuse his wife.
Because the whole point of the certification is to certify that it's valid. This is the reason why we have this set up, so that the people can show up, and if they believe that there's something unkosher about the election, they can make that known. The whole ask of the protesters was more time to reevaluate it. So just don't certify it then.
Trump said,
they
make
had
me president.
14 days. They had 2
Why are you lying?
full weeks before the transition.
Dev, you're the J6 researcher.
Wanted
Dev,
10 more days to look at it.
Dev, you're the J6 researcher. Did Trump not also say to Pence, like, yeah, you could just make me president. Just accept the 7 slates.
Yes, he also said that.
Yeah, he did say that. Oh, okay, that's crazy.
He did also say that.
So you just fucking lied on behalf of Trump. Why do you keep saying, oh, he just asked for more time? He was actually willing to make himself president without having more time.
You dumb fuck.
The protesters definitely would have favored the more time thing. The protesters definitely were thinking, let's just be a bit reasonable here. You know, let's just do a bit more investigating. If we lose, we will accept the result after 10 days. You think the protesters would have accepted the results after 10 days of investigating? Oh my God, you are so fucking cucked to a dictator. Jesus Christ.
Okay, so
better than
can I just say before we go on? Can I just say just real quick? We are continuing the panel for at least till 8 at this point.
Okay.
But so thank you,
I want to ask this. I want to ask
those super chats should keep coming in.
I just want to observe, make an observation. Lonerbox, when he first came in here, he's pretty easygoing, pretty chill guy. But I think we've got him triggered now. I think you have unleashed Angry Box. Okay.
Hold on, that's
Loner
not
is
true.
now
I got called.
Angry
I got called stupid in the first 10 minutes.
Well, you are
so,
stupid, so that's okay. But I want to give it back to Dev to ask his question. Dev, go ahead.
Okay, so Stream Rift. I don't know if you fully answered me. Like, why do you think the VP has the power to send back the electors? Because you did say that earlier.
Yeah, the premise is this simple. So if the VP is supposed to certify the election, that's not a rubber stamp. That's everything looks good, I'm certifying this. And so when fucking however many people show up and say, actually, we think that there's something fucking wrong with this, the stuff with Georgia is still ongoing, we've got all this other stuff, can we not certify it yet? The ask at that time was not to overthrow the government, it was to appeal to the government.
I understand.
Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
So do you know what happens when you, like, legally, the procedure when you have 2 sets of dueling electors? Do you know what the VP is supposed to do?
I do not.
Okay, so if there's actually a legitimate question, the VP has the 2 electors, and he says, okay, we're going to retire to the House goes back to the House, the Senate goes back to the Senate. They have a 2-hour debate, and then after that 2-hour debate, they choose which one of the 2 is the legit one. All right, that's what happens in the ECA. Now, so what happened on January 6th is...
Which is not constitutional, allegedly.
Okay,
a strange legal theory. Yeah, go ahead.
By the guy who said that he would lose 9-0 in this Supreme Court.
Says a Canadian and a Brit. Go ahead.
No, but says Eastman, says the guy who came up with the theory. Do you deny that? Do you deny that?
Eastman himself said he would lose. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you deny that Eastman said that? That Eastman said that he would lose 9-0 in the Supreme Court hearing. I don't know why you've skirted around that 10 times. Do you deny that? True or false? Is it true or false? I'm just asking if it's true or false.
Just wait.
It's a really reasonable question.
Your wife, yes or no? There's a second part of this question. So on January 6th, Pence has 2 sets of electors. He says, okay, there's a conflict. We're going to go back to our 2 chambers and debate this for 2 hours. That happened on January 6th. And then that debate was interrupted by the rioters.
Okay.
You know this. No, just wait. You know this, right, Streamrift?
So let's just take all of that 100% at face value.
Yeah.
None of that. So the reason why it escalated so much was in no small part to the FBI that wanted all of this to go down. This was a trap for conservatives, so you guys could never talk about anything.
Conservatives are so retarded then. God damn it.
Let him finish, and then you can respond. Go ahead, stream, finish. I know I'd ask Gibbs, Streamrift's the content right now. Let's let Streamrift go.
That's fine.
Streamrift finish.
That's not
we'll
true. Gibbs is too fly for this. Here's the thing. The whole premise of why this certification was supposed to happen was to give confidence in this. Okay, so you say here's the remedy, a 2-hour debate. So that gives the whole argument for, guess what? They obstructed a proceeding. So I guess to go back to an earlier point, Trump was charged with, I'm assuming you're saying that Trump was charged with obstructing the debate about
the four charges he was hit with in U.S. v. Trump was conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, attempting to obstruct an official proceeding, and conspiracy against rights.
And
those are the 4 charges.
The first 3 are directed at the debate that they were stopping, and then the last one was saying.
The second and third one are obstructing the debate that was happening. Yes.
Defrauding is about the fake electoral scheme.
This is
you guys call
the
legal
problem I have
theory.
with the last one. This sounds to me like just a civil procedure challenge, right? Which happens literally every day,
all the time.
It's a criminal
all the time.
All
the time when they say to break the ECA.
He said it
gets broken
sounds
all
like
the time.
civil though. It sounds like civil.
No. I'm just no. I'm not mean civil. I'm talking about it's a procedure, right? It's procedural, and they challenge this, and it's struck down, and it's called, oh, this is criminal, this is not. Oh, they challenge like locations, or this is all in that range, right? This is a very common type of legal argument that happens nationally at every level all the time, right? So when you're describing this and it's struck down, I'll bite the bullet, and this is why I don't care, because it sounds like it's a very simple thing that happened. He lost it. Oh well, so be it. Cool. Y'all right.
That's not what he did. He made a fucking cope song and dance about it for
they've done these other
over a month.
investigations. Then they've done these other investigations, and some of them have been overturned or now have been dropped, like the Giuliani, like the one we were just talking about in Georgia. Now we have admissions that Giuliani was basically right. And I see this, it seems a larger trend. Well, okay, he was right to ask questions.
He wasn't right. No, he wasn't right. He said that he won the election. He wasn't right. That's not been determined. Sorry. He was also wrong in the idea that the ECA was unconstitutional. He was also wrong in saying the ECA was unconstitutional.
One of the greatest determined. We're moving. All right. Well, that's good. We're moving.
This is one of the greatest threats to democracy, by the way. This woman being in the Capitol on January 6, 2021. Holy fuck! Thank God we made it.
Do you think old people can't commit crimes?
Was she psyoped by the fucking feds then?
Yeah, she must have been.
No, the people were pissed. The feds were in the crowd and they wanted this to go this way.
Pissed, dude?
Yeah, they were pissed because Trump lied to them.
Like you have this double
you guys are
narrative
so fucking
where,
obsessed with Trump when you think he's the only reason.
Let them go. Let them go.
Yeah, please. You have this double narrative where simultaneously it's like a Fedsurrection where all these people were like whipped into a fucking frenzy to go attack the Capitol, but also they were led in, they wandered around, it was all peaceful. It's like no. These two things are mutually exclusive.
That's not my story, you dumb fuck. That's not what I said.
Yeah, your story isn't. To be fair, Dev, that is true. This guy's story isn't coherent. He'll just fucking bounce around all over the place.
Some of the protest was peaceful. Yeah. Some of it was violent.
It's not intelligible to him being.
Absolutely didn't try to prevent it from happening. They tried to stoke it and encourage it.
No evidence
and that
of that
was the trap why a bunch of fucking J6ers got screwed by the government. That's what went down.
They should still be in jail, by the way. They should be rotting in there.
Yep.
And it should have actually been an insurrection.
Well, okay,
that's the real fucking tragedy that it wasn't.
Maybe this is a mistake.
Even in a state where Trump was even in a state where Trump wasn't even claiming that there was fraud.
By the way.
Yeah, I know you would have. Because you're a degenerate fuck who should be in jail for the rest of your life.
I'm glad it wasn't an insurrection.
No, I got to ask.
I'm glad it wasn't an insurrection. Just to be clear.
Say again, Gibbs.
I am disavowing. I'm glad it was not an insurrection.
Let me ask you this question directly. So you say that the feds purposefully stoked this. They riled the flames and they did it to trap and entrap people at January 6th. Do you have evidence of this? And what is your evidence?
I don't know if Gibbs trying to get on camera or not. I like where he's going with this.
I don't care. No, my camera hates me.
I don't care what Gibbs is doing right now. Just answer my
question.
So
it's not that the feds whipped them into a frenzy. It's that
you just said they did.
No, he didn't. He's incoherent, Wick. You understand. He's not incoherent. He's not consistent.
So
he can't remember what he said 10 seconds ago.
So there was a Vice documentary research they did where they were like, why are these people at J6? And their estimation, and this is, we can take it how it is. This wasn't like National Geographic or anything, investigative reports, but there were like 5 or 6 different types of groups that were there. Not just MAGA folks, 5 or 6 different types of groups. So what I believe is the environment itself was a tinderbox. Why I say it was a setup is because conservatives shouldn't have fucking shown up. They should have fucking realized something was up, something wasn't quite right. And
yeah, they should have realized Trump is lying to us. Trump is just lying to us, and we're falling for it, and we're going to sacrifice our fucking well-being. We're throwing ourselves into jail. We're throwing ourselves.
It's not about Trump.
The protesters were literally there at a Trump rally.
The fucking election.
The protesters were at a Trump rally. They were saying to stop this deal. They were saying to hang Mike Pence. They
said fuck this. They said, oh yeah, the fucking.
They were there to try to keep Trump in power. That's what they were trying to do. They were trying to keep Trump in office. That's what they were trying to do.
Or maybe they just wanted their votes to count, and they thought that was
no. They wanted their votes to count more than other people's votes. Yeah. They wanted their votes to count more, so that Trump stays president, even though he lost by 7 million votes in the popular. By the way,
Democrats are so good at thieving. Republicans need to get better at fortifying elections.
Okay,
they did a great job.
Here, streamer. Okay, a little bit earlier. You said that it didn't really matter that Trump had no pending legislation in New Mexico. Can you explain to me why you believe that?
Yeah, because the injury is independent as to of whether or not there's a lawsuit filed. I mean, especially if you're talking about in a situation like this, we're talking about litigation in multiple states. You're going to triage where you're spending your resources on it. It doesn't mean that you don't have a claim because you're not putting forward. It doesn't help, but that's not dispositive.
Wait, are you saying that Trump didn't have the resources to put forward a claim in New Mexico?
All organizations are resource constrained, especially on a timeline, and litigation is incredibly resource intensive. And so I could see why he'd go after Georgia and maybe not put up the litigation in some other areas.
But Trump's a billionaire. He could surely file a claim, right?
Sounds like you don't understand the legal system in the U.S.
Yeah, you don't understand the legal system. If you got legal theory,
he filed
you can
several.
totally just try to unilaterally claim a state you're not even saying that you won. How the fuck? I didn't even win. Trump didn't even say he won New Mexico, and he put a slate forward for it anyway, and told Mike to just accept it. Told Pence to accept it.
Well, if you're doing six, why not do 7?
Why don't you live in? He did do 7. Why don't you just go and live in Russia where they can do this? Like, what the fuck?
Leftists will fight for to keep illegal immigrants on the rolls. They'll keep dead people
the illegal
on the
immigrants.
roll.
Okay, yeah. What did nothing came from that either? The fucking dead
the
voters.
DOJ literally files lawsuits against states to stop them from purging their own rolls over issues like that. Go ahead, Dev.
Which happened under Trump.
I'm asking this is because the precedent set in Hawaii 1960 was that you could actually do a dueling elector situation if there was pending legislation or a recount, or there was some actual real question happening, right? Like that's why, even though Trump was ultimately completely fucking wrong about everything, that's why you could actually have a reasonable debate about these two sets of electors for a place like Georgia, because there was actually still questions being asked. They weren't being asked in good faith, but they were being asked. The problem with New Mexico is that the question wasn't even being fucking asked.
So let me ask you this: how much?
Yeah,
do
but
you
it's
think
still a legal
that
theory.
particular piece of this issue matters?
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Sorry, what did you say?
Okay, so let's just say for free, I'm going to say, Dev, you know what? I think for all of the resources he had, especially because we're just talking about filing, not even aggressively pursuing, not all of the motions practice, it seems sloppy to not at least file something in that state. I'll give you that for free. I don't know why it matters, but I'll give you that point for free. It seems reasonable.
Okay.
So I give you that, then what?
I love how this guy gives you like basic reality for free. It's like H2O, that's water.
That nice?
I'll give you that one for free,
Better than
guys.
shit-lib.
I'll give you it for
Better
free.
than a shit-lib.
Aqua.
Well, then it makes the whole dueling electors thing for New Mexico even more flimsy. Because now Trump can't even say that.
But even if he didn't
Trump
have
can't
New
even say that
Mexico,
there's a claim happening here.
But even if he didn't do the New Mexico thing, right? So let's say that one was garbage. The other ones, like, it's checking the box that you're talking about. So if we're talking about a material difference, right? You guys want to talk about like a material voter manipulation, something that actually matters. Does it matter whether there was 6 or 7 electors? I don't think so. So if you just want to say, oh, he should have fucking filed something, fine. He should have said something, filed something in that state. Or not put it forward.
So
okay.
just real quick, is this you admitting that when Trump pushed forward the false electors in New Mexico specifically, that was fraudulent then? Do you admit that?
So
no, it's a legal theory.
It's going to sound like I'm being evasive. Maybe.
Yep, it's definitely going to sound like you're being
Okay.
evasive. What do you mean it's going to sound like you're going to be evasive?
The bullet. I don't say no.
You have been evasive. Now he's going to be evasive. God, what's he like when he's?
I want to know how.
I want to know what this guy's like when he's evasive. Oh my God, what have I been watching for the last 3 hours?
Just say no. Just say yeah. Just do what I just did. It's okay. What are they gonna do? Yell at you?
No.
Like I.
So, Dev, okay. So, let's say he didn't file it with the New Mexico electors. Okay, no, okay. So we'll stick with your thing, right? Fraud. How is it fraud? Fraud has a specific definition. I'm not saying we have to pick a very particular pedantic one. Fraud is a defined term. So I can say, so let's say he put it forward and he didn't file that action and he should have. So let's just assume right now, premise one,
I can answer
he should have
this.
filed.
I can answer this. Why is it fraud? It's because the people who signed that document signed it knowing that it wasn't legit.
So
that's called fraud.
There's a signature of that has a material misrepresentation. You're saying?
Yes, they
Yeah, that's
said
fraud.
they were representing him
definition of
like
fraud.
we're
Yeah,
the
they made an
real
alternative
slave electors.
document. Like there's a piece of paper that's separate from the real one.
Yeah, they signed it, right?
And they tried to send it to the Congress
And
for Pence to count.
they came to the Capitol and presented themselves like we are the electors, because remember, electors actually go right to the Capitol and they say, "Oh, we cast our vote for X or Y or Z," right? They presented it.
To
We have
run with
video of
this, Ev, I have a question for you. So let's say there's two sets of electors.
That's why it's fraud. I'm just
Let
answering
me-
your question. That's why it's fraud.
Right, and I'm moving to the
false
next point.
signature on a document.
Right.
They shouldn't
Okay,
have
so
done.
they've got this false signature on the document. I'm building off of what you said, Wick. So they've got they've got this signature on it. You said earlier we have a 2-hour debate in the chambers about which electors to take. In that ECA, does it say that we then charge the electors that were found to not be the true ones to be fraudulent ones, and then we lock them up and there's a penalty because that's a fraud? Like, is there a mechanic? Because you
I think
explained
that
a
the people
system
who signed the
where there
name on their
are.
papers should be charged with fraud. Yes.
Well, no, the ECA is what they're saying is the justification for this. So the ECA says if there's two sets of electors, then they go and debate and pick one. So in that mechanic, in that system, do we then execute the team that was not found to be the accurate one, or what is
No,
that?
the EC, well, first of all, the EC also it's not every time where a law says what you should do if that particular law is violated.
No fucking shit, but it's an obvious conflict because if
So
we have
why
two
did you?
sets of
If it's
electors,
no
one of
fucking
them's
shit,
wrong,
then why did
and
you
there is a
ask if it
fucking
was in the
fraud on it-
ECA?
No, if there's fraud on it, then there should be a penalty. And so if the ECA doesn't list this, they know about the issue.
Because
They're saying, "Here's the
sometimes,
system,"
and we can
don't-
imagine,
I can answer this
question,
really easily.
we
I
can
can answer this really
imagine
easily.
a scenario where it is not fraudulent, where there is, we're not sure. So Hawaii, I believe, did this back in the day, right? Where they sent
1960,
they sent two sets of electors because they weren't sure which one was going to be correct after they did their recount or whatever.
And just to remind me,
they
Wick,
wanted to
were those alternative slates? They were also certified by the states, right?
Yes, they were
Unlike
certified by the
these
state, right?
ones that were just like
Unlike
a
these
couple of
false ones,
fucking
yes. So they
retards who just wandered
yeah.
in with a bit of paper and said, "Yeah, this is the same thing."
Yeah. So they certified them both, right? So it's not fraud. They weren't doing anything fraudulent, right? And so under those circumstances, the ECA would, the Congress, I should say, would wait until decide which one was right based on the results of the recount in Hawaii, right? That's fair. So that's why it's not always fraudulent. What makes this one fraudulent is they said that they were certified. They signed their name saying they were certified, but the state didn't actually certify them. It was a fraudulent document. Does that make sense? Do you understand now?
So I understand the distinction you're drawing. So the claim is sometimes it can happen and it's not fraud, and sometimes it can be fraud. Is that a good distillation of what you just presented?
Yeah, based on intent, yes. Based on intent and the objective reality, yeah. And by the way, you asked for what crime it was. The crime is filing a false instrument.
Right. So if there's so I and going back full circle, if you are bringing this forward and you find out that you're wrong and it's fraud, like there's a fraudulent instrument, right? It means something when you sign your name to something and put it in front of a court,
right?
Or Congress, for that matter. Yeah.
So if that's the
So
case,
fraud-
then how come you don't think that Trump should be McFucked for it, as you say?
So you're saying that Trump should be accountable for what the electors signed, but not the electors? That doesn't make any fucking sense. If anybody did fraud, it was the electors that signed that said that.
Oh, sure.
Just
So
hate
for
Trump.
example, a lot of the actual like low-level electors, they did in fact get charged with filing a false instrument. That did happen.
Yeah.
Convicted
as
But
well.
since
right?
they did a crime, Trump did a crime?
Well, no. Trump's crime is trying to bring forward those false electors as if they were true.
And he said this in his speech as well. That was the whole point in his talks with Pence. He wanted Pence to recognize the
when Trump was
fake
asking
slates.
Pence to do the right thing, what was the right thing that he was referring to?
He was referring to he was referring to accepting the alternate electors.
Yeah, the fake ones, the fraudulent
I think
ones.
instead of certified either.
No,
you guys
not by the
use
ECA.
that word.
Well, they're fake. They're not certified. The ECA says they have to be certified. They're fake. Yeah. If some random person who's got no authorization makes a document and says it's the thing that's authorized, it's fraudulent. It's fake. No?
I would agree on that. But
Okay,
what
so-
I'm
so
not
here's-
gonna what I won't agree with is that the protesters showed up to say this election was McFucked and we want this to be certified cleanly. And so the whole electors argument gets away from the actual protesters argument that gets away from the exercise in democracy and representative government, which is we showed up, the conservatives showed up to protest what they thought was a stolen election. Let's separate the electors. Let's set that aside for a second because that's a whole separate racket. The J6 was about protesting a belief that there was a stolen election. So why are we on talking about it's 7 states of electors, right? Total of less than 100 people. And I'm even giving you guys
What are
for
you?
free.
Wait, stop! I love it when you give me basic reality for free. Trump was there saying, and he literally said this in his speech. The point in going to the Capitol was to get them to
Peacefully
certify.
make their voices heard.
Yeah, he spoke for 55 minutes. Okay, I'm talking about the substance of the speech, the body of work, not just the little fucking piece of plausible deniability that you guys only remember about that speech. What did he say for the rest of it? He said we should recognize the slates of electors that are properly certified, meaning his ones, which are the fraudulent ones. You want to find the exact quote for you? What he asked them to do?
So let me ask you this. Will you give me the basic reality that not everybody there was protesting just because they thought Trump should be in office and that they had other grievances?
That was the bulk of the crowd was there for that. Yeah, they thought Trump won the election
What
and then he got
percentage? When you
stiffed.
think bulk,
What do you
you're
think?
saying
What was the
50% or 90%?
out of interest? If you were to summarize what that whole speech was about, like the majority of it, the vast majority of
about
it,
the protest.
the protests that were following his speech, where he said we're going to go to the Capitol, that he put out on social media beforehand. What was the overwhelming body of that speech? What was it about? It wasn't about being peaceful. He said that once. What else did he say? Do you know? Of course you don't know.
So what is
you don't
the
even
claim you're chasing?
You don't
What is
even
the claim
you,
you're chasing.
I just want to relish in the
I
fact that you
point
don't
out
even
that-
know you don't even fucking know what Trump said at that speech. That's amazing to me.
I
By the
haven't
way,
been-
that
bro,
is
it was a bunch of
incredible.
years ago.
He spent the entire time
I think it's
rambling about
incredible that
fucking.
you can't fucking
He
acknowledge or
spent the
wrap your head around
entire
the fact that
time
people want their
rambling
protest.
about fraud and saying that he actually won these 7 states and that those people in Congress should be certifying the states as for Trump, not for Democrats, as in they should be accepting the false slates, not the real ones.
Loner Box, what do you think the argument is right now? Trump bad?
Right now, I think the argument is that I'm
How much
talking to
brain
a
cancer
fucking.
there is.
Yeah, the argument right now, there's not really an argument right now. I'm just talking to a fucking retard. Yeah, but it's just for the
I
purpose of
went
the
from being
audience.
the smart guy to the fucking retard. That's great.
When did I ever call you the smart guy? Oh, smarter than
You
the
did earlier.
fucking.
To be clear,
earlier,
to be
I
clear,
Oh,
would've
yeah,
fucking
yeah,
said
sorry.
back.
You did
It's gonna
say
be
between
great.
Gibbs and Streamrant.
Smarter than the
Oh my God.
fucking
The smart
magician
one.
at the
High
top.
bar,
Yeah,
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 high
okay,
bar.
yeah.
Listen,
Smarter
now I
than
have a question.
smarter than the
This
fucking
this is
magician.
called
Yeah.
style.
Is Gibbs the smart one now? Is
I
Gibbs the
mean,
smart
listen,
one?
I don't know why you're mad
I do
that
want
I
to
have
know
a nice
if
suit
you
on.
I do want to
Why
know
you're
if you
wearing a cheap
if you hold to
t-shirt. Come
that.
on, bro.
If you hold
I
to
don't know why
that, do you still stand by Stream Rift is smarter than Gibbs?
Yeah,
Tough
probably.
choice, I
Yeah.
know.
Okay,
It's
fair
a tough
enough.
choice.
Yeah, even after
Sorry,
all
Gibbs.
this. Okay,
You're worse than
carry
a
on.
fucking retard. Than that.
Gibbs is more kind of
But Loner
simple,
Box-
whereas Rift is like kind of evil. I don't know,
I am a
Ooh,
simple
kinda
man.
evil.
like a degenerate cunt. Yeah.
I mean, Loner Box, I want to try to just have one point kicked around in your head a bit, right? You want fine, ignore everything else that I said. One of the things that I really detest about folks that have the worldview that you do is you look at J6 and you say this was a monolith that was there for Trump. It's all about Trump, and as if it's not about the bunch of other things that all of these other groups were pissed about. They've been lost their businesses. They've been fucked on with COVID. They've been fucked on. There were a lot of grievances against the government, and their voice was being heard, and they didn't even get to let their voice be heard in an election. And you guys are so fucking obsessed with Trump.
They did get their
It's
voices
Orange Man
heard.
bad, and you don't give a fuck about what the rest of the people are actually there for.
Yeah,
It's
spare
just
me
all
the
class
fucking
to do
crocodile
orange
tears.
and bad.
Yeah, spare me the fucking crocodile tears. They were there for Trump. They were chanting "Stop the steal," as in they thought the election was stolen. Trump said because Trump said you'll never take back your country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong. We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. Referring after Eastman's speech, referring to his fake electors. We demand Congress does the right thing and counts my 7 fake bits of paper that are not authorized that say I won, including in one state where I'm not even claiming that I won. Yes, he wanted to steal a state that he didn't even claim to have won in. And you're like, oh, what's the big fucking deal, you know? Some people are just upset about grocery prices. That's why they wanted to hang Mike Pence because they were upset about eggs. What are you talking about? What does this have to do with the price of eggs?
Yes.
Okay. Let me read some.
We don't have free healthcare, Britt. Yeah, super chat.
It's your fucking fault because you think it's communism.
It is communism.
Then don't complain about not having it. It's not my fault that when you get your fucking brain, when you get your fucking 18th brain hemorrhage, you'll have to pay for it. Sorry.
Okay, we're gonna refresh. We're gonna refresh. Okay, we got 30 minutes left, right? I wanna make a little money, read these super chats, and we'll get right for the last whatever. We'll get into it. Thank you for the tier 2 membership from Karen D. Hippie. Tier 2. What a gal. Thank you for that. Trib 1 for $5. MAGA's only answer for their side's wrongdoing is to exaggerate, lie, and or hope Dems did the same thing. So they whataboutism, which admits wrongdoing.
That works now, doesn't it?
$5 from Hell's Advocate. Ask the conservatives here to answer why the judge dismissed the Fulton County case. Tell them you want the quote from the judge.
Don't care.
Okay.
Don't care, hell. Let's go. I don't care if Trump's not even claiming to have won this state. You can have it anyway. Who cares? Vladimir Putin, let's go.
Can you ask, if no election fraud had been found by their standards, would Trump have been committing fraud then? If not, then why bother talking about fraud in the first place?
So if there were fraudulent, if the electors...
If there was no fraud. There's no fraud.
Okay. To our standards?
Right? Would Trump be guilty of fraud with the false slate?
If there's no fraud, then no, because then the fraudulent electors team wouldn't be fraud, so there's no fraud.
No. You would have to prove.
No fraud in the
election. I got it.
Right.
You would have to prove to me, I guess, if it was to my standards that there was no fraud, what would happen then is if they wanted to charge Trump or attempt to charge Trump, they would have to prove the intent that he knew without beyond reasonable doubt that this was an actual claim. Like, I don't think there's actually going to be evidence. I don't think there would be enough proof to get
a 9-0 loss at the Supreme Court is
maybe
still not criminal.
But I could
maybe.
Okay.
So Gibbs, by the way, in that video that I linked you, there is evidence that Trump knew he lost and that he was just saying, "Oh, I'm just saying this for TV purposes."
Well, listen, and that would be taken into account. And if they can deem it enough, then fuck him. Like, I mean, like they got him, whatever. I'm not gonna die on the Trump hill. I just mainly like a lot of his policies. There's a difference. Yeah.
Okay, $5 from a fat kid with a beard. Okay. Didn't Trump pardon a bunch of fraudsters? Yes, he did.
Yes, he did.
$5 from Alishness. Quote, the votes needed to be counted again, end quote. Meanwhile, Musk knew the outcome of the election before the votes were even counted. That's not suspicious, is it? $5 more from the Trib. The two MAGA-tards are essentially arguing for the idea that there's never been a legit election. I need them to focus on every election outside of 2020. $10 from Captain Dan the Fireman. The claim is, and always has been, including from William Barr, Trump's attorney general in the first term, that there was never outcome determinative fraud. $5 from General Grievous. Gibbs, stop being such a whiny diva and grow a pair. Your hysterical flailing isn't fooling anyone. And Hugh Hefner's ghost called. He wants his jacket.
I'll take that. Hey, Hugh Hefner.
Hey, $2. You're fabulous for Vegas.
Nah, hey, we didn't like Vegas.
Look, the best Gibbs' best quality is his outfits. That's all I gotta say.
I'll tell you this. Maybe if I look like a magician, I can like David Blaine this evidence into existence. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But like what I oh sorry, go ahead.
We got a little more. $2 from Thomas Olivars to say, Wick, ask him to show his source. You're going to have to clarify. $2 from Tribune, new title, MAGA versus Reality, featuring Loaderbox. $10 from Dirty Deeds, let me back in. There's already too many. $2 from Hedonic, Samuel, has anyone seen Gibbs and Paul's ego in the same room? I don't know who that is. $5 from CR Weave Venture. What that funny feeling when the Scotsman is more knowledgeable on the false slates of electors and the Americans, Streamrift and Gibbs. Sit down, clowns. $5 from my listening library. Real damages are what we are still fighting for over it today. Like the damages of the Obama nationality issue, or that too many people will still debate it. $5 from Treveka. Please ask Streamrift if he is okay with Trump coordinating and calling Tulsi Gabbard directly to deploy FBI for voter rolls in Georgia raid. If so, why?
At first blush, I'd lean against it because I think it's fucked that the DOJ pressure states about their voter rolls at all. So any federal intervention on that in general,
So you're against the raid in Fulton County that they did?
I said I lean against it. I'm hedging.
Unless Trump does it. Gobble,
Trump
gobble.
did do it. Trump did do it. That's what happened. Trump told Tulsi Gabbard to go raid this place, and she did. Okay, anyway, $2 from my listening library. The ask of the protesters were also to end Pence. True. $10 from the Justice, 35. LOL. Streamrift and Gibbs are just ass-pained that Biden beat Trump fair and square. Why can't MAGA-tards ever take accountability for their failed coup? Because they actually hate America. $2 from Robert Paulson. Dexter's meth lab on the bottom left. Meds, please. $5 from Jonathan Gendler. Will we get free and fair elections this year? Trump said he wants to, quote, nationalize and voting, end quote, after the Fulton County raid. Polling looks bad for the GOP. $5 from Hedonic Samuel. Trump sent them to do the crime, referring to the electors. No, it's the same mob tactics we have all seen him do for years. And finally, $5, well, not finally, more money's coming in, which we love, but fair enough. $5 from my listening library. If this was done the other way around, with Trump as president and a Dem arguing that the election was fake, you would be on the side of the government. And then finally, $10 from Numinax. After 3 hours of this, Gibbs and Streamrift have done very well. If their goal was to blackpill me entirely on ever considering that MAGA could even Velcro their shoes on correctly. Thank you for the $10. Okay. Sorry about that little intermission, but we got through
So real quick here, I know that the point of the stream is supposed to be Lonerbox versus the world, and you do have more callers. You want me to step out, Wick?
All right, it's up to you. We can. I'm suspicious that all these names aren't here for Lonerbox. That's all I'm saying.
You got a sneaky suspicion. Yeah, they want these hands. So.
Well, I guess. Is there anything that you have, Lonerbox, that you wish that people would asked you or brought up that they haven't? I'm just really curious.
I'm almost regretting not bringing History Speaks in.
Well, I can DM him and get him here. You want me to do that? Yeah?
Nah, it's fine.
You sure?
So Wick, from what I understand,
what if we can get some money on it, right? What if we can get some money?
What? If someone pays you $100? Yeah, fine.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll make you rich.
Boom. You guys
for like 2 minutes, okay? I just want a quick question or 2 minutes.
Give me $100. Okay.
But yeah, Wick, I looked into it a little bit. It seems like History Speaks is basically Lonerbox's ace. So if I were him, I'd be like, no fucking way.
Yeah. Well, I mean.
Like he's literally someone who just fucking lies about me all the time. Like it's and he's just basically someone who. And he also like
that's what Ace does to me.
Like he knows full well that I don't like to talk to him and I blocked him, but he still just like goes around the block and he sneaks into my Discord and he sneaks into my Reddit. Like he's just a fucking freak, which is weird because I'm not even.
Wick, does that sound familiar?
Yeah, that's rough. Yeah,
we all got people like that. Okay.
We all got stalkers. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if we don't get that money, we'll probably just start closing the stuff down. Gang, I guess while we're waiting to see if anyone will pony up, this is what I'll say. I've enjoyed this conversation. I've enjoyed the debate. It's been very fun. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern, we're going to be having Pisco. We're going to be having the Gen Z attorney, and we're going to be having Irrelevant, and we got one more coming, Lactoid, and we're going to be talking about Don Lemon's arrest. Don Lemon recently went in with a group of protesters and documented them protesting a church, which was against the FACE Act. Did Don Lemon violate the FACE Act? Should he have been arrested? We're going to talk about it tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern, so tune in. It should be fun. That said, anyone else got anything else? Or are we good?
I just want to say, Loner Box, thank you for coming. We had some fun. I'm glad you felt like you could say what you wanted to say.
America would be a better place if people who think like you just all roped. But otherwise, it was fun.
Solid. Glowing endorsement.
The gulag syndrome.
Okay.
Get the gulag, bro. We ain't got time for that. Face the wall. At least, hey, but hold on. At least we're admitting it now. We're at least admitting that we're just outright commies at the end here. I just.
Well, no, commies
just honest,
commies will
man.
abduct you and kill you. I'm just asking this guy to do the world a favor. That's what's wrong with that? It's
is,
fucking voluntary. He doesn't have to. It's just a request. It's a simple request.
Yeah, it's not a violation. It's not a violation.
And it's just
Liberty
objectively
to off
true.
yourself,
It's
right?
objectively true that America would be a better country. I just don't know what to tell you. Like,
You know what I will say?
I was
Gibbs?
imagining a different rope, kind of roping, I think, but okay.
Yeah. So Gibbs, what I will say is that at least during this conversation, you admitted that if everything we're saying is true, and it is true, that it's that Trump is guilty and that Trump is actually bad. Because most MAGA people that I meet, I've met people who are MAGA who are like, you know what? They say shit like, yeah, Trump should have actually tried to steal it because we want him to win. Who fucking cares? Fuck democracy. I've met so many people who are in MAGA who are like that.
I'm not gonna buy that book because it's mainly because I'm not even really a true MAGA, right? Like I got all the books behind me. It's mainly like he said earlier in Trigger, but it's because if you read what these people like Bright or Ghostwrite, you get a good idea of what they're gonna do, I think, and that's helped me make some predictions that I think have been beneficial to me and like going forward about like Trump policy stuff. And so like I have to look at the alternatives, right? And it's okay. It was this capitalist, basically New York Dim. That's now like a conservative somehow or like a populist versus like way far left, right? And so I had to choose, right? So I'm willing to throw him under the bus. If it turns out he's a diddler, throw his ass in the wood chipper. If he's over here breaking too many laws, I don't give a fuck about him. I just want the policies that are best for me to go forward. And, I'm going to die on the Trump hill. If he did something that's outright egregiously illegal, then yeah, fuck him. But I haven't seen to my standard that, sure. But I'm also not going to die on the Trump hill. And so when people are like, you're MAGA, I'm like, no, I'm fucking ultra Gibby or whatever that is. We'll call it Gibbsism. I don't give two fucks about what MAGA. I only care about what's going to, benefit me and my family and all my friends here. That's kind of where I come from. I vote local. It's really that simple.
Okay. Well, at this point, I think we're done. Lonerbox, where can people find you and give a last shout out for everything and closing statements?
Lonerbox, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, whatever. Yeah, let's go. Oh, sorry. Someone was speaking? Who spoke?
Me, sorry. I had one more contention with Lonerbox, but it's over.
Okay, why not? I don't care. We got 5 minutes.
Lonerbox, why don't you release any more fucking videos? You too, Dev, and you, Wick. I'm putting all three of you in the crosshairs. No more long-form videos? What is this shit? Yeah, I know. I'm fucking with you, though.
When have I ever fucking done a long-form video?
I don't think you ever have. I'm just giving you
Yeah.
shit.
Well,
But,
to be fair, I was actually supposed to be working on one tonight, and I'm doing this instead. Yeah,
We're
man.
selecting
I'm meant
We're gonna go.
I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle of doing a video on why right wingers think Obama was divisive when he actually wasn't. I'm doing a video on that.
That's so.
Okay. I love you
way
all.
that fucking
On
Fox
Biden
News
too.
and those guys talk about
I love you too.
the Obama years is so.
I love you
funny.
all. I'll see you guys tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern. Bye, everyone. Bye.
Wait, you're calling already?
Yeah, we're
bye.
we're done.
Bye.
We've been going since 4.
Get,
Talk to you later.
get to
Bye.
work, Dev.
No, I just thought you were going to give everyone like an outro, but okay.
Oh, oh well.
I think you forgot about that. Rip.
Who are these fucking nutters
Rip.
in your backstage, Wick? There's like 2 people here.
I don't know if you want to talk to him. I'll bring him in. Sure, why not? I mean, I'm
I
done on
recognize
my end.
Sekrios.
I gotta go. So
Hey,
you can
what's
stay.
up?
Look, Loaderbox. If you want to stay and fight these guys, stay all
Yeah,
night.
we'll give it a little
right?
bit.
I just
yeah,
gotta eat, and I got my dog needs walked and stuff like that. So I gotta go. I love you guys.
It's
Bye.
nice to meet you, Loner Box.
Hi.
I'm from the UK as well.
Hell yeah. I know. I can tell.
Yeah.
It sounds like it.
I also it's nice to like speak to you as well, Dev. I think we reached out a few times.
Yep. I recognize your name and avatar. Yeah, man. What's up?
Yo. First, I was just wondering if you had any like consideration of the offer or not. I don't know if that's like a weird time and place to mention that. I just thought, you know.
Wait, the offer. Okay, I don't remember that much. Hold on.
The
Let me
famous
go
author.
see, I guess.
See, I told you he doesn't check his DMs.
Okay, listen, man. I get a lot of them. Okay.
It's all good.
I'll check them after. Okay, I'll check them after.
It's all good. It's all good. Lightbox, I have like one question. I'm gonna keep it as like neutral as possible, like in regards to like context in general. In your like professional opinion, what would be the best path forward for like the UK given their like election options like coming up whenever? Pragmatically
I mean, based
speaking.
on what's possible, I guess it would probably have to be some kind of anti-reform coalition, right? Like if it was like Labour, Lib Dem, SNP, and Greens, I'd be for that. Even if the Conservatives want to get in, like reform is they're different, they're exceptionally fucking horrible. Just whatever keeps them out. But it would probably, hopefully, be some kind of like center left coalition. I think it's very unlikely, but it should be likely.
Okie doke. I'll let the other person that came with me throw in their question.
Oh, alrighty. Hey, so hopefully this doesn't come off as too aggressive, Loner Box, but question regarding Israel-Palestine. Yeah, obviously. But basically what my question is like, it seems like every time I listen to you have those conversations, you basically have somebody telling you that they want a one-state solution and then give you like 2 hours of conversation about why a two-state solution doesn't work.
Yeah.
And you never make them own the like conclusions of a one-state solution. Which is like, okay, if there's a one-state solution, where's everybody going?
Because the problem with that is that you're basically asking people to because there is actually a privilege of defending a utopia because you can it's whatever you want it to be. The reason I wouldn't tell people to own what a one-state solution would entail is that it's all just like, oh, hypothetical. Like it's all just like, they all just dismiss it as predictions and conjecture. Even when I say things like, well, obviously if Jews are a minority in the Middle East, they'll probably just get completely fucking steamrolled. But they're like, you know, you can say that and you can get them to acknowledge that Jews have never really survived well as a minority in any other Arab Muslim country for the last 100 years. But then, you know, again, you're arguing with a delusion. So I don't really know. They would never own this thing that's never happened is going to go this way because they just don't believe it.
I get that. Do you think that they would own the hypothetical? So like if you said
No, they wouldn't. No,
hypothetically, they wouldn't even own the hypothetical?
No, yeah, they think that one state, it would be like Rainbow Nation, South Africa, Truth and Reconciliation. They'd all get along and share the country and be happy.
Okay.
And it's Israel's fault that that's not happening. Exclusively.
Well, all right. You know the conversations better than me. I don't know how you are able to do that then, man. Good luck, I guess.
I mean, out of interest, like what do you think they would like have to unavoidably own? Like what scenario?
Well, like, okay, so as a hypothetical, if you were to phrase it as if there were a one-state solution and the big bad guy Israel were to win, where would the Palestinians go?
They were to win. When people say one-state solution, they mean they want a one-state solution for both groups, right? Usually they'll say both groups should share the land.
That, but like what you're saying, by phrasing it in that way, you're saying, and things don't go the way you want.
Yeah. So you mean like civil war? Like if it descends into a civil war?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Well, obviously that is what would happen. I mean, you can, if you want to get that out of them, like a simple question would be, for the two-state solution, we have loads of proposals, right? And they detail Jerusalem, refugees, security, borders, what happens to the militaries of each state and where they can go and everything, what the international forces are. If you ask them for a one-state solution, what's the military look like? Are the IDF going to hand over control to the Palestinian Authority to Hamas or to a population that mostly supports Hamas? Like, would they? How do you convince them to do that? Like, are they going to share intelligence? Are like people who are former Hamas fighters and former IDF soldiers going to sit down and determine the border situation or how they relate in terms of other countries for security? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. But getting them to just like, if you just ask that basic question, they would be very hard pressed to even envision something good there or feasible.
That was a good analysis, by the way. I like that analysis.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I have
thanks.
Kind of off-topic question for Loner. Have you ever had someone make the argument of deport all the Jews to America/Brooklyn, and also at the same time get Jewish money out of our political system? It seems like Buger would make that. Maybe not in the same sentence, but
Well, he would
make,
say
both those in conversation.
he would say Israeli. They're very different. Israelis don't have anything to do with Jewishness.
Yeah, but we know what he.
It's like the Fuentes crowd would say that. Yeah, they would say Jews. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I know the I think right-leaning would probably say both of that, depending on what line. But I'm wondering if you've talked to any more left-leaning people like Sink that have made that or would.
No,
make that.
left-wingers are very. You will never catch a left-winger saying like. Well, maybe actually Mike from PA did it once, where he said Jew when he meant to say Zionist. But yeah, no. Usually left-wingers will say Zionist. But again, there's a reason for that. Like anti-Zionism, like I do consider it like in a degree. In some forms, like anti-Zionism just becomes a form of bigotry, but it is different from like right-wing anti-Semitism. It's like they don't believe a lot of the same tropes. They actually oppose a lot of them. Like they do speak a different language and they use different analysis. So yeah, it's probably worth distinguishing them somewhat.
Okay, okay, I can agree with that. I still think they mostly mean vaguely the same thing. It gets to a point where you go past the line and you're just saying Jew, but there's definitely a point where you're.
Well, I don't think you really believe they mean the same thing, right? Like when Hassan says Zionist or whatever with whatever vitriol, you don't think he's sitting there doubting like the Holocaust numbers, right? He probably isn't. He definitely isn't.
I'm just talking about the bigotry towards Jews in particular and just coding it in different language.
Well, hold on. I guess that depends, though. Are you classifying like Islamic kind of rhetoric as like left lean or right lean? Because I mean, I know it probably differs in the UK.
It's confused. It should be. Yeah, it's confused is what it is.
Like
it's right wing in practice. Yeah, but like obviously left wingers sympathize with it. So.
Yeah, so I guess that's just because if you include them, I've definitely heard like. The only reason I ask is because if you include them, then you would include like left leaning going, hey, okay, well, they've said things like they deny the Holocaust. I can think of like several examples, But if you think, oh, well, they're kind of this weird thing, I think you're right in that where they're actually conservative, but they're on the side of the left at the moment. It's like they're going, oh, I don't know. I just wanted to throw that out there. I guess I don't.
Well, and also when we get to like this amount of like esoteric politics outside the that which would be considered like more classical liberalism, conservative starts losing its value unless you literally just mean to conserve, which would completely change depending on the culture that we're talking about, right? So it's very hard to paint these in broad strokes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say like my impression as somebody that's not like in the space like you are, but like it seems that a lot of those people are trying very hard to convey a leftist message and disguise it in a form that would be appealing to people like Islamists. And like I think that's like a form of propaganda that they feel like would be effective at getting a leftist message across to the
it's
Islamic
actually
street.
I would argue it's the other way around. You ever hear people say that Hamas made a more you ever hear people say that Hamas made a more moderate or progressive charter in 2017? You ever heard that claim?
I've heard people say it.
Yeah, okay, so it's not, first of all, it's not a charter. It never actually formally replaced the old one. The old one's still there. They even their leaders will literally say like we haven't disowned anything from the first one. The new one's a PR document. It is different. It doesn't talk about Jews anymore like the first one does. But if you notice what's going on in the new one, the updated one, none of the conclusions have changed. None of the policies change. It still wants all of Palestine to be an Islamic state from the river to the sea. All of Israel and Palestine. And it doesn't disown any of the strategies to do it. It doesn't disown suicide bombings or targeting civilians or anything else. It doesn't disown like jihad and militant action. It's all the same. It's like in policy and conclusion is the same, but the language is completely different. The 2017 Charter is all about colonialism and indigenous rights and resisting the oppressor, whereas the old Charter is all about how fucking Jews will hide behind trees and the tree will say there's a Jew behind me and go and kill them, right? So it's like, but the interesting thing there is that the repackaging of like that kind of anti-Jewish narrative from the Islamic extremist world is, a lot of it has been repackaged to please like left-wingers and to use left-wing language, even though the conclusions are the same. So I think that's what's happened, is that they speak the language of leftists,
I have
not
to leave.
the other way around.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm sorry to interrupt. I have to leave. Thank you so much, Lonerbox, for the debate. It's fun. Dev, till next time. The rest of y'all have a good rest of y'all's night.
Have a
Bye.
good one,
Have
Gibbs.
Have a good
All right,
evening.
see you. I was gonna say, Gabe, just always remember, today's a good day. You're not stream wrist.
God, man, that streamer of God just seems to be fucking evil. Like Gibbs is wrong. He's like a good person at heart, but streamer just seems fucking evil. Holy shit.
Yeah, he's a
Wait,
yeah.
was that the guy that was on at the end?
Yeah,
And
well,
was
no,
like doing the J6 revision stuff.
Yeah, the guy he was on for the whole thing, wasn't he? Yeah, the beardy guy.
Yep.
No,
with the
he left
background.
and he came back.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
like
I only saw him for like an hour and a half,
Damn, I
and
didn't
it
even-
felt like a fever dream.
I
so...
didn't even miss him. Shit. Yeah, he was mental.
God, no.
Sorry.
He's a bad dude.
Is he? If he was still here, my question for him was going to be like, what's a good chili recipe? And like just see if it's an inability to like form thoughts well, or if it's just a willingness to lie about politics.
People like that, like you can tell. I need to pick out an example, but you can tell when people are being intentionally like dishonest or manipulative. The way he kept saying like, "Oh, I don't know anything about the slates. I don't really know much about the slates." But then he seems to, when you bring it up, he seems to have all the fucking talking points about it. Like it's the legal theory and like, "Oh, what's wrong with that?" They just wanted to count like these are intentional lies, not like not him
Yeah,
just
I know
being
what you
like
mean.
slow. Yeah.
And then also like whenever he wasn't talking, I would just look at him and he's like doing the sneaky smile to his audience, like, yeah, I know what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, he was like laughing at multiple
big
points,
bro.
which is when I assumed bad faith, right? Like you would bring up the counterpoint and then he would start laughing.
Yeah.
Are we talking about Drew?
No.
Who's Drew?
Pavlu.
Oh, okay.
Fuck.
Well, I mean,
So,
we might as
okay.
well be, right? It's same
I'm
thing,
up again.
different face.
Well, I don't know if that guy is an idiot or if he's actually bad faith. I can't tell.
No, Drew is like a grifter.
Drew?
Drew is like a grifter and stupid. He's like Drew's the kind of guy that like his first objective is to get people to pay attention to him, and then the ideology comes second, right? So when Bernie Bros were popular, he was one of those. And when Ukraine and like Western foreign policy was popular, he did that. But now that none of the liberals really like him, and you notice even last year, it's funny that he was fighting with Destiny so much, because last year he spent so much time trying to worm his way into the DGG community and become friendly with them. But Destiny was never interested, and people like me, I was never interested, and Pisco was never interested. But he was trying to court like all of us and get friendships with us, but because we didn't really tolerate him, then he decided that he does, whenever he shits on Muslims and immigration and stuff like that, he does get likes from Elon Musk and retweets and attention from them. So he's just moved there. That's it.
Which one is Drew?
Hmm?
Who's Drew?
Drew Pavlu.
Oh, he showed up.
Twitter
he
user.
showed up in like a
Oh,
few
a different-
streams ago. I got him confused with
that's
someone
right.
else because it was like a
I was
similar
thinking-
complaint.
Yeah, I was thinking about Drew and Destiny's community. I'm like, I don't think we're talking about the same Drew. My bad.
Oh, I guess Dev. Like we've
What's up?
chatted on Reddit about this a couple times.
Okay.
So basically, my theory is that like so much of what's happening right now is actually just like social media induced schizophrenia,
Whoa.
where it's like people hear voices in their head all the time, and then they just repeat that, but it's like they're actually hearing a real voice. It's just coming from like a talking head that's lying or whatever, you know?
Their Twitter feeds just in their brain 24/7.
Yes. Like that I believe that is true. It's
Yeah,
like the only thing that can explain the interactions that I've had with like my family.
Right. No, I was talking to a a non-political YouTuber in private. He doesn't talk politics on his channel, but like we talk about it sometimes, right? So I was talking to him, and he said something. I think it was last night. He said something along the lines of, like, social media has probably contributed to just the general brain rotting because everyone is always connected now. Everyone always knows what's happening, and there's probably just some. If we're talking about why the political discourse has decayed, it's probably because people are constantly plugged into it. I think there's probably some truth to that.
Okay.
Yeah, and the metric on social media isn't truthfulness or anything other than just like how much attention can you grab, right? On whether that's rage bait or not, that's the medium that is shows popular posts
and
that,
and
so
oh my god,
it's really bad.
Back when I was going on like the anti-woke panels before they all kind of stopped talking to me. When I was going on those panels, like the Gamergate type guys, I was trying to tell them, like, listen, the stuff that goes viral isn't true. Right, like the whole free marketplace of ideas thing doesn't really work because we're like humans don't seek out truth; they seek out comfort. The stuff that goes viral is stuff that it just feels good. It's not what's actually happening.
Yeah, like the Stephen Colbert truthy, right?
The truthiness.
Yeah, the truthiness.
I'm gonna fuck off, guys. Take care. Bye bye.
Yeah.
All right.
See ya.
Okay. That sounded like an interesting conversation, but I just needed some me time. Okay. Well, me and you time. I haven't even spoken that much to you guys yet. Chat. That's crazy. I haven't even vibed. Not once, motherfucker. All right. Lana, thanks for the £5. Gauntlet, thanks for the tier 2. Fried spam and chips for the £5. Dobber, thanks for the $5. Dobber, thanks for the $5 again. Numinax, thanks for the tier 2 sub. I'm sorry if I don't read some of the messages that aren't like relevant to what we're talking about now, because it's like they've kind of got their sell-by date. V, thanks for the $5. Here is your commie bucks. Thank you so much. Numinax, thanks for $10. Free Jen. I don't know who this Jen is. We still need to do our amnesty, our unbanning. Das Vildania, thanks for the $2. Business Time, thanks for the $10. Fancy Teeth, thanks for the $5. Trump should just say the evidence they have is enough, but he will be the bigger man and heal the nation by forgiving the Dems, but he can't let go. That's what I mean. It's like gaslighting as fuck, man. MH, thanks for the $5. Ew, thanks for the $9.99. Angry Box versus Magatard's easiest dub. Numinax, thanks for the $5. I need an IDK about that counter for when you debate MAGA people. It's so fucking annoying, especially when they do actually know about it and they have a bit. Oh, God. Ew, thanks for the $9.99. My feeling when I can only go down a line of argumentation for 10 seconds because I only know 16 disjointed narratives. Whiffer Nubbin, thanks for the $20. Next time, show them the fake slate next to the real ones and ask them which is which. They're obvious. I know, I've seen them. It's a fucking total. Should I show you guys what the fake slates look like the real ones? Fake slates versus real slates of electors. I don't know why they're showing me fucking roof slates, but okay. Look at it. Look at the state of this, man. See the state of this. That's the real one, obviously, you know, nice and brown and all seals on them. It's just a fucking... It's despicable. Imagine becoming president. One of the oldest constitutional democracies in the world with that shit. They couldn't even brown it up. They couldn't even sepia. It's fucking Mahmoud Abbas's napkin map. Come on. Please accept my Microsoft Word document, Mr. Pence. Surprised more leftists didn't show up. Yeah, I guess so, but I'm not complaining. I'm actually annoyed. Do you know what? I really hate History Speaks. I really hate him because he's the kind of person who is clever enough to actually he would be good for like challenging conversations on the issue. It's just that he's a fucking liar. He's just a disgusting person. He's like, and kind of creepy as well. Like the obsessiveness, like the stalking and shit. Like, I don't care if you tweet at me or whatever, like, go ahead, but like literally trying to sneak into everything when I've literally just said, I do not want to talk to you. It's not like I'm hiding from the fact. I don't want to talk to you. That's it. Yeah, weird. Disappointing, I should say. DD, thanks for the, wait, hang on. Let me do it this way. Thanks for the €6. I think this stream fucker guy just understood Jan 6 for the first time in his life, being dog walked for 3 hours. Oh, God. Navy ROTC, thanks for the 999. Tell him the truth. Revital I Go, is that what that means? Thanks for the $20. 3ds Max, thanks for the $5. Here you go, buddy. You'll need this for some Advil after this. Yeah, I will. Bad Bearing, thanks for the $4.99. Flawless Victory, true. Owlishness, thanks for the $5. I regret your comment about your luscious looks, my bad king. Your name needs to be changed to Laone Box after that absolute beatdown. Okay, wow. What? Interesting. Good impromptu 2v2. Yeah, I feel like I'm in safe hands when I'm 2v2ing with Dev on January 6th. Good ally. Good filling in the gaps. Hell yeah. So they're good like a good cop, bad cop. You don't know about Uncle Ruckus. I do, but I don't know if that references to him. I know who Uncle Ruckus is, yeah. I really hate to tell you guys, though, there's a huge problem here. There's a big issue. I'm quite ashamed, actually. Been a bad boy. I lost my connection streak. I tried. I think I was on the last one, and then I fucking... What fucked me again? Admire puzzle. Admire the one that you fucked on. It was kinds of parties, yeah. Because it was Mixer. I was thinking baby shower, like bridal shower, bridal reception, bridal ball. I thought wedding dress. I thought it was all wedding stuff, and then I fucked. Absolutely railed. And I was doing so well because I got the Y-shaped things like right away. Fuck. Okay. All right, okay. But whatever. We're going to catch up to our streak. We have 3. I deserve 20 lashings. Yes. No, I'm not going to do chess puzzles. Sorry. Do that my own time. Sharp, clog, plug, thorn. Pitch, jam, wedge, banger. Flat, hype, Morgan, heater, glute, bop, mule. Hang on. I chat. Did a new... No, I won't do a new goal. It's fine. Okay. Jam. There's boost and there's hype. There's pitch. And there's plug. Hey, promote. All right, bop. There's a bop, a jam, a banger. There's no way. It's like a sharp, a wedge, a mule, a flat. No way. A clog. Oh no. The fuck is wedge? Is that like a good song? No way. A wedge. It's gonna be some stupid boomer term, an American boomer term. Fuck that. All right. Clog, you put that on your feet. It can also clog jam. Wedge. Man, what's going on here? Thorn? Sharp? Huh. Flat? Flatten? Really? That doesn't make sense. Glute. Why is glute here? But ass. Loot. Gluten. What is a mule doing here? What's going on? JP Morgan? Something sharp? Are these banks? I don't know. Fuck. Oh, wait. There's harp, organ, lute, musical instruments. Horn. Go away. Hey, hell yeah. Okay, now what was this was like song and like tight or whatever. Clog, wedge, jam. It must be like flat or heater then, or mule. Fuck. It's like 3 that it could be. Bop, banger, jam. Mule? Is that a thing? Like, what the fuck? Maybe, I feel like wedge is ringing a bell. I don't know why though. What heater though? Maybe heater, because that seems like it stands out. Yeah, okay. Anthem. Okay, sure, buddy. That makes no sense. Fuck you. Kinds of shoes. Ah. Wouldn't have thought that from those two of those words. Okay. Popular, span, lanyard, fair, interval, stretch, psalm. Is that how you say that word? How do you say that word? I know what it is. It's like a fucking prayer book or whatever. How do you say it? Where's the thing? No. Psalm.
Psalm.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. All right. Well, psalm and cross can go together. Sure, why not? Bosch. Marple. Miss Marple. The detective. Period. Okay, wait, let's see. Popular, span, lanyard, fair. Interval, stretch, psalm, period. Cross, pass. Reacher, wristband. Stamp, Ryan. Marple, Bosch. Okay, there can be something for like putting on a piece of like a paper, like a stamp, a pass, a cross. Would you have a, I don't know, there can be a span, a period, a stretch, and an interval. Ooh, let's go. What the fuck is reacher? What's a reacher? A lanyard can be with a stamp as well, though. Popular. What else goes with popular? Would this be completing a phrase? Popular music? Popular opinion? Popular is standing out. There doesn't seem to be anything that goes obviously with... Oh... Oh, to get into a club. Pass, a wristband, a stamp, and a lanyard. Credentials, I see, for entry. Reacher, okay. Cross, I don't know about the other ones if it's religious. Fair? Popular? Is there going to be, I think there's like a incomplete words or changing letters somewhere. Marple, no, Ryan, Cross, Popular, Pop, PSA, Alm. If it's religious, I'm gonna be fucked, man, because I don't know like what these things are. Is there anything other than Miss Marple? Maple? Words missing? Reach. Popular view, fair view, cross view, popular, fair, cross, fair and cross. Reacher is really fucking with me as well. I don't know, no idea what that means. I haven't know what, wait. Just out of interest. Oh, it's one away. Fuck. I think this is religious stuff. I don't know. Ryan is not, there's not like a religious. Is it Marple? Oh, that's not, okay, so it was Reacher. It's not one of these. It's not Marple, okay. The Reacher was one of the things. What is it not? Cross? Oh, it could be this. It could not be it could be not the Psalm. Wait. Is it homonyms for names or homophones for names? Sam, Ryan, Marple, Bosch. Are some of these names? Are these names all spelled differently somehow? That doesn't make sense though, because this was 3 out of 4. That doesn't make sense. Unless it's something else. Ryan, Marple, Bosch. What if I get rid of Bosch and try fair? I don't know why. No idea why. Okay, so it is Bosch and Reacher are right. I have no idea. I don't know. I also don't really want to spend too long on it because I know this doesn't count as the streak, so I don't really give a fuck. I don't care. I tried this one already. Yeah, okay. This was 3 out of 4. Why? Bosch and Reacher both seem to be valid, so it's not one of these? Not fair, not more popular? I don't even know if this intuition is making any fucking sense. Fuck! Fuck! I don't care. We'll go to the next one. Good. What the fuck is this? What's going on? Modern crime series protagonists. I have no idea what fucking Reacher is. Trees plus a letter. Fur. Oh. What the fuck is popular? Palm. Oh, fuck that. No way. Fuck off. Stupid. Get out of here. All right, let's do the real one. Real one of the day. Cardboard hash wedge. Wood cube house lane. Foam quarter iron lodge. Dice hole mince putter. Okay. I can see 3 golf things here. Putter, wedge, iron, I guess hole. I guess. I don't think this is going to be right, though. Shit like this is never right, because these are clubs and that's a hole. But there's also a lodge. I don't know, mince. Wait, wood! Wood is a driver. Golf clubs. Hey, nice one. I knew I remember that. Foam. House. Mince. Dice. Well, you can mince, dice, quarter, and would you hash? You only really hash or cube. It's all for, yeah. Would you say quarter though? I think so. God fucking damn it, man. Would you hash or would you foam? I don't know. Cube. We'll come back to that. Cube, quarter, mince, dice. Okay. A house, a lodge, board. You could say board. That's not a million miles away. Oh, a quarter, living. So like a living space. Would you say, is it board then? For like boarding school or paying board? Yeah, okay. Okay. Right, so it was dice, cube, mince. It must be hash then. Yeah, okay. Good. Okay, we got 1 streak back. Memory. Clever. 1 on the current streak, guys. Well done. Well done, cucks. Losers. Get out of here. Easy. No fucking beef. What's Lib and Learn talking about?
Can say, look at how our Democratic leaders
Why are
are
they laid
trying
out
to
like
make the
this?
situation better. And I will be able to more forcefully advocate on behalf of our leaders if they give us something to work with to suggest, hey, we might be able to have a cause of action if we have the Democrats in charge to actually sue the government when this shit happens to you.
But to
as opposed
IRI's point though, he keeps saying, this is like the 3rd time he said it, is that the negotiations are taking form like literally right now. They're probably having meetings in Capitol Hill like right now.
Well, I think it's useful for them to get feedback right now.
We actually don't even know the specifics of what they're hashing out, and
Yeah, but shouldn't we get feedback right now?
It could be, in 4 days we're having a different conversation because there will be language about maybe making it easier to sue the federal government if they deport a U.S. citizen.
But what Pisco's saying is if there isn't,
all I know is I want to finish Silksong. That's what I know. Fuck that. Just give me some peace, bro. God damn it. Oh, I do. If you don't finish tonight, you didn't see the Vosh clip I sent. Oh, I know. It's just like every other stream. Oh no, I didn't see the Vosh clip that Chase sent. Ooh. Didn't he just fix your sleep schedule? You mean didn't I fix my sleep schedule? Wait, what the fuck? Where am I going? I don't even know what's next on the quest board here. Wait, what's on the quest board? What are we doing? I've done the old hearts. What the fuck am I doing? I need to sharpen my blade. Where do I sharpen my blade? That's around here, isn't it? Am I not in the right place for it? No. No, I'm not. Wait, this is a new place. Oh, it's the fucking new place. The dream zone. Ha! It's the new... It's the fucking dream zone. Hell yeah, let's go. Okay, we're on it. How do I go there? How do I get back there? Fuck me. Stop fucking me up. No. Okay, we need to heal up anyway. Alright. Play the needle here, isn't it? Alright. Is it here or is it... No, it's not here. It's on a fucking shrine or some shit. This ain't the right place. Is it? I go through here. Wait, isn't there a way through here? What the fuck? What the fuck? Get me out of here. Oh. Did I just play the wrong tune? Shit. Oh, I remember. It's like... to the left. Oh. Wait, what's it? Oh. There should be a green bug. Wait, what's this? What's going on? Okay. Aha!
Mi offende?
Let's go! Let's goop. Okay. We've already explored quite a bit, but there could be more. This place is cool, I remember. I don't know why I'm here though. Is it like optional or whatever? Wow. Oh, wait. Where are we going? We go up? Yeah, we should go up. There's a lot to discover there. Damn, that place is closed. Come on, what about here? Hey, shit. Fuck. He's green and he's mad. Where do we go? Where do we go? How do I get up there? What the fuck? What's going on? Ow. Oh wait, I can do this always. This is kind of cheesing, isn't it? Is that how you get up there? That's pretty corny though. There's no way is that. No, is there? Okay, why not? What's this? What's it doing? Ooh. Follow the thing. Follow the thing. Oh, the trail of the bug. Not the trail of the bug. Oh, I have to do it again because the guy fucking bothered me. Stop bothering me, dickhead. Okay. What's your story? He's not doing anything. I'm gonna kill him anyway. Oh. Who am I chasing? What the fuck? I will find you. Ooh, Palestag. Oh shit. Oh shit. Now I got some pain. He's also quite evasive, isn't he? Fuck off, dick. Ooh. It's like a little maze. What if they start coming down on me? Oh. Oh shit. Heal quick. Okay, fine. We're fine. This is really annoying. He's like a frustrating fucker. Fuck you. Okay, that was my mistake. Yeah. Where is he? It's getting tricky now. Ooh. Fuck. Shit. Uh-oh. Big trouble. Okay, stop being a fucking moron, man. Go on. It's not that hard. It is quite hard. Fuck this. Ah, fuck off. How do I dodge this? He's like unassailable, man. He's such a tough cookie. Fuck. Uh-oh. That was really dumb. Shit. Oh, no. That was hard. It wasn't hard. It was just frustrating. Made me rush. Let's go. Am I really that far away from the thing? No, it's this.
Shaku.
Okay.
Buenera.
Stop that. Stop talking. That was a nasty little rooster. Don't like it. You don't lose your stuff though, do you? Oh, I have to update the fucking map, don't I? Ugh. Where are you, bench? Okay, let's go to the bench first. It's a bit of a detour, but we'll manage. Okay. Wait, how do I bench? What the fuck? I'm at the bench. Hey! How do I bench? What's going on? I have to bench outside? Do I have to bench outside? Or is it down here? Is there like a secret? Fuck off. Oh my god, he's fucking ripping me to shreds. You don't need to bench, just remember where you're going. Apparently, I can't bench because I don't know where the bench is. Can't see it. Let's just do benchless, okay? I know where to go. I remember the way. Am I going the right way? Fuck. This was the way. Oh. Okay. Was I going the right way here? Actually, yeah, I must have been, because there's nowhere else to get the guy. I don't recognize this place, though. I just have a bad memory. Oh, fuck. Why do I feel like I don't remember this place? The fuck? Oh. Okay, I'm being clumsy. More than usual. Alright. Really? Was it? Oh yeah, I remember now. Okay. Okay, I have to defeat this boss because there's no way I'm going to enjoy doing this corpse run a billion times. Is that really how you have to do that jump? Seems silly. Okay, we've seen him. We go up here? Yeah, okay, I remember. We have to chase him. Where is he? Little fucker. Whoa! You don't chase him this time, he just kind of appears. Oh shit! Careful. Oh god, not careful. Not careful at all. Oh god. This is not what careful looks like. Okay, that's better. Okay, let's just go slow and heal up. Okay. Oh shit! Fuck me. Fuck. Fuck. Ooh. Oh shit. Ah! That's so many of them! I'm so fucked, man. Ah! Oh my god. Oh. Not bad, not bad. Okay, we dodged. That's good. How do I dodge all that? Fuck. No, fucked. We're so dead, man. We're so dead. Oh god. How'd you even land a blow onto him? I think you just have to be very patient. There are just some where you have to be like, okay, we just dodge. We just let it happen and dodge. I'm not getting the bench. We have to do this. We have to get down to business.
That's fine.
I'll do this now. Fuck off. Okay, that's the plan.
No, in shadow, in shadow. No.
Okay, we're faster now. That's good. Oh, I do have my little flies, though. My flies could deal with this little bastard. Okay. I haven't used my flies in a little while. Whoa, shit. Oh, fuck. How was I supposed to avoid that? Oops. Oh. Oops. That's fine. We absorbed it. Haha, boss. Fuck. Whoa! Oh, it's very RNG, isn't it? It doesn't follow you. The blades don't follow you. They're just random. Interesting. Oh, that makes me feel better or worse. Oh. Fuck. Fuck. Not good. Oh, shit. I slipped. I slipped off the ledge. Oh! Oh, can you pogo them? I think you have to pogo them, maybe? Or just find a safe spot. Okay, get careful. I can't get careful in that. What the fuck? I need to hit him to heal, though. Fuck. Oh my god. Okay. Just, if I can't hit him, I can't hit him. It's fine. Just get over it. Fuck. Speeds. Oh! I couldn't even follow the fucking speed, man. Maybe go in the water. Was that cheese zone? Okay, heal, quick. Okay, good. Oh, fuck. Speed. Ooh! I hate this chicken so much. This turkey fuck. Oh, God. I was trying to jump over it. Come on. Not nice. Claw line is good for this boss. Yeah, I guess so.
Maruka Eranu Jaku.
Update map and add weave light. I don't need weave light that much. Okay, don't worry. I need survival. We'll update map after the boss. That's what we'll do. Oh. Oh, stuck. Okay, where are we? Here. What happened to fixing your sleep schedule? I woke up before 11 a.m. today. And I will sleep before 6 in the morning, so we're good. What are you talking about? We're fucking fire. I'm a self-help guru. I'm Jay Shetty. That's how well I'm slept. Oh! Fuck this fucking turkey. Fuck. Ugh. Fuck you. Take all the hits. I'm gonna hit the shit out of them. Huh. Oh! Back. Oh shit. I should really not be getting hit by the fucking 4s, because I handle 6 of them. Fuck. Heal that one, okay. Oh. Oh shit, here they come. The fucking... That was horrible. The cavalry. Oh god. I don't know how I'm supposed to fucking dodge all this shit, man. What the fuck? That's impossible! What the fuck? I'm done, man. There's not even any improvements. Let's just try survival. See if that's possible. It's also like predicting their... Does it actually give you an indication of where they're about to go and how fast, I wonder? Okay, these ones probably not, right? Okay, yeah. Oh, fuck. Thought I had that one. Shit. Okay, yeah. Let's go. It's not the weave light issue, it's the fact that I don't know how to... like a methods, yeah, to avoid them.
No, in shadow.
Oh, shadow.
No.
Yeah, I know spots of water might be like a thing, but it feels cheesy. Feels a bit cheese. Come on. Let's go on an epic little journey to get clocked by a fucking cockerel. Oops. Right here. Oh. Whoops. No room for error, bro. No room for error. Stop. Oh. Oh. Ooh. Fuck. That was a huge error. Terrible. Oh. Fuck. Okay, I should be claw lining all of those. Ooh. Fuck me. I've got the timing wrong. Like. Whoa. Ooh, fuck. Fuck. Stupid. Very dumb. Oh. Fuck me. I'm such a retard, man. I deserve to die in this game. Jesus Christ. Ah. Ah. No, how am I supposed to dodge all this shit? Just hide in the water. Okay, quick. Hide in the water. No, hide in the water. Okay, am I just safe in the water? It's so cheesy though, man. It's so... I have to hide in the water. What am I gonna do otherwise? Fight this guy? This fucking terrorist? Oh shit, I can't even get to the water. My hiding space. Fuck. The water's not even safe, I don't think. Okay. Oh. Get a hit. I can't get a hit. Oh. Water. We're good. We're hiding the water. It's a fucking magic trick. Fuck that fucking horrible cunt. Phase 2. Phase 2. Phase 2. What a disgusting creature, man. No way. Would it help if someone joined to throw you abuse during the fight? Maybe. Maybe. Consider it. It's tempting. Okay, where else do we go? Oh. Wow, okay, that was stupid. Oh, hello. Big buggy. Oh shit, he's powerful. Fuck! Oh well, at least I can bench now. I'm gonna bench. That was intentional. I gotta bench. Bench, bench. Okay, bench. Bench up. Hood. Ah. There's another side of the room where you can use silksong. Whoa, shit. I guess we'll go back then with our replenished shit. Is Hornet descended from those roof-dropping creatures? How would I know? Okay. Apparently it takes like an hour to get through this place, or 2 hours? Are you excited for the DLC? Nope. I'm excited for not playing this anymore and doing some research. It's this way, isn't it? Wait, how do I get up here again? Oh yeah, there. It's a tight jump. Alright, I have to go to the fight chamber and there's apparently a jump. Oh! What's the next research project? I don't know, I might still just go... I've done Chinese history. I might go to contemporary China. That might be fun. Yo! So apparently there's a place where I can jump. Wait, here? That's not it. Where do I jump? The other side of the fight room. What is it? Not there. What am I looking for? No, I don't think Ethan went on Pierce Morgan. What are you talking about? Wait, I'm supposed to be able to do, jump here? What the... What's going on? Where? Oh, is it just through the other side? No, wait. How do I... What are we talking about? What's going on? Is this maybe the light? No. What about here? Ethan was on Pierce and he said it would be aired tomorrow. What? Ethan Klein was on Pierce to say what? To talk about what? That's cool. Well, nice one. Good for him. Fuck. Fuck. Why did someone say that there's a fucking silk jump here? I don't understand. Looks like a bunch of lies, man. What were they talking about? Wait, Danny, you were saying that there was a place I could do a fucking silk jump here. Where? I don't see it. Am I stupid? Am I a moron? Probably. Well, it's not those thorns. Go into the room you actually fought the stag. Yeah, here. I know. But I don't know... What's my map saying? My map ain't saying shit. There's a bit above me, though. This is the room, isn't it? I'm not mental. Oh, wait. This isn't the stag. Isn't this the stag? It is the stag. It was called Pale Stag. What was the topic? Kaya and Hassan. Frogan. Frogan. Maybe it was Iran. I don't know. Stream tomorrow. Yeah. I'm confused, man. I don't see shit. If there's a spot here, it's very well hidden. Let me find it here. Yeah, I don't see it. I think it's a bunch of nonsense. That's what this is. What is it called? The big jump? Is it called silk jump, or what's it even called? That would help. Go explore other parts. I guess so. Fuck this. This is a waste of time. We're just gonna wing it. But what about this part, though? There is that closed door, but I'm not sure how to get into it. Maybe there's I hope there's not a secret wall somewhere that I missed that gets you in there. Because it doesn't look like there'd be any other access point, is there? Oh yeah, there is. Of course there is. I'll just go there. Loner the Explorer, true. Oh, fuck. Let's go there then. Let's do that. I think that's where I meant to go in the first place, but I got killed. Let's go. Come on. Fuck. Stop playing video games, I want to see more politics. Whoa. Someone's fucking needy. The fuck? Ah! Am I gonna die again to these knife-throwing bastards? Fuck. Ah. All right, up here. Let's go up here. Hubba dubba. Fuck. Ooh, fuck! Not the knife throwing fucks. No, they're gonna kill me. Heal, quick. Fuck you. Fucking die. Ugh. Ugh, fuck. Why can't I kill you? Why are you so powerful? You're so powerful. Fuck you. Okay, wait, we're doing the little flies. We're flying him up. Fuck him. Fuck this guy. He's horrible. He's such an asshole, man, this fucking guy. Ugh. Why am I getting shown up by a little fucking mob? Like a singular mob. Oh no. No. Not the little fucking buzzards. Ugh. Shit. I need to heal badly. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Okay, good. Thank God. Ah. Fuck. Okay, good. What's this? Wait, where are we going? Back here. The fuck? Oh, I did it again. Oh, it's like a one small room. Okay. Come on. Okay, good. Yeah. God, he's fucking darting around all over the place. He's gonna kill me. Oh! Don't kill me! Don't kill me. He's got the bear on me. Fuck. How? How do I fight you? Fuck. He's gonna kill me, man. He's gonna kill me. Heal, quick. Fuck. They're everywhere. Cockflies, quick. Save me. I hate how fucking fast they are. Why are they? They're sturdy as well, man. They got a lot of health. Okay. Holy fuck. I'm getting absolutely mobbed. Okay. Claw line is important here, though. What's in here? Again, to see this land abandoned, betrayed.
Caspin? Megina Fora.
Veranis.
Oh no, not a fucking fight, man. Not a fight. Okay, not a very difficult fight. Am I fighting both of them? Oh, I thought the guy was helping me. I'm fighting both of them. Shit. Fuck. You have to bench up. Those guys look like really, they look like the mobs that are really annoying, but it's a boss. Oh no. I really hate it that there's no bench in that place though. That's really nasty. It's the cogwork dancers again, but they were horrible. I did not like them. Oh, out of nowhere. Come on.
No, in shadow, no.
Alright. It's a hard endgame area. Is it? I can tell. You don't need to explain that to me. Ooh. Fuck. Fuck. One little misstep and I have to do that again. This is the right way, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Okay. Fuck. Okay, I need to learn how to fight these guys because they're quite present. They're omnipresent. Oh. The thing is, you kind of have to use the claw line to get a good hit on them. Ooh! See those parries? I parried like 4 attacks there. What the fuck? That's reliable tool. God. Okay, and we go up. And here? Yeah. That was a pretty good parry though, I'm quite proud of that. Okay. Oh! Fuck you. Ooh! Fuck. And it's in here. Do I need health, or do I just go in and scrap? Let's go scrap. Wait, is this where I went? Huh. Wait, is there more to see here? What's down? Oh, still nice. What's down here? What the fuck? Nothing. Okay. Okay, let's go here. Okay, come on. Oh, okay, watch the fucking beams. Okay. Oh, I remember this. Oh shit. Well, we fucked it pretty hard there, though. Ah. Shit. We're so dead, but... Oh, you can parry it. Ah. Oh god. That was weak. Okay, I understand what they're doing now, at least. Now we know.
No, in shadow, no.
Now we understand. Okay. Hitting them's gonna be a pain in the ass, but I'll try. Come on. Yeah. Hey. Hey. Yeah. Oh my god. If you don't address them, they just fucking don't leave you alone, do they? Oh my god. Is he gonna kill me? For not paying attention to him. You can only hit the green guy, not the ghost. Well, that helps. I was planning on just hitting whatever I could, but... Ah, get away, get away, get away, get away. Fuck off. Ugh, I'm just gonna die here now. Just leave them, just ditch them. Just fuck them off. Okay. There we go. So I can get some silk before going into the room, and then we'll be good. Where's the fucking silk, dude? Here. Oh yeah. Well, I'm down 2 health, which is not ideal, but whatever. Okay, watch their path. Huh. Huh. Oh. Ooh. Oh shit! They do a fucking whirlwind! Oh no! I didn't see the whirlwind! Oh! Fuck. Huh. Jesus! What a fucking awkward ass fucking cunt! Shit! That's so bad, man. Fuck my fucking heel. Shit! Big fuck up. Real. Fuck. Fuck me. Oh, you can't hit the ghost. Yeah, if you try to hit the ghost. If you try to hit the ghost, it will hurt you. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, that was better. We understand it now. Yaku. Oh. Okay. Didn't hurt because it was the ghost. You mistimed the attack. Oh, I didn't notice. I thought it was because I swiped the ghost. But okay, that's fine. We'll be more careful. 100%. We always do that. We're always more careful. Oh my god. Fuck this. Okay. Fuck me. Fuck me, man. Get me out of here. I just want to dodge the mobs and go to the fucking safe place. Ah. Fuck. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die journeying over. No. This is bad, man. This is disgusting. Oh, there's a boss here. There's a gauntlet. No. And it's these guys. It's the fucking swingers. Okay, heal, quick. Okay, we'll survive. The gauntlet will save my life. Okay. Fuck. Okay, we have a heal. Quick. Oh. Oh, there's more fucking wankers. Parry the shit out of him. Just parry endlessly. Oh god. Fuck, we were so close. I think we had a heal. I was just parrying for dear life. What the fuck? Okay. We need to actually reach the boss. That's a real problem. I think I just need to use my silk to defeat those flying bastards. Hopefully those blades actually hit them. They don't shift away from them. I don't think they can. Okay. Oh, did he just land some spikes? Okay, that's convenient. Thank you. God. Did that hit him? Did that do anything to him? Surely it did, right? Maybe I should just do the gauntlet. It feels safer. But I don't know what follows. It's closer anyway. Let's get a heal from one of these flies. Okay. Okay. Shirley. Nick Shirley. Come on. Ugh. Oh. Oh shit. Fucking power the shit out of it. Oh. Okay, we got a crit. That was nice. Oh, heal. Oh my god. Fuck my fucking heal. Okay, there's a lot going on here. There's a lot going on. Fighting the Green Prince ends the section. I did not know that. What the fuck? So I shouldn't do that. That gauntlet is quite annoying though. Okay, whoa. Okay, now time to get fucking ambushed by this big bastard. No, go away. Fuck off. Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna need to get a heal though. That's a problem. I can't really farm these guys who take off more of my health than I get from them. There's no way. Let's just go here. Let's go. Fucking hell. Oh! Oh god. Good start. Don't do the special attack. No way. Fuck. Fuck. Just heal. Come on. God. Fuck. Oh god. Hogflies. Oh god, I meant to heal. I was trying to heal. Fuck. We're dead. We're so fucked, man. Fuck. Okay, there goes my health. Just kill him, my little flies. Just save me, little flies. Fuck! Okay, heal. Fuck, I've got to heal. Why do I want to heal? Oh, shit. Cock flies. Just flies. Oh, shit. Fuck. Fuck me. I'm stuck. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Whew. Not nice, man. That is not a nice little gauntlet. I don't even know if there's like a boss after it. It's just minging. Come on. But I need to practice on those guys. I should just fight them out here. Is there one here? I can't remember. It's here, right? Oh, fuck. They don't last very long, I guess, which is good. There's one here, isn't there? Is there? Oh, he was from earlier. Okay. Ugh. Okay, let's go and not get hit, shall we? Don't get hit. Don't get hit. Don't get hit. Don't get hit. Fuck me. Don't get hit when he launches himself right in front of my fucking face. Just spam the shit out of him. Okay, it's gotta heal. Throw your shit. Heal. Okay. Flies. Okay. Oh, that's good. We made it. Ah. Okay, I'm not using my flies at all. Get the fuck out of here. Ooh. Oh, there's one left. Flies. Use my flies. Use my flies. Oh, shit. Got a hit there. Okay, we did it. Nice. Jesus fucking Christ. What a disgusting Piece of shit. Oh, it's this little door. Okay. Nice. Let's find a heal. Let's find an easily farmed heal, shall we? No chance. Ah! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Okay, don't kill me! 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 Okay. Now it's fine. Fuck you. Not this guy. I probably need to farm a heal before I do this little duo again. Oh shit. Not gonna help that. Where'd he go? Where is he? Okay, that'll do. We'll try. Wait, do I need to explore more? I feel like I've got the whole thing. This is the last bit. Okay. Well, we're short one heal, but if we're patient, we'll get it back. Okay, let's be patient now, boys. Fuck! Fuck. Fuck. Okay, good. Good dodge. Watch the tornado. Fuck. Ooh! Fuck. Shit! Fuck, not good. Okay. Heal. We have a heal. Oh, he's crit. He's crit. He's fucked. Fuck him. What's happening now? Oh no, phase 2. Tornado. George the tornado. Whoa. Fuck. Okay, it's just more to pay attention to, right? Come on. Ooh, the little mix. Difficult. Fucking tornado fucks! Oh no. Okay. Dodge. Fuck! Oh, lucky. Shaya. Hog flies, let's go. Come on, finish this. Fuck this. Hog flies. Go, go, go. Go, little praise. Bah! Fuck! I'm getting flustered. We're good. Nice. Well done, guys. Ain't nothing to it, you know. It's just, bit of this, bit of that. Easy, easy. There's really nothing to it. Yeah, that's what I was saying. What's this? What I got? What happened? Oh! Conjoined heart. It beats sharp and clear. Fuck! Alright. If I missed anything in there, whoops. Ooh. I didn't even get hurt by the fucking massive boulder falling on my head. Fuck. Oh. Okay. Well done, boys. Not bad. Ain't nothing at all. Fucking. Just a little snack. A little bug breakfast. I'm gonna do one. I'm gonna do some puzzles. Okay, I'm just not feeling like finishing just yet. Ooh, what's my fucking 2100? Oh no, I think we can get 2200 back, maybe. There's obviously some tension around this fucking square with that. What's this guy? Oh, there's like a knight there that could be taken. Would be good. Is there any sort of tricks? There is that, maybe? Or would it depend on... There's definitely like a steal that you can do there. Would it be that and they take... No, but that's a check, though. The bishop has to go. I think this bishop has to go. Is there that? But they withdraw. There's that. I don't know. It's a hard one. Obviously, I want to get rid of this guy somehow. Because once this guy's gone, we can... But how? If I take this, they're probably going to come down with the rook. I go there, and then the queen. And then what? That looks like it's nothing. Not really winning material or anything. What if I do that and they come here? Then what? I don't even know if that makes sense. What if I try it with this little fucking pawn gimmick? Then they'll take there, I'll take there, they would take there. That's disgusting. No way. What if I pile up the pressure? Because if they take, I can go there. What is that? Does this do anything? They just take. Oh no! Wait! They have to defend the queen. Wait! Maybe they have to. They're off this diagonal, so they have to deal with this. They take that. No, but then I go there, and they have to deal with the discovery and the queen. I think it's the pawn. I think that makes sense. What's the exact order though? Here, they have to move the queen out of the way. They probably just take it, and I go there, and then that discovers this. There's no checks on me. I think it's this. Now, what the fuck is it next? What time control is this? This is a puzzle. I think I do that, right? Because I'm obviously threatening the queen on two sides, like that. But then if they just, they have to address that though. They can't take with the queen. So they're just losing a material, right? Hey. Then I just take the queen. Grab the little bugger. Hey, let's go. Okay. Is there a gimmick here? Don't think so. There's not like a fucking crazy sack idea. No, don't think so. What does this do? Why this? Why would that be of any use to me? Is there like a kill the defender idea? No, wait. Obviously, this is a main one threat, but they address it by doing that. So, I know. I'm gonna give both of these up for the like I'm gonna do this because I'm gonna do that. He's gonna go here. I'm gonna go there, killing this defender. They have to take, but then I got that for free. Well, not really for free. It's just hey, hell yeah! What a banger! This is a discovered attack, which means this is checkmate, isn't it? Is it checkmate? They can't take. They've got to deal with that. This is a mate in 1, right? Oh no, they take the bishop, but then they just down the rook. Wait. No, they're not. This is it's mate in 2. This feels so awkward when this guy's just fucking caving there. Okay, good. All right. I'm in check. I could move to safety and lose my queen, or I can take the bishop and lose my queen. But I guess I can follow up with... wait. Maybe I let the queen go, though. If I do that, they take that, then they go up there. Can't really follow up there. I should probably... Wait, what about like this fucking... No, definitely not. Stupid. If I take that, they come here. It's also a check, though. If I take the bishop, I'm just inviting another check. That's not nice. If I do that, then we're fucked. We've lost all the momentum. Oh. Wait, there's something I can do with wait. No, I don't know. It's weird. I'm just wondering, I feel like there should be something to do with this, because he's like, but what? This rook can't really move anywhere. Is it? I have to address this fucking check. What the fuck? That? What if I do that? What was it? What happens? What if I take that and that? Oh, whoa. No, I can't, but I have to fucking address this. Oh shit, I'm a fucking idiot. Oh, wait. Let's just move out of the way. Then they're going to take that. And then I go here. What do? They have to go here. And then what the fuck do I do? Did you win, son? Silksong, debate? Yeah, all of it. We won all of it. Versus the world? I keep forgetting I have to address the check. It's annoying. I don't like the check. It's fucking disgusting. There's also like a whole vulnerable king shit going on. Let's try. Okay. So I'm gonna either do this or this. It's or this. It's one, these are the 3 options. This will obviously get followed up by that. And then I'm just getting checked. It's fucked. Wait. Oh, wait. No, but if I do this to block, they'll just take. No? Wait. Oh, that seems like a clever idea, but it's really not. It's fucked. I wanted to do this because that blocks and discovers an attack on the king. Wait. What if I'm just giving up everything? Because that means the king is stuck in this area. Oh, wait. Block. Wait, block. Lose the queen. Check. You have to move inwards. You can't move that way. Because there's a rook on the file and they can't go back. That it? Oh. Hey, it's a checkmate. Let's go. Hell yeah. That's crazy. I had no idea. Are we going to get 2200 again? Are we going to smash 2200? Ooh. Well, there is one check, but it basically means giving up my queen. It would be a sack. Doesn't seem to make... Oh, there's two checks, actually. One is I just give them the queen for nothing. The other one's I hit the knight. Like that? That doesn't make sense. There is I move the bishop out of the way and set up for this. But there's... If that's the case, threatening this whole fucking gimmick... like that and that and that, and it's just slow walk, or even that. Fuck. But then where do I put the bishop? Where did I put him? Would it be here to stop the rook from coming down? It doesn't. It shouldn't. It will matter. Oh, maybe that. Fuck. Where does the bit? It's got to be this bishop moves, but where? What am I threatened by? Nothing really. They don't seem to have any moves. There's like that, which is a bit cringe. But I'm moving my king anyway. Maybe they just come down here and keep this rook still, which it would be annoying. I don't want it to be still. Or they could just use the queen to force me off. And then they do that, and that loses tempo. Ooh. I think it's this. I think I'm blocking the... And they can just... No, but they can't do that because then the knight will... Okay, fuck that. Fuck that. Dude. This? That's fucked. That's not good. What if it's like like this? Or... I don't know. Regardless of what I do, they can do that. Or... No, they can't. Because if they do that when I haven't... Oh, I forgot there's a pawn here. The fuck? So I can go there, but they can take... And then I can go here. I think here covers this, which is useful. Wait, this threatens, I think, like an unavoidable. If I go there, let's say they just do that. I would come here. They have to go here. And then I go here. And they have to go there. I don't think that's like a finisher, though, is it? It would probably eventually become one. Let's try this. Fuck, I don't know. I don't know if this is right. I want to say this. Then there's also this, which is tempting. I don't know why, though. Here. Here. They go here. I go here. They have to go up. Either here or here. If they go there, it's checkmate, so they have to go here. And then... Oh, wait, it would be bishop here. Okay, yeah, this is definitely threatening and unavoidable. Fuck. Fuck. Is it even the bishop? It's the queen that moves. Oh, where? Oh. I was threatening that, I guess. Okay. Getting a middleman out of the way. Shit. If there's a bishop there, I really want to get this pawn promoted. Are they threatening any checkmates here? Not really. Nothing's really happening there. Do they have anything here? Or are these pieces just useless? Did I just march my pawns? Okay, it depends on which ones, though. Let's say they come here, here. Which pawn comes first is really important. If I go here, that bishop is kind of fucked, isn't he? Then they go here. You can go here. ZJM, thanks for the dono. I really appreciate it. I don't like these ones. I'm really bad at these ones. I think it's if they do that, oh, it can't be this one first because they just do that. But I can do that and I just take that. But then it's still a loss because they need that pawn. Okay, I think it's this because they can't do anything with this. But then they come here. I go here. Let's say they go here. I go here. Yeah, this is fuck me, man. It's neither. Jesus. Then it's this. Oh no, I gotta get the pawn though. Okay, I was right with the pawn order, but just not getting rid of the knight first. Like that. Oh, it's that. You just have to do it straight away. Okay, that was silly. This is fucked. This is bad. I do have that, which they can't take back. I think it's that, isn't it? That. Wait, what about this? I don't think it's that. That doesn't make sense. They don't have enough pieces given their space. Oh. If I do that, they're going to take the pawn. But then I threaten mate in one, so yeah, okay. And then I'll just take that. Now I have to take the queen, don't I? Wait, do I? What do I do? Yeah, I do. Okay. This seems way too obvious. It's not just kill the defender, go here. Is it? Oh, because this knight's in trouble. I see, I see. What's different then? What about that, or that? Or oh, do I take out the bishop first? Is there any reason to do that? Okay, let's see. Is there any reason to take this fucking guy? Because they do that. They have to lose the queen because if they take, I'm going to go checkmate. It is this. I think it's this. Fuck. Why not? Why not? What the fuck? Fuck you. I'm mad. I'm just mad now. Oh, we have a fork. That was more simple. Okay. Is it this? This is my last one. I don't think I'm awake enough to be doing this properly. I mean, there's that. If I did that. No. You're bleeding rating points. Dude, it's a fucking puzzle. I'm at about the same rating that I started on today. What do you mean bleeding rating points? My rating's like higher than it's ever been, actually, on everything. I've never had 1700 bullet, 1759 blitz, 1909 rapid. We're fine, dude. Look at my fucking greens. We are good. Fuck you. My puzzles are usually at, well, 2300 is the highest I got. But okay, let's see here. What's this? He's bleeding. Oh, there is like a, is that, no, but then they just take that, fuck. Well, this one's odd. I shouldn't even do this one if I don't know the answer. I don't think I know the answer. Is there any point in chasing this shitty little bishop around? They can just go there. That's really, well, they'll go here to stay on the, if they do that, what do I do next? Oh, Where? No, it doesn't make sense. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. What in the fuck? What's going on, man? Why is this one such a head case? There's no... This pawn looks like the target. And then obviously there's a way to get this guy off the target. That must be it. Is there a way to fork these two? Oh, that I can see. There totally is. What the fuck? I just go here. I just go here, right? What are they going to do about that? Damn it. Oh. Do I have to accept this? No, ooh, that's dangerous. That's dangerous. What do I do here? Do I take with the pawn or the rook? The pawn is probably fine, isn't it? They don't have any checks. If I take with the pawn, I'm still threatening both pieces. Dude, you're just giving it all your shit, aren't you? What the hell? Oh. Now I'm just up a shitload of material, so I should force them to trade. That's the idea there, right? I just go there, and we're good. Then they go there. Then I go here. Hey, well done. 2150. Good taste, good place to leave it. Okay, well done, guys. Get out of here. Go to sleep. Drink water. Stop being cringe. Bye-bye.